Welcome to Dawn Patrol for the Banco do Brasil Saquarema Pro presented by Cero. As preparations happen here on Itaúna Beach at Saquarema, the French force coming off of a successful run at stop number 4 in Cero, Portugal, wants to continue that momentum. Luana Silva, she's going to be a fan favorite here. The South Africans also descending upon this 5th stop of the Challenger Series with a lot at stakes here at the Maracanã do Surf, the Surf Stadium, Saquarema. Jadson Andre, the veteran, up for the challenge, and it looks like we're going to get going right away at the beginning of this window. The Hawaiian Luke Tima, also Amaru Suzuki, all coming through here. Anticipation is first day of the window is going to be the start of this event as we look at the iconic Nossa Senhora de Nazaré and descend upon Itaúna Beach, long white beach, and here really a fixture in professional surfing. Maida Paps and Mitchell Salazar. Maida, I mean, when we talk about Itaúna and we talk about Saquarema, many competitions here, qualifying series, challenger series, and the future of championship tour events as well.
Yeah, for sure. It's the only place in the world that holds the 3 levels of the WSL events. So it's very nice to have all you guys here again this year.
We love coming here. And by the way, other news on the championship tour level, we have this as a stop all the way through 2028, Mitch. But right now we're going to focus on our Challenger Series and some potential qualifications happening here just at stop number 5.
Yeah, it's incredible. This venue's been obviously awesome to us the entire time we've come here for the Challenger Series starting in 2022. Waves are epic, but most importantly, pressure's off. This is event 5 rather than being the last one, so people don't necessarily have to qualify right here. Still want to get a good result, though.
Yeah, well, I'm sure some surfers would be really happy to qualify early, but you talked about the wave and what makes the wave. Let's take a look and dive into exactly what makes this wave so consistent with such a variety of breaks as we descend upon South America and Brazil out to Saquarema, about 125 kilometers outside Rio de Janeiro proper, the small surf town, though, a focus of Brazilian surf competition, like we said before, known as the Maracanã do Surf, the stadium or the arena of surf, and that's all because of this bathymetry and this geography, which makes a very consistent wave, Mitch.
Yeah, 2 world-class waves in the same Cetra Beach. You have Bahia, Itaúna, where we're at right now for the event, but it gets really any kind of south here in Saquarema, which is really good for us. We have something in the water at the moment, but as you said, the bathymetry, any kind of south swell, and of course, when it's raining, which it has been the last few days, you get that sand flow going into the beach. The sandbars have been perfect the last few days. I feel like it's going to be that for the rest of the window, Kipes.
Yeah, we can see it exiting the river there on the Bahia side, but we're focused right here, Maida, at Itaúna, right there by that rock formation that delivers a variety of peaks to us.
Yeah, it's true. The perfect left side, good waves, and it's unbelievable how Itaúna always delivers.
Yeah, and look at it. So from above, we see triangles of white water. Any surfer's eye tell you that's a good look because that shows us great sandbars, great peaks, and looks like we'll get some swell action in the water too. That should make it very contestable today. And I guess speaking of contests, we should find out exactly what's happening with the contest. For that, it's time for the Maiteha Morning Call with Rachel Apollonio. Good morning, Rachel.
Good morning, Kaipa. Good morning, everyone. It's super good to be back here in this special place. I'm here with Travis. Travis, what is the official call for today?
We're on. The waves look really fun. So 7:30 start with men's round 1, followed by women's round 1, 30-minute heats. Yeah, it looks really fun. Stoked to be back.
What can we expect for the forecast of the week?
Tomorrow looks pretty similar, and maybe there's some leftovers on Monday, and then there's a little bit of a dip and a swell, but apparently there's a system building for some promising signs for the weekend, next weekend, so we'll keep an eye on it.
Amazing. So we're on. Stay tuned. Back to you guys.
Oh, such great news. We got a full day of competition. We're going to hold 16 total heats, round 1 of the men and the women. We got a concert tonight. So much going on. Let's take a look at our surf line forecast, Mitchell, and see what the future may hold for us as we dive into the window for the Banco do Brasil Saquarema Pro.
Yeah, the Atlantic's been very busy the last few weeks, and fortunately for us, we've had pretty much epic days leading up to this event. And right now, you can see right there, good amount of blobs, which does indicate what Travis was saying. Next weekend tends to be, something that we're really looking forward to. But talking about today, consistency is key. At least 2 to 3 feet on the faces. Offshore wind in the morning, slightly onshore in the afternoon. But the good news for us, consistency is something we're always going to find here, especially in the next few days as well, Kaipo. Really looking forward to what we can accomplish in the waiting period here.
And here's our next 4 days, Maida. Looks like kind of up and down as some new swells show up about Tuesday.
Yeah, it's true. It drops a little bit, but then again in Tuesday, and it's look even better for the weekend, next weekend, I mean.
Yeah, long range looking pretty good. As we thank Surfline always for the data that they give us, all the intel to help us make the call throughout as we navigate the window here for this event. We know we're going to get going today. This is the 5th stop of the tour. Mitchell, you talked about it. Not a ton of pressure because we actually have 7 stops on the Challenger Series. Your best 5 results count. Let's take a look at the schedule for this year.
Yeah, different winners at every venue, which has been really good. Jacob Wilcox, Hika Vaselko, you have Luke Thompson, Nadiero Starbe, Huntington Beach. I mean, it went from basically being flat to having epic waves at the end. And at Seda right there, Kali Vaus, Tia Zabroski. It was a French sweep. But look at stop 5. Saquarema now, you have the addition of pipe, which is huge for everybody. And of course, finishing off event 7 once again at Newcastle.
Pivotal event here at stop number 5, Maida.
Yeah, for sure. It's really important, but the competitors have enough room to make their rankings in Pipeline. I'm so excited to watch Pipeline as well, and then ending up the season in Newcastle.
Woohoo! We're going to take a break right now, but when we come back to Dawn Patrol, we're going to talk about our women's Challenger Series rankings, who's in the lead there, and who can potentially qualify here at Saquarema. Welcome back to Dawn Patrol for the Banco do Brasil Saquarema Pro presented by Cero. Competition has been called on for today. You can see some healthy swell in the water and lefts and rights on option here at Itaúna Beach in Saquarema. Kai Pugaro here on the set with Maida Pops and Mitchell Salazar. And Mitchell, I want to talk about the Women's Challenger Series because a new surf star is coming up through the ranks right now. She's #1 in the rankings. She's just a teenager. I'm talking about the French Tahitian Tia Zabroski.
Yeah, it's incredible. Her first full season on the Challenger Series as well. Already has a victory last week in Erciyes. It was a French sweep over there with Kali Voss as well. But you talked about her age. 14 years old. She made the final at this event last year as a wild card, which was really her first significant event at this level. And now leading the rankings. It's incredible, Kai. But we're talking about somebody who should still be a freshman in high school, and she's out here dominating things on the world stage.
Maida, her aggression, her technique, her consistency, and her confidence well beyond her years.
Yeah, for sure, Kaipo. I was so amazed what this girl has done in Erciyes because she looks like pretty confident and her surfing is very aggressive. So I think she's ready for whatever it comes.
I think this is a sign of taking women's professional surfing to yet another level. They're filling in from the bottom. The teenagers are coming up. #1 in the rankings right now is Tia Zabroski. After that win, taking a look at her season right here, pretty impressive, Mitchell.
Yeah, 2 finals, one of them being a victory. 4 quarters, though. We've only had 4 events so far, and 3rd in average heat score, leading the rankings at just 14 years of age at the moment. So big things, a lot of bright future for her, too. But I just want to say, when you talk about somebody who's taken the world by storm in her first full year on the Challenger Series, not many people have this kind of success like we're seeing so far from her.
Yeah, she's a phenomena, and I look forward to the development, and she's destined for the championship tour, this young lady right here. So we'll see what happens. We're going to get into qualification scenarios a little bit later in this Dawn Patrol show, but she's just right there. She's just on the precipice of qualifying for the championship tour. Mitchell, let's take a look at our Challenger Series rankings for the women. We know Tia Zabroski's on top, but right behind her is a very, very talented field, also with some brand new names. Yolanda Hopkins, #2, she's also made every single quarterfinal this season.
Yeah, and she's been really close to qualifying the last few years as well. Sally Fitzgibbons, usual suspect right there, #3. Kika Veselko at 4, she's already won an event. Erciyes has success. And of course, a couple of new names in the top 10 as well, Kipes.
Remember, we take top 7, move on to the championship tour. Right now, above the cut line, Maida, is Laura Hall.
Yeah, a lot of help right there, right in the spot to qualify for next year. I really liked how she changed her approach on competition. She seems more confident with her surfing, and with this bigger field right now for women, I think she has a good chance.
Yeah, well, a pivotal event here in Saquarema, and we're going to get going straight away. First day of the window. We're going to take a break right now from Dawn Patrol, but when we return, we're going to talk about men's qualifications, men's Challenger Series rankings. We have a French Tahitian leader on the men's side, too. Welcome back to Dawn Patrol here in Saquarema for the Banco do Brasil Saquarema Pro presented by Cero. It has been called on. Opening day of the window for competition, and it's on. We're going to start with the men's opening round. We're going to go into the women's opening round. But first, I'd like to welcome to the set Marcos Bocuyuva. Thank you for joining us, Marcos, part of our broadcast team. And pretty exciting that we're getting started on the very first day of the window.
Amazing. It's always good when you jumpstart in competition. Thank you for the good welcoming vibes, Kaipo. It's amazing to have you guys here in our country.
Oh, I enjoy the company, man. We're going to be talking a lot of surfing. We got 5 days of competition. We got a lot of stories to share with you. One of the stories we should be sharing with you right now is we're talking about a leader on the men's side of the Challenger Series coming out hot, Kauli Vaz.
Yeah, he truly has, coming off of his first Challenger Series win last week in Seda as well. And Ribeira de Ilhas is a really complicated wave to surf, too. And, you know, everybody talks about how good he is in the barrel, charging in big waves. But, I mean, people forget about how good he is on the open face, too. And he proved that over there, Kipes.
Marcos, it feels to me that Kauli Vaz has put in his time and he's developed even a wider skill set. Not just barrels now, he's got incredible backhand surfing.
Amazing rail game. He's so out of the curve in the barrels, but he can, you know, engage the rails. And I used to live in Seda. It's a trick wave. It's a perfect wave, Ribeira de Ilhas, but have a lot of different moods.
And he matched all of those moods, making 2 finals this year. He started up the year with a runner-up finish in Newcastle, then the big W over there in Portugal. And he is just steps away from qualifying for the championship tour in 2026, Mitchell.
Yeah, and last year after winning the Olympics at home in Tahiti, he actually didn't compete in Huntington Beach right afterwards. He went and celebrated in Paris, and you can see right there, he had 12 heat wins from 21 all the way to 24 on the Challenger Series. So far this season, 12 heat wins, and it's really just been a change of pace for him. He's got an amazing crew. Joan Duru's been doing amazing work with the French Federation. He's one of my picks to qualify later on this year.
I agree. I think Kauli Vaz has switched on. And with himself switching on, this is a pivotal event for him. But again, this is stop number 5. We got 7 total stops, top 5 finishes. So even if Kauli did fail, come up short here in Brazil, he still has pipeline, which I think he's going to do really well at.
And he finaled with Newcastle already.
And Newcastle, he's already a proven competitor over in Newcastle. So things are looking good for the French Tahitian. Let's take a look at our Challenger Series rankings where Kauli Vaz, he's on the top of the list. But look at the talent that we have right below Kauli Vaz, Mitchell.
Yeah, some usual suspects. Jacob Wilcox, he's got the win over there in Newcastle. He's looking to requalify for the CT. Oscar Berry, that kid rips Dimitri Poulos for the first time in the top 10. Levi Slauson won an event. But you see right there, Mateus Erdi, he's looking to qualify for the very first time for the Championship Tour.
It's almost long time overdue. Amazing. I was like chatting with Leandro a few minutes back, and Mateus in such a tunnel vision mode, guys. I think he will be there.
I hope so. I mean, you know, a good result over here for Mateus Herdy would be poetic justice. This break has been actually a nemesis to Mateus 2 years in a row where he came so close to qualifying, but coming out of just short here in Saquarema. So hopefully he can strike back this year. Hopefully we'll see some guys back on tour, Mitchell, like Liam O'Brien, Eli Hanneman, Jacob Wilcox, and George Patar.
Yeah, and the big thing, once again, this is event 5. It's not the last one. You don't necessarily have to qualify here. But if you're able to prove yourself at this event at the Challenger Series level, that eventually translates to the Championship Tour venue that we have at this location as well.
What about having another Brew on tour, Mitchell? I'm talking about Luke Thompson. I've been so impressed with this young South African's surfing ability. I think he's on the fast track to the Championship Tour if he plays his cards right.
And I also think that the CT schedule benefits his style, too. A lot of right-hand point breaks. We saw him compete as a wild card at J-Bay. He pushed Jordy in that heat in the elimination round and already has a win on the Challenger Series, too. I feel like he's also going to be on tour later this year.
Love it. Marcos, who are you excited to see take on Saquarema?
All the roster. Amazing to see the Eli Hanneman fighting back. Dimitris Poulos is ripping. And for Luke Thompson, man, he got all the DNA from South Africa surfers. Big rail game, big frame dude. Amazing to watch.
Yeah, well, we got, also, I didn't see him in the top 10. He's a new dad. He's motivated. He's such a good surfer. I want to see him back on tour. I want to see our Ryan Calnan, put on a performance over here. I think this could turn his year right here.
Yeah, he's done very well here in the past at the CT level, too. Watch out for him.
That's right. Well, we're going to take a break right now, and we'll come back more Dawn Patrol, anticipating the start of day one here at the Banco do Brasil Saquarema Pro, presented by Corona Cero. Today, we continue to mourn the passing of Bern Page, our longtime global safety and security director and a deeply respected member of the WSL family. Here in Brazil and around the world, Bern guided our safety operations with calm authority and quiet leadership, earning the trust of all who worked with him. His commitment to care, integrity, professionalism left a profound mark, not only on our organization, but on everyone fortunate enough to work alongside him. Our deepest condolences go out to his family, friends, colleagues, and all who knew him. He will be deeply and sincerely missed. His presence was always immensely felt here in Saquarema. We will continue to honor Byrne and the legacy he left behind far too soon. Love you, my friend. The event is on today, and there's a lot on the line right now for surfers. And we're on the top of the rankings. Let's take a look at some of the qualification scenarios for the men here in Saquarema. With those qualification scenarios, we have at the top of the list, Mitchell, Kaoli Vas, Luke Thompson. They make the final, they make the tour.
Yeah, and it would be huge for them to, relieve that pressure going into the last two events of the Challenger Series season, especially, with the addition of Pipe. There's a lot of surfers that haven't competed there before, Kaipo. So Luke Thompson, Mateus Herdy, they'd like to be able to do that. GP and Mateus can qualify by winning the event, but as you see, Kaoli and Luke, all they need to do is make the final. I know I say all they need to do, but they can control their own destiny right here, and they do it 2 events before the season ends.
I like spectacular stories, Maida, and I think it would be a spectacular story for someone, a local boy like Mateus Herdy, who's had some horrible defeats here at Saquarema, win the event, get on the championship tour. I call that poetic justice for the Brazilian.
Yeah, for sure. It would be lovely to watch this happen here. And also he is competing here without that pressure, like do or die vibes here in Saquarema. So he's very confident. I would love to watch what he can do without that pressure.
Well, remember, Mateus last year, 10-point ride out here. The Brew, Luke Thompson, just a few heats away, and another good result will get the South African on tour. So pretty cool, and that's what this is all about. That's what this event is all about, fulfilling people's dreams, Mitchell, for all of these surfers to make it to the pinnacle, the championship tour, via these Challenger Series.
And there's one thing in common that all those 3 men have. They've all succeeded at the championship tour level as wild cards already. So they've tasted just a little bit. Now they want to get there full time, and they'd all be rookies on tour next year if they are able to qualify at this event.
Yeah, rookie. It's a rookie dream, Maida, to have your own locker room. Because over here it's open lockers, right?
Yeah.
You get on tour, you get your own locker with your name on it, all the stuff going on right there.
Yeah, for sure, especially for Mateus, that he's been almost there so many times, so it would be lovely to have our own locker.
Now let's take a look at the women's qualification scenarios. This one, Mitchell, is a much easier play right now for Tia Zabroski. She just needs to make her first heat, and she's on tour.
Well, the way she's been surfing, I mean, it's almost a guarantee. Yo-Yo makes it by, she qualifies by making the event final. She's due for a win as well. And Sally Fitzgibbons last year, she had back-to-back wins at the U.S. Open and at Adeseda. She's looking for her first one this year. And if that happens at this event, Kaipo, those are 3 spots locked up already. That means there's only 4 left in 2 events remaining, too. So that would be huge for these 3 women on screen.
But it's great, Maida, that 7 women from the Challenger Series are going to qualify for the championship tour. So that's pretty good news.
Yeah, for sure. Like, women's surfing is like growing every year, and it would be nice to see like 7 of them like coming up to the championship tour. Hopefully we can see another Brazilian.
I can't wait to see the Portuguese surfers. Yo-Yo, Yolanda Hopkins, like you said, she makes the final, and she's on tour. She's been a force to work with in all sides of way. I think she makes the championship tour. She's going to do really well because we've seen her and the way she charges in waves of consequence. Taking a look here as we roll into the first heat of the day. Round of 80, heat number 1, 4-man heat, 2 advance into the next round, 50% advancement. The veteran Jadson Andre out in the water, in the red jersey, in yellow, Iago Dominguez. Tenchi Iwami, the Japanese surfer, will be out there in white, and a local performer, made the quarterfinals last year in green, Kawa Costa.
Yeah, very interesting heat right there with 2 Brazilians. Kawan Costa, he's such an amazing surfer, very strong. And also seeing Jadson Andre again in a good form and competing in the highest level. It will be a very good heat to watch.
Yeah. Kawa Costa, just 22 years old, so pretty young, but still making a lot of waves on the local Brazilian qualifying series, correct?
Correct. I really like his surfing. He's a very on his wedges. He serves pretty well, like on his rails, and very strong man, and compete pretty well.
See Tenchi Iwami there, the Japanese surfer, 20-year-old out of Chiba, Japan, in the white jersey, repositioning himself. And Tenchi, kind of a tough go so far on the Challenger Series. Hasn't broken over a equal 49th, but he's going to get the first wave, finds the left. Iwami slams there, a little hung up, so going to have to make up for it, and that wave tapers off, so that's going to start the scale there with a ride from the Japanese surfer. Right behind him, Costa bogs that off the bottom, couldn't find the lip, so he's going to go out for another try.
Yeah, and as always here in Saquarema, in Itaúna, wave selection is really important, so we just saw a couple rides right there with no wall. And there is Jadson Andre now up and riding.
Jadson Andre, Jaddy baby, get a little bit caught up, but we know this is a guy that never gives up. Hangs on there. He's going to look for an inside double up. Wants to stick with this wave. The wave does steepen up. Layback hack there for Andre. Another quick trip to the lip to finish off. So he's going to have the best number so far in the opening exchange between all four surfers. Jadson Andre, a tour veteran, been on and off the tour, 35-year-old, and still bringing a lot of spark in his surfing.
Yeah, Kaipo is just amazing how Jadson can keep his confidence, because he had a main injury last year, and this is Kawan Costa again up and riding.
Costa, much better looking wave here, showing the strength of the backhand. Some beautiful carves. Left's running down the beach with the south swell. Costa sticking with that, and that's going to be a much better effort. Opened up with just a half-point ride, but he's going to get a much, much better score on that second wave surf for Costa.
Yeah, we just can saw how Itaúna is providing opportunities, like so many waves caught in the 4 minutes, right in the beginning of the heat. Look right there, nice rack right there, a lot of water sprayed, another one. And this third one with a little bit of bounce back. Yeah, good wave for him, like 4 turns.
And here's Jadson on the replay.
Yeah, got a little big hang on the white water right there, but could come off of it and then just bang it with layback crack. Another one. Yeah, this one, I don't know, he got a little rain, but.
And here's Tenchi, the Japanese surfer.
Yeah, look, the lefts are opening their face. This one was not the one that they are looking for, but looks pretty good.
Yeah, I mean, I feel a lot of times the left is the direction that the surfers are looking at, other than if the swell kind of gets a little bit bigger, and then you kind of get that rip bowl on the right, which we've seen surfers do some incredible stuff. But right now, early indication is that the left is going to be the direction of choice. Still waiting for the score for Kawa Costa and see how that affects the heat. Opening score for Jadson Andre, highest number so far at a 2.67, but he's just going to get topped because Kawa Costa just dropped a 5-point ride. Put that together with his half-point ride, 5.5 heat total for Costa, and he's got the lead.
Yeah, very good wave for Kawan Costa. I think he found the steeper wave that we've seen so far until now. But it looks clean, like from above we can see like it's clean and has a lot of opportunity.
Yeah, and we say it over and over again, and you know, I went for a surf yesterday, is that this beach break is deceiving because it looks kind of, at times, mushy, you know, but honestly, there's a lot of push out here. There's a lot of energy that hit the sands over here, and it's just so, it's deceptive, but there's a lot to carry through your board.
Yeah, you know what, Kaipo is so uncomparable like by another places in Brazil. Like here, it's really, really, like the waves are strong, and as you mentioned, like there's a lot of water pushing. So whenever, like, if we have like small swell, you still can have like good rides.
Which is good, right?
Yeah,
I mean,
sure.
Honestly, so the waves are about half the size as they were yesterday. We had a pounding swell for the last couple of days. Actually, some barrels yesterday morning, offshore wind. but still contestable even with that drop. Tenchi Iwami, we talked about, from the prefecture of Chiba in Japan. Just a part of a massive kind of movement that we're seeing coming out of Japan with young surfers making their mark on the Challenger Series.
Yeah, we've seen like so many Japanese surfers competing here in Brazil, and this is Iago.
Iago Dominguez finds a much better wave here. And the Basque surfer is going to improve upon his score line. Just got a fractional score, so an 0 for 2 to begin with, so needs to do better than that, and he just did do that. 23 years old, first year on the Challenger Series. He was number 5 in the European qualifying series, and that's how he got his spot on this Challenger Series.
Yeah. These guys, they have like a very long path to get into Challenger Series and also, of course, to the Championship Tour. Those QSs, regional QSs, they are very competitive. It's just amazing to see how many good surfers, like here in Brazil, like everywhere in the world, but it's just so, for me, it's always like, oh, it's so hard to make all the way through the Championship Tour.
Yeah, it sure is. We qualify from all the 7 different regions on the qualifying series, and that's how you get to the Challenger Series. Oh, Costa. Vicious first turn for Kawa. He's just going to lean on that. If he knows that he can bookend this wave, get a nice dynamic finish somewhere on the inside, hoping for a double up, because he's got some points on the outside with that big backhand snap. He does find the connection in here, taps the lip one more time. Well-rounded wave, bookend his performance, big outside turn, nice inside finish.
Yeah, I really love the first turn right there. Really vertical. We're gonna rewatch soon. I think he's like really finding the best waves like in this heat right now.
Take a look again at Kawa's ride.
Yeah, steeper section right there. Bangs it, vertical. And then the wave got a little bit flat right there, but he could hang on, just hoping for the best in the inside. And found a good section to finish it off. Yeah, look here. Insisted and then finished with this turn.
So Kawa actually could be a spoiler in this event. This is his first Challenger Series event of the year. So coming in here, you know, as a regional play. Iago Dominguez. Last ride from Dominguez was a 3.4. And Iago teeing off there. So well put together wave. Costa on the right throws the alley-oop and gets disconnected from the board. Incomplete for Kawa Costa, but still waiting for his previous score that I think was a pretty solidly surfed wave.
And his dad kind of looking mad with that air. This is Iago Dominguez, found a good one as well. Nice combo, 3 turns right there. I like this rack, a lot of water sprayed. And this one, he did it pretty well. For sure, he's put some numbers in the draw.
So we're waiting for the last score of both number 1 and 2 in the heat, Kawa Costa and Iago Dominguez. Quick up and down for the veteran out there, Jadson Andre, a surfer who has just been on and off the championship tour. You can't keep 35-year-old Jadson Andre down. He's been on the scene for over 15 years. Remember, his rookie year on the championship tour was way back in 2010.
Yeah, long road for Jetty. And actually, he did semifinals in the Circuito Banco do Brasil de Surf in Imbituba, like less than 1 month ago, the qualifying series. So he's been ripping. I've been watching his videos and his vibes, like always training and being very confident with his surfing again.
And a father now, right?
Yeah, a father now. His son, Felipe, very beautiful boy. I think I was pregnant right in the same time as his wife, so we kind of chat a little bit about being a mom.
Yeah, probably had something to do with the moon, the lunar cycle. From northern Brazil, correct?
Yeah, from
Judson.
Natal, from Rio Grande do Norte, pretty close where Italo is the main city of Rio Grande do Norte, Natal. Good waves right there as well. So,
And I remember back when, speaking of Italo, Jadson really mentoring Italo and bringing him onto the scene through the QS events, through his qualification, onto his rookie year on the championship tour. Jadson was there for nothing but with support for Italo Ferreira.
yeah, they're pretty close friends. And I mean, when Italo came up, it was just like a bolt, he just appeared from not nowhere. Of course, he had like he was very young, competing in the amateurs and all the way, but like for the big screen, for the big media, he just came as huge star, a rising star.
Yeah, well, looks like Italo Ferreira is very comfortable in the media now. Can barely find a spot on his surfboard for another sticker, to tell you the truth. That real estate's very limited. Probably one of the most stickered up boards out of all professional surfing.
Yeah, and you know what? It's not stickers. They build their boards with already with one big.
I know. Gabe Medina started that under the glass stuff. Here we go. Tenchi Iwami late for that one, and the Japanese surfer just taking that one on the hood, and is going to continue to search. But Japan's here in high spirits on the beach. That was Daiki Tanaka, another Japanese surfer. We're going to see him in the second heat of the day. And a quick up and out there by Iago Dominguez, who scored a 3.4 and a 4.5. Replay here, starting with Tenchi.
Yeah, nice first turn right there. Oh, but this one, he got a little late. The lip was already falling, and he couldn't stay on his feet.
You can see kind of the undulation in the water, kind of the up and down in the water, and the bounce. One thing Itaúna is known for is that backwash. So it hasn't been severe this morning. That was a severe turn from Jadson Andre. Unfortunately, caught that tow rail on the way down. Looked like he was on his way. I like the commitment from the tour veteran with Jadson Andre, but coming up a little bit short on that turn.
Yeah, a lot of commitment. Probably he's thinking that like more, almost half of it has already gone, and he really needs to put a huge score on the board. But yeah, unfortunately, he couldn't finish this one.
We're halfway through the heat at 15 minutes and 20 seconds, and it is Kawa Costa coming through here with the lead, a 5.5 and a 5-point ride. The other goofy foot, Iago Dominguez, holding on to second. Can Dominguez and Costa hang on to the number 1 and 2 spots? We're going to find out after this break when we come back to the conclusion of our opening heat of the day. Right now is Kawa Costa in control with some great surfing on the backhand. Welcome back to the Banco do Brasil Saquarema Pro presented by Corona Cero. It's the first heat of the first round for the men, and it is the local boy, Kawa Costa, out in the lead over Iago Dominguez, Tenchi Iwami, and Jadson Andres, Kaipo Guerrero, along with Maida Pops on the call. While we're at break, Jadson got a wave.
Yeah, nice left right there. Good snap, and the second one was really strong, committed. Oh, I thought he wouldn't finish, but he did, Kaipo.
That's what veterans do, hang on. So we'll be waiting for that score for Jadson Andre. Actually, the score comes in at a 2.1, so Andre's still underneath the advancement. Got to be in the top 2 in these 4-man heats to advance. Jadson sitting in 3rd, needing a 5.23, Maida.
Yeah, probably like Jadson. I think he's kind of over surfing a little bit. He had to like calm down, find a good wall, do what he knows how to do, because he doesn't need much. It's just a 5.23. But Kawan Costa did a pretty great job, like catching those good waves and putting a 5.5 and a 5-point right there to be in first position, and also with priority right now. We have like 11 minutes and 45 seconds left.
Can you tell us more about Kawa Costa? I think he's been a pretty good performer on the regional circuit here.
Yeah, he has. I mean, what I think from Kawan Costa is that it doesn't seem that he really feel like any pressure whenever he comes to surf here, especially in Itaúna, in front of like huge crowds. He's always ready for that. This is the Japanese surfer up and riding.
Tenchi Iwami looking smooth now, picking his spots on this wave and the appropriate maneuver for the appropriate section. I think that's the best surfed wave from the Japanese surfer. He's going to get ditched that 2-point ride he has as a scoreline. Costa is racing down the line, too late to get to the corner. He's going to kick out and try to get a priority above Jadson Andre.
Yeah, so I was talking about like Kawan Costa. Last year he won a layback pro on the QSs, but this is the replay for the Japanese. Nice combo right there. Really well served. Capitalizes until the end of the wave. He's going to put this score on his board.
Yeah, I think that's going to be the best wave surf so far for Tenchi. We're still waiting for that. A 5.6 for the surfer in white will put him in second place and advancing position. Judges deliberating over that last ride of Tenchi Iwami, one of many Japanese surfers that have landed here on the Challenger Series and made their way to Saquarema.
And here's the score, Kaipo, 3.93. His best wave, as you mentioned, but still he's still needing some points to come through this heat.
Yeah, he's a 3.98. Tenchi Iwami, part of the crew, also Keijiro Nishi here, Ryaru Ito, Shohei Kato, and this man right here, Hiroto Ohara, along with his coach, Jake Patterson, on the beach, putting some good vibes out there and concentrating on this riddled lineup and trying to solve the Rubik's Cube of Itaúna Beach. On the women's side of the Japanese crew, Nanaho Suzuki, Anan Matsuoka, and Miarai Ikeda also here. So we got a lot of great talent coming out of Japan right now, and some new names that we're going to get to know throughout these competition days.
Yeah, and probably Snake was there like talking a little bit with Hiroto Hara, because he was eliminated in Eriseda because he made an interference, and Snake was kind of mad during the broadcast, saying, oh my God, he was surfing so well, and he was surfing so well. He got one of the best numbers in Eriseda. So yeah, he was there like watching the ocean to not make this mistake again.
Yeah, and that's important, you know, looking back at stop number 4 over there in Arasa and Hiroto Ohara and his performance. He was definitely one of the most informed surfers. He was getting big scores there.
Yeah.
It was just an error, basically, in strategy. Got a little too aggressive with Luke Tima, got a paddling interference, cost him half a score on his backup ride, and that eliminated him from competition. So that's another thing. You want to kind of eliminate those mistakes that work against you, you know, those silly mistakes. And that's what was the frustration with Jake Patterson there, because Hiroto, in that instance where he got the interference, did not need that wave at all.
Yeah, because it was right in the beginning of the heat.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
It's all how you put together these 30-minute heats. That's the rhythm of today. We're down to 7.5 minutes and some work to be done by Tenchi Iwami. Needs a 3.98. Jadson Andre needs a 5.23. Iago Dominguez, our surfer from the Basque Country, in a good position in that he's in second and advancing position and he's holding first priority.
Yeah. Good position for him. And now is Jetty up and riding, trying to make a comeback right here.
Andre skips over that section. Gets a nice carve there. This wave really slows up on the inside. Jadson hunting for a section, maybe hunting for a ramp, and that is going to not pop up for him. 5.23. Don't know if that was the number. What do you think, Maida?
I don't think so. Like a really small wave. He was with third priority right there. Nice snap. But then the wave got like really flat. He was trying to squeeze whatever he could on this wave, but it's a high number that he needs in this scenario right there, like a 5.23. Actually, he changed his number, but still needing a 5.2.
Yeah, 2.7 for that last ride, so did reduce the need for Jadson Andre slightly. He's going to be fourth in priority, paddling back out 6 minutes, so likely he's going to have another chance to catch another wave and achieve that score and advance out of this heat. Kawa Costa with second priority, just holding firm out there, as well as Iago Dominguez holding firm as well. Number 1 and number 2 just sitting out there trying to control the peak.
Yeah, and we were talking a little bit about Kawa Costa. Last year, he made quarterfinals here in the Challenger Series. So he beat like big names like Kai Belly, like many of the guys, and really shown his surfing, what he's capable of. So that's my impressions. Every time he hits the water here in Saquarema, he's all prepared to show what he has.
There's Dad giving him some signals. What do you think that means?
Yeah, because now he's with priority with 5 minutes left. Yeah, he's paddling.
Oh, and Dad
Once
says,
more.
Dad says this looks like a good one. Finger snap on the beach and a backside snap out in the water for Kawa Costa, our heat leader. Surfing with more confidence now with that lead. Throws the tail, gets caught up. That's not going to change the situation. Dad doesn't like that. Dad does not like that.
Look, the frustration. Yeah, because
He says-
he could change the 5-point ride if he finished that one.
Yeah, you don't want to let off the gas, right? Even with 4.5 minutes and the lead, you don't want to let off the gas. Every time you get to your feet, you actually want to improve upon your scoreline. So Costa's mission on that wave was to get better than a 5-point ride, which he did not do. So priority error to Kawa Costa at the end part of this heat.
Yeah, maybe a little bit of an error right there because he had the priority and this wave didn't look that steep. But I mean, yeah, we know that he's good on his rails and he's really good on airs as well. So he could have caught that one and floated away with a huge number. Now priority with the Japanese, and he doesn't need much.
Yeah, great point, Maida. In Tenchi Iwami, just needing under a 4-point ride. He does have priority. He's got ample time on the clock given this beach break situation. 3 minutes, 35 seconds. He's a little lost right now. You can barely see him because he's got the white jersey in this incoming fog.
Yeah, not too common like this fog
The
here.
fog?
Yeah.
They just follow us from Aracera somehow across the Atlantic and
Probably.
landed here. Someone get rid of the fog monster. We don't need you.
But we're glad that we still can see.
We still can see, yeah.
We still can see. We like Itaúna better when it's with the sun out, Kaipo, with all these vibes.
I like when the sun's out, it's baking hot, it's white sand beach, the Altinhas getting kicked up in the air all over the beach. That's what I like. That's the Itaúna that I like.
Yeah, for sure. But we can't complain. Like the waves are firing. There's a lot of opportunity. So.
And we're gonna still have a good time. We have
sure.
a concert tonight. We got a DJ. We got a couple of magicians. We're gonna get to that later on today. Trying to make some magic right now is going to be Jadson Andre. Needs a big score in the context of what we've seen so far today, and that's not going to be it. Not the 5.2 that Jadson needs. So he's going to continue to search the beach break, hoping for a wave to come his way that he can achieve that number and get out of this heat. He's kind of in the doghouse right now in 4th place.
Yeah, for sure. We know the magician that Jadi can be, like finding a good ramp, pulling a huge air, but unfortunately it wasn't with this wave right there. So now he's with 4th priority in a very tough situation right now with less than 2 minutes left, Kaipo.
Yep, hence this is the Banco do Brasil 2-minute warning, just under that 2-minute warning. And opportunity, however, still 90 seconds for our Japanese surfer to turn this heat. Let's see if Tenchi's able to do that.
The clock is ticking. And whoever is in front, it's like praying for the time goes fast. And who is under the qualification line, it's hoping for time.
Tenchi Iwami, Hayaku. That means hurry in Japanese. Heat leader. Why not take to the air? Why not do a giant one? Don't break the board, though. Kawa Costa. Yeah, Dad likes that.
Oh, his dad is saying, like, he never does this kind of mistake.
Here we go, Tenchi. Oh, this is going to be it for the Japanese surfer. Looks at his watch. Just gave up priority. That was a bad move right there, and that means Iago Dominguez in 2nd place and advancing position should be making a beeline right now for Tenchi to give him the block in the last 20 seconds.
Yeah, 20 seconds left. An error for the Japanese surfer. Actually, he was trying to search something, but unfortunately the ocean didn't provide that much in these last minutes of the heat.
Well, that's going to be it. Countdown, horn, right before the horn.
Wow.
Jadson Andre, a little bit of a rail dig there, needs to recoup, needs a 5.2. Nice carve there for Andre. Getting some rhythm on the inside. Oh, a double up on this inside shore break would really be doing him a favor. He just prones out. Is that a signal of defeat, or did he do enough out the back? We're gonna find out. We're on hold. We're waiting for scores to see if Jadson Andre did enough. Let's check out the replay.
Oh my God. Yeah, this wave didn't see that's like so steeper as the Kawan Costa ones, the 5-point ride for Kawan Costa. So I don't think he's gonna get there. But still a good opportunity for Jetty.
Yeah, he realized that too. Did not make it, so it will be Kawa Costa. He's walking on the beach right now in the green jersey, along with Iago Dominguez from the Basque Country advancing into the round of 64. We're going to lose Tenchi Iwami as well as Jadson Andre. First defeats of the day. The day continues on here at the Banco do Brasil Saquarema Pro presented by Corona Cero. We're taking a break. When we come back, we got more surfing. Billy Sterman, Luke Slipen, Daiki Tanaka, and Dakota Walters facing off when we return.
The Banco do Brasil Saquarema Pro presented by Cero is brought to you by Banco do Brasil, official sponsor of the WSL in Brazil. By Cero, made with 100% natural ingredients. And by the city of Saquarema, official host of the Banco do Brasil Saquarema Pro presented by Cero.
Welcome back to the Banco do Brasil Saquarema Pro presented by Cero. We got our first winner of the day in the way of Kawa Costa. Kawa is with Rachel Apollonio. Rachel.
Yeah, Kaipo, I'm here with Kawa Costa. Congratulations, that was a great start. It's always good to watch you surfing in Saquarema. How are you feeling?
Thank you. So I feel really happy for the opportunity and feel great, for the advance in my heat. And yeah, Saquarema is a special place for me, and I have enjoyed this.
Now I'm gonna ask in Portuguese. Conta pra gente como é que foi para se encontrar lá fora, né? Ainda bem que você conseguiu garantir suas notas logo no começo. E depois, o que estava acontecendo naquelas ondas quando você teve prioridade, tentou dar o aéreo? Conta um pouquinho como é que foi essa escolha de ondas.
Então, foi tudo bem corrido. Acabei chegando ontem de noite em Saquarema. Recebi uma ligação ontem de tarde, daí tive que pegar um trânsito bizarro, mas deu tudo certo, conheço muito bem essa onda e me sinto sempre em casa. E, cheguei lá dentro, só fiquei pensando em esperar a melhor onda, a melhor oportunidade. E graças a Deus consegui pegar as 2 melhores ondas da bateria, consegui fazer no surf. E é isso, estou muito feliz, amarradão pela essa oportunidade, espero dar meu melhor aqui.
Parabéns e boa sorte. Thank you very much.
Congratulations to Kawa Costa. He's into the round of 64. Heat number 2 in the round of 80, the opening round for the men, consisting of the veteran out of Raglan, New Zealand, Billy Stermans in the red jersey, the South African, Luke Slypin in blue, Daiki Tanaka, the 27-year-old out of Japan, in the white jersey, and the Australian Dakota Walters rounding out the 4-man heat in the green jersey. And no significant rides as of yet in this heat. Looking at Dakota Walters with a just quick up and out. Dakota in his 3rd Challenger Series event of the year, coming back off of an injury. Tanaka finds a right-hander for a couple of snaps for the Japanese surfer. So we get caught up on those scores and see how that affects the standings.
Yeah, I think he just ridden the best wave of the heat so far right now, and this one is Luke.
Yeah, look out for this guy, Luke Slypin, our South African on the backhand out of Cape Town, and the veteran of the bunch is Billy Sterdman from Raglan, New Zealand. Billy, coming from a left point, has a vicious backhand, and we saw a little example of that from Billy Sterman. So we're waiting for scores for all 4 surfers later.
Yeah, I really like the first turn right there, a very vertical snap. He's from Raglan in New Zealand.
Yeah, great little town, great little community, and some wonderful waves there. Over a decade on this qualifying series for Billy Sterman's 35 years old and still at it. Looks as flexible and as dynamic as ever, as illustrated here in this replay.
Yeah, nice turn. And then on this one, actually, he got a little more vertical. Nice combo. Unfortunately, the wave got really flat, but he was able to finish it off.
Here's Luke.
Nice setup turn. Snap right there. This wave provided a steeper closeout right there. And this is the Japanese. Nice front side turn. Another one to combo. And a little snap to finish it off.
And it looks like with that last effort, the South African, Luke Slypin, goes into the lead. Billy Sterman trailing him. Daiki Tanaka in 3rd place from Fukuoka, Japan.
And you know what? Just going back to the interview with Kawan Costa just for a while, it was just interesting that I didn't know that, but he got his invitation yesterday afternoon and he got here yesterday night. So he was really in a rush. So being able to win his heat after getting here and all this rush thing.
Yeah, pulled it together, Kawa Costa. Big vertical snap here, starting off with a 12 o'clock hit for Dakota Walters. We talked about Walters. It's just his third Challenger Series event of the year, and Walters coming back. He had a foot injury that he had to heal up from. He was able to make it to Huntington Beach as well as Ericeira. So on the comeback, and looking good. This young surfer from Anguri in New South Wales.
Yeah,
Watch this first turn.
A bit larger wave, very nice turn right there. Nice wreck. Only two maneuvers, but really steep. The first one, like the wave was really steep on that section, and he hit it. I really like the combo. That's why he got like a 4.4.
Score drops, and that is enough to push him into second place. I'm talking about Dakota Walters with that 4.4. Luke Slypin still with the best score of the heat. He opened up with that 5.5. Waves coming through here, very consistent still. I feel like this short period swell is at least offering a lot of opportunities for the surfers. Although, you know, the swell is on the backside of the swell, still pretty consistent when it comes to waves.
Yeah, it's true, Kaipo. We hope for good waves for tomorrow as well. We know that this is a dropping swell right now, but with a good direction, so that's why we can really see like good left walls. So, but as usual here in Saquarema, it's all about like wave selection, being patient, wait for the good ones. But the thing is, like with 4 surfers in the water, you gotta be like in the right time, in the right spot, because even that we are having like good opportunities, like plenty of opportunities, it's just the matter of where you are in the right timing.
Yeah, well, I mean, really in the context of a 30-minute heat, we think about all of that stuff, and just to simplify it, a lot of coaches, we saw Luke Slypin's coach on the screen just briefly, to simplify it, it really is, you need to focus on getting 2 good waves. Doesn't matter if you ride 10 or 2, as long as you get 2 good waves. Some surfers like to stay busy, and some surfers more selective. Dakota Walters has to give way to Daiki Tanaka, and Tanaka takes the corner of this left-hander, and that wave just dissipates a little bit after a couple of turns. Luke Slypin.
Wow.
Quick to combo up that section. So start with a 5.5, he's going to get a nice backup.
Yeah, for sure. I really like the combo. And that wave for the Japanese surfer, if he could have caught like where it was Dakota or Luke that was in the wave?
It was Dakota.
Dakota,
before.
yeah. So he could have combo like 2 maneuvers right there, but unfortunately he was a little bit down here and the wave was a little short for him.
Yeah, it was almost, to me, not enough offense, because he didn't get enough out of the wave. Maybe he was thinking of playing a little bit of defense when we look at that move. So you see right here, that was the good part of the wave, and then he's just kind of taking the scraps here, and all he got was a 1.93.
Yeah, but maybe it was a good defense, because if Luke had, Dakota have had that wave with 2 nice turns, and this wave was really nice for Luke. Look, throwing the fins right there. Nice combo. And this one is live?
Yeah, live action. Timing the backwash there, Slypin. On the inside, has to hang on through a little bit of lump, and is able to do that.
Oh, no mistakes for Luke until now. Catching a lot of waves, finding good opportunities.
Luke representing South Africa, and interesting that he's part of a brother duo on the Challenger Series. His younger brother, Connor Slipen, also in the draw. Here's
Look
Luke
the
on
back wash. He could deal perfectly with the back wash.
which is not easy to do.
Yeah.
So that was a 3.5. Didn't add to his heat total, but the previous wave of 5.17, and a decisive lead for the South African right now in this heat. As you can see, the heat totals double from what the other three surfers have. So Luke in a very, very comfortable position right now in this heat with 17 minutes remaining.
Yeah, just like how Costa did in the previous heat, like catching two good waves, more than 5-point ride, right in the beginning of the heat. And this is Valentin coming up soon. Valentin Neves. And this one is Vito. No, who was this one? No, it's not Vito.
Well, whoever it is, he likes Nirvana.
Valentin Neves, Leo Neves' son.
Oh, is that Leo Neves' son?
Yeah, Leo Neves' son.
So that's, you know, just to kind of clue in the audience, Leo Neves has a tremendous training facility right here on the beach at Saquarema dedicated to him, which is just a gem. I feel like such a nice, an asset for the community. We saw kids warming up there yesterday afternoon before going to the surf. It's such a positive place there, that Leo Neves Training Center.
Yeah, totally, Kaipo. And it's really nice that Zabroski it's always providing a lot of stuff to the kids that work there at Leo Neves Training as well. This is Billy.
Billy Sterdman, no stranger to lefts. And you can see why he's able to perform. That was a difficult section that he was able to float over. Sterdman sticking with this one, stomps on the tail, stabs the lip, gets the finish. Sterdman's right back in the heat, and he is going to go into a top 2 position after that ride.
I agree with you, Kaipo. I really think so. He has already like a 3.83 ride, and this one was really good. He's been a little bit more patient. Nice first snap, comboed by this white water one, and then setup turn, waiting for a big session inside, and then snap it. Loved the flow, how he approaches this wave.
Yeah, like I said, you know, even at 35 years old, still dynamic as ever. Billy Sterdman, really quick feet right there. We're waiting for the score for Sterdman, and we anticipate him going into the top 2.
Yeah, because he's only needing 1.38.
Yeah, you can see that in the needs column right there for all of our surfers. And the time halfway through this heat at 14 minutes and 40 seconds. We're going to take a break right now. When we come back, we're going to give you more action. Opening day here at Itaúna at the Banco do Brasil Saquarema Pro, presented by Cero. Billy Sterdman, we're going to get the score for this ride when we return. Welcome back to the Banco do Brasil Saquarema Pro presented by Corona Cero. Daiki Tanaka, our Japanese surfer, finding a nice left open wall for Tanaka, and he's working it over. Great pace by Daiki, and more opportunity up in front of him, looking to turn the heat for Japan. And that was a well-ridden wave. Kaipoguro, along with Maeda Pops on the call here. Second heat of the day. Round the 80 for the man top two out of these four-man heats advance on. Here's our heat leader, Luke Slipen, right behind Tanaka. Again, some sharp backhand surfing before bailing out on the closeout there for Slipen, looking to improve upon him 5.17. We're going to wait for numbers for both Slipen and Tanaka. When we went to break, we were waiting for the score for the New Zealand surfer, Billy Stearman. It came in at a 6.5. Stearman in second. Let's go through some replays.
Yeah, nice wave for Luke. Nice combo, 2 turns right there. And this wave looked even better for the Japanese surfer. Really nice open wall, well comboed by like three aggressive turns. He tried to squeeze everything that this wave could offer for him until here inside. A very competitive heat.
Very competitive heat. Waiting for scores for Daiki Tanaka. I believe the score is in actually at a 5.33. So now Tanaka needing a 5-point ride to move into the top two. Billy Stearman with that 6-point ride, got 6.5, got him into second place. And Luke Slipen, he took off like a rocket at the beginning of this heat. A 5.5 and a 5.17 for the South African keeps him in the lead.
Yeah, he did a pretty great job right in the beginning of the heat. It's good when you put like the two first waves that you catch are strong, then you can start to search a little more, be a little more patient. And it was exactly what Kawan Costa did in the previous heat, and what with Luke is doing right now.
Yeah, fast start really helps you out, right, mentally and just to set your pace. But we've seen some buzzer beaters in the past over here. Always really unpredictable, but I feel like because it's unpredictable, it makes for a certain amount of fairness at this wave, because as long as it's consistent, everyone still has opportunities. And we've seen in the past, Maeda, surfers going from fourth to first in the final couple of minutes out here at the beach break at Itauana.
Yeah, for sure. This is Billy again, up and riding.
Wow, that was vicious. Can he hang on? Toenails in the wax. And Stearman, one turn, but that was a big turn. Billy Stearman looking to improve upon a 3.83. Can he do that with just one big turn? We're going to find out when the judges give us a number. Luke Slipen, just a couple of carves. When he's out, he's going to give up his priority and hand it to Dakota Walters. But what a turn by the New Zealand surfer.
Wow, and this is also very common here in Saquarema. We can see like huge numbers coming from like one big turn in a huge section. So let's see what the judges think about this last wave of Billy Stearman. But he was a little patient right there, waited for, and boom, kicked the tail. Really nice.
This is beautiful.
Yeah, through the fins and came out of the white water on his feet.
Well, in my book, I think that improved upon the 3.83 that Stearman's looking. But guess what? Doesn't matter what I think. It matters what the 5 wise men in the tower think. It matters what our 5 international judges think. And they agree with me. they agree with me. Look at the number, 6-point ride for that single maneuver.
Yeah, very nice wave ridden with just one turn right there, a 6-point ride. And it's really interesting to compare the 6-point ride to the 6.5 ride, because it was a combo with, I think, 3 or 4 turns in the 6.5, but this one, it was just massive.
Yeah. It's all about quality, not so much quantity, but there's a lot of ways to get a score. Here we go. Slipen has dropped down to second place in this heat. He's looking to better that 6.17 and secure his advancement into the round of 64. That's the round that follows this round of 80, our opening round for the men. We won't get to that round of 64 today. Following these 8 heats of men in the opening round, we're going to have 8 heats of women to round off the day. Replay here of Luke.
Yeah, this wave didn't provide that much. It was a smaller wave, but he did a great job, a nice combo. But I'm not sure if he's going to change his situation.
Well, one thing Luke has been is the busiest surfer, 7 waves ridden so far for the South African. Dakota Walters times that with the backwash. Well done for the Australian. Unfortunately, that's all he's going to get, caught up on the heels there. It was a nice turn, but likely not the 6.27 that he needs to go into the top 2.
Yeah, I don't think so. And now the Japanese surfer is with priority. This is the replay for Dakota. Nice snap right there, got a little hanged, and then the wave didn't offer much for him. But with 6 minutes and 30 seconds remaining, we have Dakota, with the Japanese surfer Tanaka with priority right now. And he just need a 5.335.
So Tanaka, right there in the white jersey, with a 5.33. So all he has to do is basically replicate his performance on that 5.33, and he's got himself into a top 2 position. Like you said, priority working on his side, and here he goes, selects this one, spins around. First carve is nice. Second carve, steady on the pace. Finishes off with a third one, points at the beach, trying to maybe sell it to the judges. That one's going to be on the borderline of the score that he needs, I believe.
Yeah. Actually, it's right there, Kaipo. I don't know. It can be because it was a nice wave, larger wave, nice carve, and then another one, well comboed. Yeah, I mean, don't know.
His tempo and his pace on that wave was really good in that it wasn't rushed. All the maneuvers had really good connectivity, so he matched the pace of the wave with his maneuvers. But were the maneuvers dynamic enough to get that 5.35? That's the question. I'm not going to ask of you. I'm asking of the judges.
Yeah, sure.
So they're deliberating. Hey, Manu Caiado, where are you?
Hello guys, good morning. I'm here at the Red Bull Athlete Zone, and it's pretty cold out here. Unusual weather here for Saquarema. The water is 17 Celsius degrees, that in my mathematics, it's kind of 62 Fahrenheit, so it is cold, and everybody's warming up more than usual because, well, it's hard to get out in the cold weather, in the cold water, without being really, really warm. And even Fininho, Jose Francisco, I was talking to him, he's wearing a 4.3 wetsuit, and he just got into the water for like 2 waves before his heat so he can warm up. So, well, you're good there, and here it's really cold, but we're happy to be here, happy to be again. Back to you guys.
We're happy to have Manu Caiado on the broadcast. She's going to be roaming around, giving interviews. She's all over the place. Can't hold her down. She moves very quickly all through all the sections too, you know. Just darts in and out of there. You never know where she's going to pop up. I can attest to the water. I went for a surf yesterday. I had a 3-2, and it was a little chilly. Yeah, I got to say, it was a little chilly. We're still waiting for that score for Daiki Tanaka, and it's an important number for the Japanese surfer to see if he goes up into the top 2. You can see the surfers kind of waving at our on-site announcers, wanting that information. Tanaka needing a mid-range 5, and my feeling is he's going to come under. Yeah, he just gets a 5-point ride, not enough. He's going to remain in 3rd place. Heat recap, starting with Luke Slijpen.
Yeah, he started like pretty fast, like catching good waves right in the beginning of the heat, and comboed with these 3 turns right there. But this guy, Billy Sturman, was ripping. Larger wave, nice snap, nice turn right there.
Yeah, this is a 6.5 for Billy Sterdman. Put it all together on this one.
Yeah. And this one was the 6-point ride for him. Just a massive turn right there, throwing the pins. And this put him in the leader situation of the heat.
Yeah, that was a sting right there. The Natra Kayak. A recap. Feel the power of freshness with Natra Kayak.
2 minutes and 22 remaining, Kaipo.
Getting my Natra Kayak, and I'm going to bring it in here and feel the power of freshness throughout this entire set right now. You're going to get some of that.
Yeah, I love when you do this.
Yeah, Cam, we're going to get it.
Good smell, and then we're going to get it.
Yeah. No one's mad at a good smelling guy, right? Two minute Banco do Brasil warning, and Billy Sterman out in the lead. Luke Slipen, who just came off like a rocket with his first two waves, still hanging on to second and advancing position. Daiki Tanaka still searching for that midpoint 5 and giving him a chance to get out of this heat. And Dakota Walter as well, the Australian, he needs a big number. He needs a 6.27, and he's in 4th priority, so difficult situation for Dakota Walters.
Yeah, for sure. With the 4th priority, needing a 6.27, a very tough job that he needs to do. But Billy Sterman with priority in the lead with 2 massive scores in this heat.
Yes. The veteran giving it to all the Groms so far in this heat. And he's a minute away from just dancing his way into the round of 64. Great surfing on the backhand. Like we said at the beginning of the heat, we expect that from someone like Billy Sterman, who's, you know, from Raglan, a beautiful right point break. Daiki Tanaka needing that mid-range 5, paddling up current. He's also under the priority of the top 2. Dakota Walters snuck away from the pack. He knows he needs something giant, and the shove it's nifty, but not going to get him the score he needs. But pretty cool.
Yeah, 30 seconds left. Billy Sterman holding his priority. There are some waves coming through. Let's see if Daiki has another opportunity.
And that was not it, although that was an effort, but that's not going to be it, and that is going to close out the heat. We're going to have the horn in 3 seconds, and it will be official with Billy Sterman and Luke Slipen moving into round 2, the round of 64. The Kiwi surfer showing some strong surfing on the backhand, and he's going to continue on to day 2 of competition. There's the numbers to wrap up this heat. And we're going to wrap up this heat and start moving on into a quick commercial break. We're going to have that commercial break, and we're going to bring in some new talent to entertain you. I'm talking about Mitchell Salazar, Marco Bokuyuva. They'll be back here when we return, and Billy Sterman onto the round of 64.
Well, big wave season is approaching, and it's a Tudor Nazare Big Wave Challenge. November 1st is when the season officially opens. Looking to see some of the world's best big wave surfers at probably the most intimidating wave on the planet. So the Tudor Nazare Big Wave Challenge season opens on the 1st of November. Back in Saquarema for the Banco do Brasil Saquarema Pro, presented by Corona Cero. It's the round of 80 in the water right now, and guess what? We have an incredible crew with you, and pretty big Brazilian crew too. I'm Mitchell Salazar, and this is the prodigal son of Rio de Janeiro, Marcos Bocaiúva. Marcos, I know you do the Championship Tour events in Portuguese. Thank you for joining us for the English broadcast for the Challenger Series.
My pleasure, Mano Mitch. I'm so psyched to be here. It's a kind of bouncy energy between being zen in a flow state and being psyched.
Yeah, really good waves at this location too. I mean, it's the 4th year we've now had the Challenger Series right here in Saquarema, and it's the only stop really that holds both the Championship Tour and the Challenger Series. Pretty cool thing.
And even the QS here, so it's 3 divisions here in Saquarema. Yeah. So this is the mecca for Brazilian surfing since back in the day. Back in the day, people used to camp here to prepare to Peru, to Hawaii.
Yeah. Pretty big location, and when you talk about conditions, it's looking fun, very consistent so far. Heat 3 of the round of 80 out there in the water. Shohei Kato from Japan on the red, Igor Moraes, one of the Brazilian surfers out there in the water in the blue. Same thing with Wesley Leitch in the white, and Taj Stokes representing Australia. It's only his 2nd event surf so far in the Challenger Series season in 2025. He is replacing Jarvis Earl. And speaking of Taj, opens up with a 2-point ride. The youngster out of Australia, great surfer, working with Tim Just at the moment, who now resides in Florianopolis. And this kid, you know all about him, 4.67 for Wesley.
Yeah, Wesley's such a fast surfer, loose surfer, all the way from Ubatuba, the same place that gave birth Felipe Toledo. So Japa is his nickname, and Igor Moraes represents another beach village from Brazil with a lot of tradition. Marizia is the land of Mr. Gabriel Medina.
Yeah, he got 33rd at this event here at the QS 6000 level earlier this year. That was a 4.67, and I mean, he earned every single point out of this wave right here, got the connection to the inside, and maybe not the best of insides, but seems like more than anything trying to reposition himself, which can be difficult out here. There tends to be a lot of current at this location, Marcos.
Well, always water moving around. It's kind of hard to position yourself, but he's managed to put a nice line there. This is Igor Moraes all the way from Marizias.
Yeah, this kid rips, 28 years of age, and talk about a big forehand snap right there. He had it right at the end. I don't know if that's going to be complete, though, for Moraes. And his best result so far, the Brazilian champion from Marizias, 17th at the U.S. Open, which is a great result considering that it was quite difficult to compete at Huntington Beach this year. It went from being extremely tiny to quite big over there in Southern California.
The guy's used to surf just the heavy A-frames from Marizia, so it's kind of hard to manage those Huntington hops there, but he's producing some speed there. You know, amazing closeout turn, but kind of a little stuck there in the end.
So it is deemed incomplete, just a 1.3 for Moraes. Just over 24 minutes on the clock. A big heat win for the Kiwi, Billy Stearman. He's downstairs with Rachel.
That's it, Mitch. I'm here with Billy. And Billy, you just already had the highest score of the heat, and then you had that one turn that put you on top. And now you're here. Tell us about your wave selection and the conditions today.
Yeah, it actually is pretty tricky to find the one that has a big wall. But I knew one big turn would probably get a pretty solid score. So I started off with that 6.5, the long left, and then I just wanted to back it up pretty quick and managed to get a pretty good turn off. So yeah, I'm pretty stoked. Obviously, I say it pretty much every contest, but coming from Raglan, I love going left. So yeah, I'm feeling pretty comfortable on these little lefts, and hopefully we get some more waves over the next few days and keep progressing.
When did you arrive here? Did you have time to practice?
Yeah, I've been here for about 5 or 6 days now. It's been nice. The weather hasn't been the greatest. Normally it's really sunny and we're hanging on the beach, but the waves have been fun, you know. It's been pretty solid the last few days, so we got a lot of surfs in. We got a good little group of us hanging out, kind of back a little bit. So yeah, it's good vibes all around. I'm feeling happy and comfortable and yeah, just having fun.
That's great. Enjoy and good luck.
One of the nicest human beings in the draw, a former Olympian, and Billy Stearman's been at this for about 20 years now, in his mid-30s at the moment. It seemed like Kato right there up and riding briefly. But that's the cool thing about the Challenger Series, the regional QS now. You have people that have been competing for a long time, and then you have rookies like Shohei who have only been here, you know, for a few events now. Taj Stokes up and riding in the green. Had the 2-point ride at the beginning of this heat. This seems to be slightly better for Taj. And as Bill was saying, a lot of lefts out there at the moment, and luckily for us, not a huge difference in the tide with the high and the low. And luckily, it seems like this tide really providing a good amount of opportunities.
And the sandbar formation is so good this week. And talking about grinder, man, this is Billy Steinman. I love the mix in the CS with the old grinders, OGs, with the newcomers. It's a nice mix.
So Taj Stokes once again replacing Jarvis Searle, the former world junior champion, due to the Jarvis's injury. Only his second event on the Challenger Series so far, and this is his best, a 3.17.
Yeah, speed recovery for Jarvis, and he's, you know, rising to the occasion, taking, you know, the opportunity of being here, surfing with the giant guns from the CS, putting a solid work there in his backhand. Nice surf.
Out of Queensland, some amazing surfers coming out of that, not only state, but also some incredible waves, too. Some of the best in the world. You talk about Snapper Rocks, it's back on the Championship Tour. I think that ideally for a lot of these young surfers, you look up to those people, Joel Parkinson, Mick, Dingo Morrison, and you have a chance to potentially qualify, right? But the cool thing about the Challengers, both on the men's and women's side, if you don't qualify, that's okay. But if you finish 11 through 20 on the men's side, you automatically requalify for the Challenger Series. So a big incentive right there too, Marcos.
For sure, you one step just to your dream. So it's amazing to have those slots just to be assured that people are going to have a chance in the CS next year.
And you cover the Championship Tour, as I previously mentioned. How difficult is it for somebody to have that kind of success in their first year, too? Because we see people go up and down on the Championship Tour, but here on the Challenger Series, a lot of these locations are truly challenging, Marcos.
Oh, yeah. It's a tough, you know, conditions-wise type of events comparing to the Dream Tour. So it's amazing to see how people can bounce here, grind here, and be allowed to be with the heavy hitters from CT further on.
So 16 heats today, 8 of the men's opening round, 21 minutes on the clock right here. It is Stokes in the lead, a 3.17 and a 2. Wesley in second in the white with a 4.67. That is the best score of the heat, and pretty small scores for both Moraes and Kato so far. Shohei, 21 years of age. He got a 9th in Netaseda, which is his best result so far. And, you know, I thought to myself, there's a reason why I've seen this kid, or at least his style a little bit before. Really surprised me how well he competed at the U.S. Open. But he has competed in NSSA before over there in California, and just goes to show you a lot of these people from different parts of the world tend to travel to Australia, here to Brazil, to the United States, to be able to eventually feel those waves at potential locations where you're going to compete at both on the Challenger and the CT.
And not just the waves itself, the level of surfing in those big, you know, mecca places like Down Under, California, Brazil, the level of surfing inside of the water in any given day is amazing. So I think they feed themselves with those level of surfing.
So Ubatuba, you mentioned Felipe Toledo. One of our judges actually from there too, Renato Galvao, who's very close to qualifying for the Championship Tour. It rains so much, they call it Ubajuva, I believe, right?
That's the nickname. It's a private joke inside of the locals there. Ubajuva, it's an amazing place, man. Nice waves. Shout out to all the boys there.
And, of course, Sao Paulo, one of the most populated cities in the world. You'd eventually think they'd have a couple of world champions, which now they do. But Felipe de Souza, Jesse Mendez, a colleague of ours, also from the area. But you talk about consistency of waves. This region of the world definitely has a ton of them, and especially when it comes to the beach breaks. A misfire right there by Igor. And he's going to go down in the priority rotation without converting on a score. 19 minutes on the clock. And, you know, not to say that both Rio and Sao Paulo haven't produced some of the best surfers on the planet, but it tends to seem like at the moment Saquarema truly has been converted into Maracanã surf, really the big market here in Brazil due to this event and of course the Championship Tour event too.
It's the mecca because of the consistency. Marizias have amazing A-frames, but it's kind of when the swell shifts some directions, it can go flat in so immediately. So it's amazing to have this, you know, big atmosphere, like a, you know, soccer stadium almost. That's why you call here Maracanã of surfing in Brazil.
So priority with the surfer in white, Wesley. Gonna let that wave go. Seems like a few more out the back, and see if somebody's up and riding here with this set. Very consistent out there at the moment, and as predicted, Wesley up and riding with priority. Has the best of the heat so far, 4.67, and that's a massive turn in the pocket right there by Wesley. Really just one, but well done by the surfer out of Sao Paulo.
Fast and loose as always. This is the filmmaker, the coach, the brotherhood guy from Wesley camp.
I like his hat too.
Yeah, nice.
Ricardo Martins.
Yeah, he used to be from Snap, team from down south. Amazing surfer from Florianopolis, actually from Balneário Camboriú, from the same place that gave birth Mr. William Cardoso, and now he's in the RM. I think our best designer. He didn't went international like Marcio Zovi, residing in Huntington, in San Diego for so many years, like 30 years almost.
The Banco do Brasil replay, you talked about the layback and how significant one-turn waves can be out here at Saquarema. We might have just seen the best wave of the heat so far with just the one turn there by Wesley.
You gotta try to engage the rail as much as you can, man.
What's so interesting about this location, it changes multiple times per day, but with the tide differential, we're not seeing that much backwash. I don't want to jinx it, obviously,
yeah.
But it is something that a lot of people benefit from if you've competed here before, but for a lot of foreigners, it really comes at you guns blazing, and for Wesley, it seems like it's working out. 4.33 on his last, so takes the lead as we see the leader of the Challenger Series rankings on screen. The French Tahitian, Kaoli Vasi, is going to be coming up in heat number 4 of the round of 80. So in about 16 minutes, coming off of his first victory at the Challenger Series level in Edeseda, and currently number 1. He's got a tough heat, though. Jose Francisco Joazuchi and the local surfer Daniel Templar when that heat starts. 16 minutes on the clock. There's Daniel. He got 17th here last year as a wild card. Very impressive for the local surfer.
He's been training with the OG from Saquarema, Raoni Monteiro, for a lot of times right now. He knows how to manage the positions in Saquarema. Being a local knowledge, such advantage here.
That's cool. You bring a banner.
Yeah. Man, they got it all.
Showtime Shohei. I love that. Great style from that kid, too. It's just a bummer that we haven't seen him really surf so far in this heat, though. Just a 0.63 for him at the moment. He is holding on to priority, but after a while, I mean, you got to be thinking that despite only needing a mid-range score to move up into second, you want to get the ball rolling, don't you, Marcos? I mean,
for sure.
Been a good amount of waves out there.
And talking about the chills, man, this water can be really, really cold, and if you don't, fight back soon, you're gonna be like freezing.
People underestimate the weather here, don't they?
Always, because we have such a cliche of being like a super tropical country, but we have currents coming from South Africa here, so from Arraial do Cabo, it's a cape, like Cape Town next year. And Saquarema, it feeds those currents, super cold currents.
Well, especially in Rio, all you think about is beautiful beaches and sunny weather all the time, right?
Hey, bring the suit, man. Bring the full suit. You're gonna use it.
The good news is, we've spoken to a good amount of surfers so far. They all say it's not as cold as last year, where last year was, maybe just as cold as any day in Southern California.
Yeah, and people coming from Portugal and say, hey, let's surf in trunks in Brazil. Hey, be ready for chill waters in Saquarema, guys.
Well, that's the challenging thing about the Challenger Series. You got to be prepared for absolutely everything. 14:30 on the clock. It's the surfer in white lace so far in the lead. Taking a break. Be right back with more of the round of 80 here at the Saquarema Pro. Back at the Banco do Brasil Saquarema Pro presented by Corona Cero. Stop 5 on the Challenger Series schedule. Speaking of schedules, though, for 2026, the Championship Tour looking a bit different, Marcos. Starting over on Australia, 3 events in a row, finishing with the Pipe Masters once again for CT number 12.
Amazing. We got it all in the schedule, man. The brackets over there. We have the heavy heater water waves like Chopo, Fiji, ending up with extra points in pipe, and then the high performance waves there. J-Bay still on, Snapper, Trestles. Oh my God, man, just can't wait.
So everybody competes during the regular season. Not everybody will compete at CT 10 and 11, the postseason for both Abu Dhabi and Peniche, but everybody will return for Pipe Masters, which is different this year too, because that one counts for 1.5 times the points. You can be all the way down in 22nd, maybe move up into the top 10 even further than that, but talk about a good schedule. JBB back on tour, Fiji being locked in. Right here, this event also locked in for a few more years. It really does seem like the Dream Tour is back.
I just can't wait, man. The anticipation is killing me. It's going to be amazing. People got to adapt to this new format. It's going to be sight.
And we're seeing a lot of these young surfers out of the lineup right now trying to qualify for that. And that is the good thing about the Championship Tour and the Challenger Series. There are events that have similarities to them. Here, this is the only one so far that is both a Championship Tour and a CS. That will change, though, once we actually do see the Challenger Series go to Pipeline at the end of January, early February. Here in heat number 3, though, with the round of 80, there's Doug Silva.
The swagger coach around.
One of the premier coaches worldwide, talking with Luke Tima, one of the prodigies out of Hawaii. And to his left, our current World Junior Champion, Bronson Mady.
I love that dude, man. He rips.
Talented field this year in the Challenger Series. I mean, it always has been, but it just seems like this year, especially, a lot more youth to the schedule. Here's Shohei Kato in 4th at the moment. His only wave so far, just a 0.63. This is going to be much better than that. Great surfing on rail and a solid finishing snap by Kato. Showtime Shohei is what they call him on the beach. 10 minutes to go. Needs just a 4.54 for second. Might have gotten it right there. Meanwhile, Taj Stokes, though, this is a great answer to Shohei's last wave. So Stokes looking to defend second place, a 5.83 would move him up into the lead. And now Moraes getting into the mix as well. Use priority to catch this wave right here. And he's going to clean things up on the inside. So a great exchange. Only person to not catch a wave in that exchange was Wesley in the white. But it definitely seems like both Stokes and Kato were able to get some of their best waves so far. So with 9 minutes and 30 seconds on the clock, gonna be a big exchange right here to see how people end up in the top 4.
I love the variety there. Solid surfing, backhand surfing from the Japanese boy. And I love the drifting the fins, Mr. Igor Moraes. So we got it all here.
So Wesley with priority, 9 minutes on the clock. He's looking to improve on a 4.33. But he had to just sit and wait. Everybody else catch waves, starting with Igor's last.
Slided the fins, nice flare. It's a shame the wave almost went flat after the first turn. I'm trying to squeeze the juice there.
First one consequential, though. It's definitely his best, but, you know, the answer from both Taj and Shohei looked pretty darn good out there, Marcos.
Yeah, remind me a little bit Ben Dunn back in the day. Same stance, same powerful backhand surfer, and a back footer also.
It's a good call out right there. Meanwhile, Shohei seems to be one of the best of the heat here.
He got it all, man. Nice close-out maneuver, drifting the fins also. Nice rhythm, nice pace. I love this Japanese surfer, man.
Very good at beach breaks. I mean, they tend to have more beach breaks than anybody else worldwide, as Amuro Suzuki, the former bronze medalist, a top 10 surfer on the Challenger Series ranking. She loves it. Here goes Shohei again, still waiting on his last score. And this one, a 2-turn combo. Can he ride out? Yes, he can. Whoa. And this is an important wave at this moment of the heat, too. Just under 8 minutes, waiting for scores. And he might go 4th all the way to 1st with these last 2. His previous one comes in as a 4.83 at the moment. That is the best of the heat, Marcos. And now only needing a 4.17, might move up into 1st place with this one.
bouncing back, man, trying to rise to the occasion. I think the sense of urgency when you watch your Apple clock, watching and say, oh my God, it's just 10 minutes, I'm still stuck here, you know, grabbing this priority with the locker.
The Banco do Brasil replay right here. Nice two-turn combo on the backhand.
Almost went late at the last one. It squeezed a little off the top. He ended it there.
So just over 7 minutes. Wesley momentarily still in the lead. The last of Stokes, a 4.73, his best. But waiting on a very significant score by Shohei Kato. Now down to third, needs at least a 307. And this guy, the current heat leader, looking to defend that spot. First turn a bit sticky. Trying to recover, he does very well. Great wrap on the forehand by Wesley Leitch. Once again, brings it all the way around. So both defense and offense on display right there by that last one from Wesley. Seemed like a great use of priority by the surfer in white.
We can feel the chills in the first turn, but he bounced back with the second one with more firm, you know, rail engaging there. Amazing, nice rhythm.
And the last one of Kato, enough for second, a 3.97. And looking at the last of Wesley right here, as you said, recovered well after this first mishap.
Yeah, he went fading for the first turn and then got stuck with the first, but managed to put different angles of approaches there.
And it's never easy competing at home. That one doesn't improve, though, just a 3. So, you know, they score you based off of what you did and not what you can do.
Oh, yeah.
But it really put him out of rhythm for the last 2. So maybe just too far out on the open face and non-consequential for him. As we see the rankings leader right now on the Challenger Series.
With the golden sticker, man.
And that is because he is our current Olympic gold medalist as well.
Big meaning there.
Looking to qualify for the Championship Tour. He's coming off of his first victory at the Challenger Series level in Ericeira. 5:20 on the clock here. So the good news for Wesley, he's still in the lead.
Oh, yeah.
You know, you don't improve on your last. It's a throwaway. You use priority, though. You played some defense right there. But now pressure on both Stokes and Moraes. Mentioned that Taj, you know, his sister Jolly also in the event. He's working with Tim Just, who long-time Australian surf coach, now lives in Florianopolis. Great dude. And he's been coaching a lot of great surfers at this venue in the past, including Lucas Silveira, who is one of the most promising surfers out of the country. But at the moment, a 4.08. And having surfed here for the first time, I have to say this might be the most complicated location outside of Pipeline on the Challenger Series schedule. So far doing well. Still needs a second best score, though.
Totally agree. And talking about coaches, I love to watch those new coaches coming to the roster. And I was like chatting with Leandro in the morning today, and there was like almost like a lineup of super coaches. Like next to Coyote was Chris Gallagher, and there was Leandro, a few other guys from Portugal. I love to see those new coaches rising. You know, there's so many OGs already in the game.
Oh, we could have a coaches heat alone, and they would rip.
Oh my God! I want to see Luke in that. You know, Tom Whitaker. All the guys.
So 4 minutes on the clock. Let's look at our heat recap in number 3 so far in the round of 80 for the men. Wesley Leitch, he was able to get things going, a 4.67 and a 4.33. Has been in the lead the entire heat.
Oh, yeah. If he didn't miss the first turn, I suppose we can say he will achieve a better score there.
Yeah, and, you know, had a couple of mistakes so far on these waves, but despite the mistakes, surfing well enough to stay in first place. And, you know, first things first, opening round, you want to get this out of the way and make sure you're at least moving through the first one.
A W is a W, man. And talking about coaches, I want to shout out to Mr. Brad Galak, Wave Key, you know, supporting, I think, Taro Watanabe back in Ericeira. I wish I can see you here in Brazil. And
then Shohei Kato was sitting for about 15 minutes in the seat, if not even more. And on his last 2 rides, has been able to move himself up into second place. 4.83 and a 3.97. A 4.17 would give him the lead. 3 minutes on the clock. Prati with Stokes needs a 4.08. And Moraes in fourth in the blue, he needs a 5.37. So Taj, the 22-year-old out of Queensland, Australia. Moraes, 28 years of age, from Sao Paulo.
Talking about heritage from both of those places, man. The homeland of Mr. Gabriel Medina, the other one, the Cooley Kids, Bartolomeo, all the heritage of surfing back in Queensland region.
The OG, you know, ASP WSL World Champion Peter
EPS
Townend.
even, yeah. Shout out to PT, man, down in Huntington Beach. Miss you, my man.
Great point. Very culturally rich areas, both of those.
Whoa.
Sao Paulo, Queensland. Of course, two of the major markets in surfing, too, with both Australia and Brazil. So coming down to 2 minutes right here. It's the Banco do Brasil 2-minute warning in heat number 3 of the round of 80 for the men.
In those moments there, you gotta, you know, process the idea. Time is so relative, Mitch. There's different clocks right now. A clock for Wesley, a clock for the Japanese, and a clock for these guys against the ropes.
Well, surfing well so far, but does need the best of the heat. 5.37, pushing a lot of water on rail. I like the energy that I'm seeing so far. Is the wave good enough, though? And maybe the big issue right there was a flatter wave, never really got into the lip, but with 90 seconds on the clock, say he even improves on the 3.43, he would diminish the requirement.
Oh,
but
yeah.
Is there enough time, though?
We never know, man. It's comfortable to be a surf commentator instead of a judge right now.
Here's Taj now. He uses priority on this, needs a 4.08, no! And he falls on the second one. So unfortunate right there for Taj. That's not going to be the score that he needs. 55 seconds. Surfing that wave well, too. And look at Shohei.
Whoa.
Immediately moving over to play some defense over Stokes.
Gonna block the Aussie guy right now. No shame on doing that. He's surfing with a rule book underneath his armpit. Yeah?
Exactly. It's within the rules as long as there's not unsportsmanlike conduct.
Oh, yeah.
Everything is fair play. I mean, you reverse the roles, he'd probably be doing the same thing. So 25 seconds.
A little cat and mouse there.
Still waiting on the scores for both green and blue, but everything indicating that they won't be enough to move up into second place. And Leitch, I mean, 9-point heat total, as you said. A win is a win regardless of how you get there, but it seems like he's going to be able to hold on to a victory right here in heat number 3, a big one for him momentum-wise.
Grinding to victory, Mitch.
So there's the horn, and that's going to be it. Just waiting on some scores to make things official, but it does seem like it's going to be white and red moving through in heat 3 of the round of 80. So Stokes was needing a 4.08, Moraes needing a 5.37. So this is really the one. Is it going to be enough? Is it the best of the heat by nearly half a point right here?
At least he put a question mark right there.
I mean, we've seen a couple of 6s. We've seen a few 5s so far in the round. And just looking at Billy Stearman's, you compare them, much better lip line hits right there for Bill. Igor just wasn't able to find really, you know, some critical sections. So Stokes is out. It was a 2.2 for him. The requirement for Moraes, 5.37. Couple of waves to compare to, and scores coming through at the moment, and everything indicating that it's going to be under the requirement. And it is. It's a 4.63. At least moves up in a third. There is a difference in points between third and fourth, but he's going to be eliminated. And it's a big late comeback from Shohei Kato, and the heat victory from the surfer in white, Wesley Leitch. So there are the official results. Wesley and Shohei moving through into the round of 64. And more action coming up from the Banco do Brasil Saquarema Pro presented by Corona Cero. The Brazilian surfer moving through. A big heat win for him. The rankings leader, Kali Voss, coming up in heat number 4 here in the round of 80. The biggest moment in his Challenger Series career so far, Kali Vost winning last week in Edeseda, and he has moved up to the top of the rankings so far. Marcos, his second final of the year. Talk about one of the most well-rounded surfers on the planet. We're seeing him lead the rankings for a reason.
I think the word is this one, well-rounded, man. A grinder, amazing on rail, proving himself on the big open walls of, you know, Ribeira de Ilhas can be a tricky wave. It's perfect, but you got to find the rhythm. You got to find those ones that can be a little stiffer, not so flat, to engage the rail and do like more pivot turns.
Yeah, he comes from a location in Tahiti where, you know, most waves are extremely powerful. And then you go to Edeseda. Portugal tends to have a lot of power, open face waves, but that wave is tricky. And for him to make things look that easy, that precise, deserving of the victory, his second final of the year, and he is our current rankings leader. Round of 80, Heat 4 in the water. It's Vost in the red. José Francisco, the Brazilian surfer. First year on the Challenger Series for Francisco in the blue. Longtime Challenger Series surfer from Japan, Joe Azuchi. And Daniel Templar, the local wild card. Got a 17th last year as a wild card as well. And this kid rips. He knows the location. He is right here from Itaúna. Got to watch out for him.
Oh, for sure. Local knowledge can be placed here. And adaptability here is so tough sometimes, and he have all the tools, the mindset. And talking about mindset, Kali Vost almost looking like untouchable right now.
So looking at a replay here during the break, Joe Azuchi, longtime surfer on the Challenger Series and one of the best surfers in recent years out of Japan. Nice calm on the backhand for the surfer representing Asia.
I like this kid style. You can see some heritage from Hiroto, but back in the day, there was a ripper from Japan called, you know, Takao Kuga. And I can see Takao Kuga because of the, you know, the stance, the solid stance. He was a regular stance surfer also.
Number 5 in last year's regional rankings in Asia. The cool thing about their events over there in the regional part, they share a lot of events with the Oceania region too, so they tend to surf events both in Japan and outside of it in quality waves too. Speaking of people that surf quality waves on a frequent basis, here's Kali Vost. It's a big turn right there by the French Tahitian, currently leading the rankings, and there's Joan Duru, a big part of his success. Just a few years ago, actually, Joan hadn't qualified for the CS. He surfed as a wild card in 4 events, and once again, you finish 11 through 20, you automatically qualify for the CS. He surfed in 4, and he qualified just with those results as a wild card. As Kali, a couple years on the CS now, just won the event in Edeseda, but once again leading the rankings, and he can't control his destiny at this event right here. If he makes the final, he's already qualified for the CT for next year.
It's almost long time overdue, man. This is the newcomer from Brazil. He's José Francisco, ripping in the national division. A lot of, you know, rail, powerful game from him, and he's amazing on air.
Man, talking about rail game. This guy's just put the word flow into the competition criteria just with this wave alone. From Florianopolis, 30 years of age, he's a 2-time state champion in Santa Catarina, but first time competing on the Challenger Series. It's been a long time due for this guy to be on the CS.
Amazing to see José Francisco's rising. This is the OG from Saquarema with his local knowledge, Daniel Templar, hitting the lip there. Let's see. Whoa, nice turn. I love the rhythm. Whoa.
23 years of age.
Curse there.
Well, you know, it happens more than you think. And here's Vost now with the answer back. This wave standing up well. Get a calm on the forehand by Kali. And looking to fit in at least one more big layback right there by the surfer representing France. There's Justin Bercret. Good teammate of his, also representing France. He's coming up in the next heat. So 23:40 on the clock. In comparison to last heat, many more waves in this one, but it also seems like a lot of waves that actually stood up in this one in comparison to last heat, Marcos.
We can see the, you know, the low tide coming, playing a factor right now. I love the tutorial rail game from Kali, the variation, the different angles, engaging the snap, and trying to stay on rhythm to crack one more time there. Let's wait, and there he goes. Nice hook there.
So riding the Golden Child model by Jason Stevenson, and as you said, the local surfer Templar looking good as well. Kid knows the break obviously better than anybody in the event.
Oh my God, man, talking about many hours training here.
So waiting on that score by Daniel, his previous one a 2.17. The opener of Ast a 3.17, waiting on his second, and also waiting from this score for Jose Francisco might be the best of the heat.
Connecting the rails, put a lot of spray on turns. I like how explosive was the last one. And the variety there, everything there.
Well, the good thing about, as you know, coming from Santa Catarina, you're used to wearing a wetsuit.
Oh,
so,
yeah.
You know?
Oh, Iago prefer, wetsuits and trunks, man.
No surprise to see Francisco in a full suit right here in Saquarema. Great combo right there. A little hung up on the second one. Does well to ride out, though. And he is just on one so far, finding his rhythm. Seemed like this location really suiting his style at the moment with 22 minutes on the clock. Zucchi's opener in the white, a 4-point ride. Templar now in green with the answer back. Good variation on the backhand, which is difficult to do. Tends to be a wave where people can get repetitive. As I say that, he does go down right at the end.
One more grinder from the RM, Ricardo Martin team.
So 21:40 on the clock. Joe Azucci in the lead momentarily. He was in the lead the entire heat, Raquel. Wesley Leite with the big heat win.
Yeah, one more Brazilian with me in the glass. Wesley Leite, congratulations. How good it was to start the day in control of your first heat.
Good morning, guys. The first heat, always so hard, but thanks God for this opportunity. Thanks my sponsor, my family for the support. And I'm so excited to compete again. The first hit, I'm so hard, but the second, a little bit more. So, thanks, step by step, and let's go.
Agora em português. Conta um pouquinho, sempre é uma dificuldade, né, a primeira bateria, mas você esteve no controle da liderança o tempo inteiro. Como é que foi para você se manter mentalmente ali calmo?
Eu fiz uma estratégia de selecionar as melhores ondas, são 30 minutos, mas esses 30 minutos parece que são, 10, 15, passa muito rápido. Então eu mantive a calma, fiz as minhas respirações, entrei no lugar certo de primeira, já veio a melhor onda da bateria para mim. Então eu comecei bem, quando você começa bem, já é meio caminho andado, então você só tem que... eu peguei a primeira onda, era menos de 5 minutos, então eu tinha mais 25 para eu poder esperar a próxima onda. Então eu mantive a calma, segui a estratégia, estava com o meu shaper, Ricardo Martins, ali com seu filho Vitor, estava com o meu técnico Garga, minhas pranchas estão super boas, pranchas novas do Ricardo, novos ajustes, patrocínio no bico, com saúde, está tudo certo, então a gente só tem que manter a calma, acreditar em Deus e o mais importante, acreditar em mim mesmo, o meu trabalho. E, estou muito feliz de ter passado a primeira, é muito difícil realmente a primeira bateria, sempre dá aquela instigada a mais, às vezes passa do ponto, a gente, calma, tem que dar uma relaxada a mais. Mas sim, a primeira é muito difícil. Estou ansioso para competir a próxima, porque a próxima você já vai um pouco mais solto, um pouco mais confiante. Já quebra esse gelo de, caramba, primeira bateria. E lembrando que todas as baterias são como se fossem finais, né? São os 90 e tantos melhores do planeta. Então eu estou muito feliz de fazer parte, estou muito feliz de mostrar o meu surf, o meu trabalho, o meu dom que Deus me deu, que é o surf, para todo mundo. E título é consequência, eu estou aqui porque eu amo surf mesmo, surf é minha vida, surf é o que me move. E obrigado a todos os patrocinadores, obrigado a Deus por mais uma oportunidade.
Essa energia maravilhosa para levar para essa etapa. Muito obrigada e boa sorte.
Muito obrigado.
Thank you, Rachel, and big congratulations to Wesley. So there was something he said in Portuguese right there. Every heat at this level, you basically have to surf like a final. We're talking about the best surfers on the planet. And that's the right attitude to have right here. You either win or you go home, and eventually you're going to have to face the very best of the very best anyway. So speaking of somebody who wants to feel that kind of sensation too, Joe Azucci, during the interview, man, a big fan of this wave right here, a lot of flow.
Beautiful rhythm, beautiful flow. Talking about Chapa again, his, Wesley Leite nickname. He got it all, man. We can feel the gratitude in the air with Chapa. He's always grateful. He's always focused, tunnel vision style of managing the heats and surfing with the PU Magic Stick from Ricardo Martins with the support of his manager and coach Gargamel. Amazing.
Yeah, and riding some local boards too with Ricardo Martins, which is really cool. Francisco looking to take to the air. That's an incomplete one. Seemed like Vost up and riding really quick. did use priority. So quickening out there for the heat leader at the moment. 18 minutes on the clock. Templar in the green in second. Francisco's opener in the blue of 4.4. And still waiting on another score for Joe Azuchi in the white. You know, we talk about being well-rounded, being complete, but most times it doesn't happen within your first, even the first 2 years of your career on the Challenger Series. Case in point, the guy in red who is currently the rankings leader, you know, he's already made a final at the CT level as a wild card back in 2022. And for a lot of these young surfers with the great attempt right here by Jose Francisco, it's almost better to have these mistakes happen at the beginning of your career rather than when you're actually reaching the top and you qualify for the championship tour.
For sure, you can use, you know, William Cardoso as a case. He was grinding for like a decade in the QS system back in the day, and then when he managed to find his slot on the CT level surf, he put his best surfing there, who won a contest that's supposed to be held in Australia, one in Bali, and that's it, man. Everybody have a different path.
That's a good point. It's not a straight line, right? And there's different ways to
Full
get
of
there.
curves.
And it seems like Vost has learned that so far, especially with the great people that he has in his corner. He's up and riding. This is a great looking wave. It's a massive carve right there from Vost. Explodes into the second one, up and over the whitewater once again. Lays it on rail. And he is just on one on this wave so far. He's going to kick out, but damage was done on the outside, nearly halfway through the heat. And he's going to extend his lead. Here's Templar now in the green. Uses priority on this. Great calm on the backhand. And that's going to be it for Daniel. So 16 minutes remaining on the clock. Great exchange, but more than anything, excellent use of priority by both of them.
Amazing, man. The backhand surfer is always trying to go, you know, above, you know, 12 o'clock there. This is just a warm-up turn, and then he placed this turn in such a precise place of the wave.
So the two-turn combo, and then this one from Bost. Found a gem out there when it seems like it's difficult to find one with an open face.
Man, tutorial is almost like a beach break, becoming like a point break type of rhythm. I love this turn, engaging the rail, trying to find the rhythm in the, you know, floating there, a little foam climbing just to finish. Well, that was the money turn, Mitch.
Well-rounded, knows how to surf on rail, and all those hours, days spent at Papara, one of the premier beach breaks in Tahiti, have obviously paid off for Kaoli Vost. So winning on a score for him, and also one from Templar. You see the top two in the score bug right there, a 5.5 and a 3.17 at the moment for Kaoli. And priority with Joe Azuchi. The last of Vost comes in, the best of the heat, 6.83, extends his lead, now more than 12 points.
Whoa.
And 4 judges saying it was, or 3, excuse me, saying it was worth a 7-point ride. Definitely agree. It seems to be one of the best of the day so far.
Man, Kaoli, you know, talking about the steep curve, his evolution curve is so steep, he's almost abrupt.
So 14:40 on the clock right here in heat number 4. Francisco in second at the moment with a 4.4 and a 4.23. Let's see if both Azuchi and Templar can mount a comeback here in heat 4 in Saquarema. Welcome back to Saquarema. It's the Banco do Brasil fan picks for heat number 4 of the round of 80. No surprise that the big favorite in this heat, 80% of the fans picking Qualification to win this heat. And pretty even when you talk about Azuchi, Francisco, and Templar, 8, 7, and 6, respectively, right there.
And man, this gold medals bring some weight on the scale there for Qualification for sure.
I think when you're able to ride the barrel switch foot at Chopes, you're going to make a few fans.
And maybe doing crazy airs on Hossegar can play some points there also.
That as well. During the break, Marcos, Joe Azuchi got the second best wave of the heat, a 6-7-7 right here with a strong combo by the Japanese surfer.
I love, man, how he plays the turns in the right position of the wave, the rhythm. Always like going vertical there.
Yeah, and Azuchi, he's 24. But I've known this kid for about 10 years now, and he's just been as good as advertised. The only issue, he's lacked consistency when it comes to big results. Quick wave right there by Templar. Still in fourth inning, a 7-3-7, and the requirement by Francisco as well, 6-3-8. So both Vost and Azuchi have a score in the 6-point range. Azuchi's backup of 4, and the heat leader Vost, his backup of 5-5. And that tends to be the issue here, both the Challenger Series and the Championship Tour, right? Because tend to have at least one good result. It's difficult to string 3 or 4 in a row to be able to either qualify or win a world title.
Consistency is key in the CS scene and the CT scene. You got to be able to bounce back and have a nice result, but never drop the rhythm, never drop the moment, you know.
And another big thing too, I like that Wesley mentioned it in his post-heat interview. You got to treat every heat like it's a final, because not only are we actually talking about the world's best surfers, these are probably the most adaptable surfers on the planet too. Everybody's good everywhere nowadays.
I love the personality of Chapa, you know, Wesley Leite, in the water and outside the water. And with the interview, a little swag, but a lot of confidence, but humble confidence, you know.
So there has been a French Tahitian that has won here in the past before, not in Saquarema, but in the state of Rio. That was Michel Perez back in 2014, and I feel if you're Vost right here, he automatically qualifies for the World Championship Tour if he makes the final. But under the great tutelage of Joan Duru, well, he's obviously done amazing things so far. There's a reason why he's leading the rankings. But this is a good location when you think about it. If you qualify for the CT, you're going to have to surf here anyways.
Oh, yeah.
But when this place is big, it's gnarly. I mean, we saw that on the days leading up to the event.
This is the DNA that formed Mr. Lucas Chumbo, João Chianca, all the boys, Raoni, Leo Neves, the Montero family, Marcos and Marcio, a lot of heavy hitters from here. And back in the day, in the 70th generation, people came to Saquarema to train, to adapt for heavy water like Hawaii.
Breaks nearly every day of the year, too, which is really good. Templar, the local boy. Speaking of local knowledge, whoa, big layback attempt right there. Incomplete, though. Azuchi on the outside, looking to improve on a 4. And a good start to this wave. Wow. Nearly lost it. Somehow recovered right there on the second maneuver. And a 4-point ride is what he's trying to improve. Might do that. I mean, the second one was a bit out of control, but maybe even made it more radical right there at the end.
Some resemblance from the Screaming Twins tune. You know, I really lost you there. He almost lost there. And talking about support from the Japanese crew, man.
Well, that was Shohei Kato. He was just in the water, and now he's on the beach.
Changing roles there, man.
That's cool. I like seeing that camaraderie. I think it's really evolved a lot the last few years. I think the Brazilian storm has a lot to do with that, but now we see it from every region. Meanwhile, we see the last of Azuchi looking to better a 4.
Yeah, unite for having fun. I think, I think Brazil put this mindset on the map where people are feeding from our passion of surfing. He was stalling for sure for going to the air, but he got to adapt to throw like a big layback hook there.
Well, he did get 17th last year as a wild card, and the reason why he's in this event once again this year, he got second here at home during the QS 6000 event. I mean, that's a major event. You talk about the difference this year between the regional qualifying series in 25 in comparison to 24. We went to a different point system. It used to be 1,000, 3,000, and 5,000 regionally. Now it's 2, 4, and 6. So more points available also means a little bit more cash, but more importantly, your chances of qualifying for the challengers are probably exponentially better.
Oh yeah, and it's amazing to see the surfers evolving and the system evolving itself. It's almost like organic. I just can't wait for the schedule for the next year, man. 2026, gonna be sick.
And, you know, Banco do Brasil, the entire WSL Brazil and Latin America team, they've invested really when it comes to the regional events right here. It seems to be really something of significance and substance for them here.
We really appreciate the help and the support from Banco do Brasil, and Ivan Martinho is putting an effort to raise, better, support from the companies. Saquarema is on the map as a Mecca nowadays. Amazing structure. Each and every year that we came here, the support system, the structure, the restaurants, all the amenities here are evolving also, not just the guys inside the water.
So 6:50 on the clock. Lost in the lead, a 6.83 and a 5.5. Azuchi in second. Last wave comes through just under the 4. It's a 3.63. So that means that both Francisco and Templar, blue and green, still requiring the same score. And the good thing for Jose Francisco, he surfed well, maybe needs to be on a better quality wave, but a 6.38, I mean, that's possible right now, especially when you look at the scores that both Kaoli and Joe have.
And he's feeding himself from the level of the other guys. Let's see what he can pull in this wave.
Well, speaking of him, he's up and riding. It's a great start. Second turn just as strong. Needs to stick with it, though. He's done some work on the outside. We've seen him try an air so far in this heat, too. And this wave not cooperating. Needs something big. He throws the air, turns it into a layback, and somehow rode out of it, but not cleanly. That's going to be deemed incomplete at the end. Did some work before. And now Daniel in the green. 7.37. He needs the best of the day so far. And that was a strong second maneuver. He likes it. So just under 6 minutes. Azuchi now, it seemed like a quick one for him. Was looking to improve on a 4, but not a whole lot on that wave from Joe. So that won't change anything. Really, attention got to be on Francisco and Templar right here. Needing something in the get range, both of the Brazilian surfers.
I love how, Daniel Templar engaged the rail on the bottom turn. I normally say in bottom turns, like fades and bottom turn stalls are almost like invisible turns from surfing. Check it out, the second bottom turn. Nice nab, almost got hung up there. And nice bottom turn all the way, steering that turn, went blasting on the top.
And then Francisco's wave right here.
I felt a little indecision in the end, in the air. He was, should I go to the air? Should I, just punch a little layback there?
And this is where it got tricky. He did the work on the outside, but, I mean, you got to do what the wave's offering you, right?
Yeah.
And if it really doesn't give you anything, what can you do? And as you said, try to force the air maybe a bit too much. And, boy, he was very far south as well.
Oh, yeah, almost in Barrinha in the beach breaks, in the sandbars at the middle of the beach there.
So the heat leader Vost just got a wave as well. Let's see what he was able to do right here. The Banco do Brasil replay looking to improve on a 5.5, the French surfer.
Oh, surfing loose with a lot of power. Let's see what he can pull. Whoa, almost like a movie turn, a John laid back blast.
A clayback is what we call that.
A clayback. Clay Marza thing?
Yeah.
Whoa, shout out Clay Marza.
So that won't change anything, but a nice attempt from Kaoli. Just under 4 minutes. Scores coming through for green and blue. It's a 4.3 for Francisco in the blue. That doesn't change anything. Still needing the 6.38. Meanwhile, though, Templar in the green, a 5.67. And hold on, 3 minutes 30 on the clock. Now needs a 5.11. Second priority. The issue here, though, Azuchi in second has priority over him. And you know he's going to be roaming around his area right now trying to play some defense.
Oh, talking about sense of urgency for Daniel Templar. Let's see. Oh.
It's a good heat. I mean, he's right back into the mix. 5.67, 5.11 is what he needs. And, truly a case in point on his best wave. Less is more. Two turns into the lip. You don't really need to do anything more than that, but you need to be on the right wave, though.
That's it. Right way here is key for succeed. And it's amazing how he can do almost like minimalist surfing. Just engaging the rail, classic, rail powerful game.
Francisco having a look on the inside, 2:44 on the clock. He's up. A little late to get up on it, though. Throws the tail. That's a nice air reverse from Jose. So, he had a progressive maneuver already on this one, but wave just fizzling out. Not a whole lot on the inside, so really just going to get scored for the air. And needing one of the best of the heat, that's not going to be it. Nice attempt, though. 6.38 is what he needs. Priority still with Azuchi. Templar in second priority, needing a 5.11. So waiting for scores, and you see the frustration right there as we approach the Banco do Brasil 2-minute warning. Nice attempt.
Oh, yeah.
He's trying.
Yeah, he's trying. He's grinding, man. With this area, I want to give a shout out for the birthday boy yesterday, my friend Bob Burnquist. Birthday yesterday with this air. I got to do a shout out to Bob.
So at least improving on a 4.4 would help him. Let's see if he's able to do that. And this is the last of Kaoli. 2.43 on the previous one, and this one on the pack out. Major turn right there by the heat leader, but that won't change his situation.
Massive snap.
So the Banco do Brasil 2-minute warning. Templare's second priority needs a 5.11. And Azuchi has to make a decision right here. He's going to let him go. 1:10. The local surfer with a strong snap to start. Another one. And he's on his way to the score if he can finish this wave off. Good snap right there in the pocket once again. Flatter section on the inside. But you could not have surfed this wave much better than that. Oh boy. Did Azuchi just let that wave go, and maybe it'll cost him the heat? That was well surfed, Marcos.
There is a big question mark right there. Oh my God, nice rail surfing, and he's bouncing back.
Well, the good thing for Azuchi, he was up before the horn too, and also has a possibility of improving on his backup score of a 4-point ride. Going to see what he was able to do on the outside. But if he does improve on the 4, the requirement for Daniel is going to be higher. Here's the opening turn for Joe.
I like the first snap, super quick, nice response.
And that score coming in quickly, a 3.1 doesn't change his situation. And this one for Templar, judges deeming it not enough. It's a 3.57. Just think, you know, the timing, the space between the second and the third turn cost him the score, but I mean, well done by the local surfer. He at least made an attempt right there at the end.
Head high, man. Got to keep grinding, Daniel. You show your surf here. You got to be proud of yourself.
And he was runner-up at the QS 6000 level right here at home in Saquarema. But this heat belongs to the rankings leader, Kali Vast. Easy work out there. He's moving through in first place, and the Japanese surfer Azuchi in second. Templar and Francisco, we'll see them later on this year on the Challenger Series schedule. Heat 5 coming up. Crisanto, Moffitt, Becre, and one of our wild cards, Wesley Dantas, about to hit the lineup here in Saquarema.
everything on the line in one day at a world-class venue in paradise.
There's no hiding from your biggest rival. If you want that crown, you've got to take down the best.
That was insane!
Beating multiple sections, not giving up just yet.
If you say you don't fear the failure, you're lying.
I want to win, and I really mean that, and it's scary that that may not happen.
Yeah, you can relive the magic on Inside Pro Surfing right now, streaming on worldsurfleague.com. The Fiji finals. And Brazil took out yet another world title. Talk about titles, here's the gold medalist, Kauli Vaz, coming out of the water. He's successful in his bid, and he's moving on into the next round, round number 2, the round of 64, as we look at beautiful Nossa Senhora de Nazaré, the church right on the point there in Saquarema, Brazil. And we're entering heat number 5, opening round, round of 80 for the men. Pedersen Crisanto, Dylan Moffat, Justin Burkett, and Wesley Dantes, the dangerous wild card coming in through here. Is Kaipo Girl, along with Maida Pops. And looks like, Maida, we're starting off here with blue. This is Dylan Moffat.
Yeah, this is the replay for Dylan Moffat. White water in this wave, but he finished pretty strong right there. The sun is coming up and looks beautiful outside there, Kaipo.
Yeah, let's go. Let's get some more surfing done. Here we go. Brazilian, Crisanto, easy first turn there, waiting for the waves to stand up, and unfortunately has to pencil dive out of there. That is going to be a misfire for Pedersen Crisanto, 33 years old. Pedersen had 2 years on the championship tour, 2019 and 2021. I would love to get back on the tour. Started the year, Pedersen did, in a great form. Quarterfinals, he made it stop number 1 of the Challenger Series over there in Newcastle.
Yeah, after that he missed some stops, and he's with a very small baby. I just met his wife right there, like 4 months baby. So new life for Pedersen Crisanto.
Well, hopefully he's getting some good sleeps before the heat. Always a challenge with a newborn. Straight up again, striking one more time. Crisanto looking down the line, lines up, snaps it off the top. Looking for more, comes around the corner, he gets one more carve for Pedersen Crisanto. Sticking with this one all the way through to the inside. Some smart surfing and great strategy, I think. Just get back on a wave after kind of like a fumble at the beginning and get a score in. So smart surfing there from our Brazilian competitor.
Yeah, the wave wasn't that large, but he maximizes with a good combo. And let's see what the judges think.
I mentioned that he spent 2 years on the championship tour, and certainly showing veteran form in this heat so far. Nice move here.
Nice turn right there. And then snap off the top. This is the money turn on this wave. Another nice turn. He kept like believing in a good finishing turn in the inside and capitalizes the maximum what he could.
The North Naraban surfer, Dylan Moffat. You know how he knows how to surf lefts. Dill, couple of bangs on the backhand there. Moffat. And he's out of there. Opened up with a 3.33. Dylan Moffat continues to extend his lead. The 26-year-old out of North Narrabeen, Australia. Now remember, Dylan Moffat back in 2022 finished 1 spot away from CT qualification. He finished 11th that year. We took the top 10, unfortunately, for Dylan, but great second effort here.
Yeah, for sure. It's always hard when you stay just 1 spot away from your dream, but he's looking solid. This wave was good.
Yeah, so you can see with the stars next to the numbers, we're waiting for scores for both Pedersen Crisanto and Dylan Moffat as well. Crisanto comes in with a 5-point ride, and Moffat waiting for his score. He's likely going to take the lead, and he does with a 5.5. Let's hear from the last heat winner with Manu Caiado.
Yeah, hello, my friends. I'm here with Kali that did a great job out there, including against two Brazilians, local hero Daniel Templar and José Francisco, that is really used to surf these waves here in Saquarema. So it didn't seem to bother you. You were pretty confident out there. How was that for you? Congratulations.
Thank you. No, I know the boys in my heat. I know they were locals, and yeah, I knew like the local knowledge can be a good thing for the heat and for the whole contest. And yeah, so I had to play my game just to be on the good one and be calm when I'm surfing. So put two big maneuvers if I have the opportunity. And yeah, stoked to make the heat today.
Great way to start. Want to say some words in French for your friends and family?
Ouais, merci de suivre et ça passe donc voilà, into the next one.
Merci beaucoup. Back to you guys.
Yeah. Cool hat, Kaoli. You can smile too. You want your heat, bro.
Yeah, and he's always smiling, you know. Like it was just kind of awkward seeing him like so serious. It's just, I think it's just the beginning of the competition, you know. He's kind of being composed.
He is. He's all good. He's all good. We love Kaoli Voss. We hope to see him on tour next year. He's getting very, very close as we look at Wesley Dantes, the wild card. I expect big things from this young man. Younger brother of former championship tour surfer Wiggly Dantes, and Wesley's got his own brand, a power surfer, 27-year-old. He's #1 on the South American QS right now, isn't he?
Yeah, he's been like just killing it in the South America QS. You know, he's from Ubatuba, and he has this powerful surfing. He won at Prainha this year, and also made a lot of like finals, semifinals. He won here in Saquarema, the Rema Saquarema Surf Festival, the 6,000 points QS. So he's a beast, you know.
Well, here he is.
Look, amazing turn right there. The second one, really good. Bounced back and then looking for a nice ramp. Carves and finish it off pretty strong. Nice to start things on this heat.
Here's Justin Burkett.
Yeah, it was a nice wave as well. Snap on the top. Slides a little bit, the fins right there. And the wave didn't offer that much.
So Justin opens up with a 3.73. And we're waiting for score for Wesley Dantes and see where that takes us for the situation in this heat. Wesley Dantes also, I saw some clips on social media of him actually coming to the aid of another surfer in a heat that was injured. You recall that? I think we had a the kid was a wild card here last year.
Oh yeah. It was just now
Yes.
that he
hit his neck, I think, and then he was
no,
having
it
problems.
was his ear.
His
you
ear,
know?
yeah.
He
And
got
he couldn't find the way up, and so he
Yeah.
was in trouble, and he was getting like almost a two-wave hold down, right? And
Yeah.
Wesley in the heat came and saved him. It was a tube riding contest. It wasn't a
yeah,
QS,
it
right?
was. It was, and he got really like disconnected. It was Gabriel Klausner.
Gabriel Klausner,
Yeah,
yes.
who really rips as well, but he said that he felt like with his ear like straight, like
Yeah.
pop.
And that
then
happens.
he popped his
eardrum.
I don't know, eardrum, yeah.
Yeah, it happens. I mean, I've had a number of friends in Hawaii and acquaintances that has happened to. When you hit the flat surface of the water and pop your eardrum, and what happens is you're underwater. It's one of the most spooky things, is you lose your equilibrium, so you don't know where up is. So you don't know where to swim up. So it's super, super scary. But Wesley, to his point, saw his fellow competitor in a tough situation and just went straight to him and made sure he got to shore.
Yeah, and like the waves were like firing. It was really heavy. Taquachara is one of the heaviest waves in Brazil. So what Wesley did, it was just amazing. Probably saved his life.
Yeah, probably. And that's another thing, you know, a misconception about Brazil is that I think a lot of the early professional surfing over here, they were held at city events at kind of like more meager beach breaks and stuff. And so I think like the world as a whole always thought of like Brazil as kind of grovelly waves. But more and more, I mean, geez, I think this is my 12th or 13th time coming here to Brazil. More and more you realize that there's a lot of really good waves, really big waves, and really heavy waves. I mean, it's a long coastline, and there's some gems out here.
Yeah, for sure. Even here in Saquarema, we have the Laje of Jaguaruna, where Lucas Chumbo and all the boys here always surfed. It's a gnarly left wave, so crazy. So we have few of them, like we have in Espírito Santo as well. We have one, Laje da Jaguar, South Brazil. So
yeah. And even Barinha over here, when they get the skis out, they're doing step-offs over there on the other side of the beach. That's no joke.
No joke.
Justin, looking for a ramp, and just going to go for a tidy little reverse. Previous wave for Justin was a 3.73, so just trying to stay active in this heat as, God, time flies by, and we're down to 17 minutes remaining. Wesley Dantes opened up with a 4.17. Dylan Moffitt, solid surfing on the backhand. And Pedersen Crisanto also with a good score of a 5. Here's a replay, Justin.
Yeah, he chose going right there. Very short wave, but nice snap throwing the fins. Nice attempt.
Yeah, fin throw there. 4th year on the Challenger Series for this French surfer, trying to crack it into the championship tour. See if it was French domination actually in the last event in Cero, stop number 4 on the Challenger Series, and I feel like European surfing as a whole has really shown kind of a new chapter in European surfing, especially under some great guidance for someone like Joan Duru, who's coaching a lot of these French surfers and being in their support corner. The Euro power, the Euro squad might be back.
Yeah.
Actually,
and
that's
all
just
this
a
Tahitian,
and
like
Tahitian, yeah. Hey, you know what? I got a question for you, because I go back and forth with Crisanto, Pedersen, or Peterson. What is it?
In Brazil, Peterson.
Peterson.
Peterson, like Peterson Rosa.
Okay.
But yeah, I think you can go like just Peterson.
As a gringo, I can say Peterson.
Yeah,
Peterson. Sounds worse, huh? We know how to say Wesley, and we know that he knows how to do some airs. Look at him stare at the crowd. Wow.
Yeah, they're happy with that. Yeah, he's always like with this like vibes with the crew, cheering him a lot. I like the energy that he puts like every time he hits the water and every time he get a win. So look right there, just trying to build some speed, and then the ramp throws, landed. It wasn't high, but he was happy. Look his body.
The glare. And Pedersen got this too. I'm going to guess he didn't make this. Owie.
Unfortunately, he couldn't. It was a nice attempt. As we said before, Kaipo, we saw like so many good scores coming from huge sections like this, and so it's...
Yeah. You can do it. You can do it with one turn. You can do it with one turn. We're going to take a break right now, Maida, but we're going to be back with the conclusion of this heat number 5. Opening round for the men is Dylan Moffitt. He's out in front. We'll see if he can stay there when we return. Here we are back at the Banco do Brasil Saquarema Pro presented by Corona Cero. Corona Cero is 0% ABV. Enjoy it any time of the day. I'm almost ready for one right now. It's Kaipo Girl along with Marita Pops. And it is heat number 5 here in the opening round for the men, the round of 80. We're going to get into some replays and see what happened. Whilst we were away, it looks like Wesley Dantes on the paddle back out. Got yet another wave. He's currently the heat leader. Here's the replay.
Yeah, another attempt for Wesley Dantes. Nice cutback right there. Building some speed. He's gonna fly again. Oh my God, good one. For the previous one, he got a 4.93. Maybe he's gonna better his scores.
Oh, his support squad thanking heaven for that one. And Wesley sent it up to the heavens with that air reverse. And I expect Wesley to increase his lead over the rest of the pack. Dangerous wild card, the 27-year-old from Ubatuba. Looking in shape, too, right now.
Yeah, he's looking fit. And as I mentioned, like, he's just killing on the QSs. And he's such a talented surfer, you know. Like, he has many skills, like, on his rails, like, big and heavy waves as well. And he also can make like huge airs. So he's a very complete athlete.
Yeah, and you have to be a complete athlete when you look at overall, you know, what the Challenger Series entails and all the waves that are on that Challenger Series. Here's Justin Bacret, our French surfer, currently in 4th place. 5.11 takes him to the 2nd and advancing position. A very paced approach right here. A little sticky on the rails right there, needs to make up for it, and powers through for a finish.
Yeah, nice combo. 4 turns right there. Nice pace, like with good rhythm. Let's look at it again. Nice first turn, backside turn, another one. Got a little hang there, but then placed another snap and a nice finish, vertical finish.
Yeah, surfed his way through that one, and Justin got a 3.67 for that effort. Still in 3rd place, needs a 5.11 to get into 2nd place. Talk about versatility, what you need for the Challenger Series. Let's take a look at our schedule this year. We start off in Newcastle, Steel City. 1-2 South Africa to Ballito. We saw Luke Thompson, the local, win there, and Nadia Arastabi taking her win. Huntington Beach, always a challenging break. Levi Slauson, Sawyer Lindblad stole some points off the board for the women. Kali Voss and Tia Zabroski. It was a French sweep in Ericeira. We're here in Saquarema, a pivotal event, and then to the world's most dangerous, beautiful, best wave ever. Pipeline's back, and Pipeline's on the Challenger Series. Look out, that's January 28th through February 8th, where we'll be basking in the beauty of the North Shore of Oahu, and then back to Steel City for the conclusion, where all the qualifications are going to happen in Newcastle. That's March 8th through the 15th, 2026, but that's going to count towards your 25 finishing. And another thing, when we talk about that schedule, all the qualifiers in Newcastle, they're going to have about 10 days to prepare themselves to get on the championship tour, because then we're going to kick off on the championship tour April 1st, Torquay, Australia, for the longest running professional surf contest in the world. That's the Rip Curl, Bells Beach. That's how we're going to start off the 2026 championship tour.
Yeah, it's going to be fun, Kaipo. We're going to miss a little bit of competition till the end of the year, and then we're going to start the year with Pipeline on the Challenger Series. I'm so excited to watch all these surfers competing in the most amazing wave in the world, Pipeline, and then finishing the season in Newcastle again, crowning like the champion there and all the qualifiers. It would be nice.
This kid's starting to make a name for himself. He's taking some time at Pipeline. This is Luke Tima. Luke, a North Shore resident of Oahu, getting comfortable out there at Pipeline. His experience out there is going to be really, really valuable as we see Justin Bacre searching for 5.11. Luke Tima coming up in the next heat.
Yeah, we couldn't see if there was something more on the outside for Justin Bacre, but this last turn was aggressive. He's needing a 5.11.
Here was the whole wave.
Yeah. Yeah, it was just one turn wave, but it was nice. Very vertical. Look, releasing the fins a little bit up there.
It's so tough. I mean, you see like Pedersen, Crisanto, Justin Bacre, really talented surfers. We've seen that story actually throughout this entire round. And that's the crazy thing about the Challenger Series is it starts off with straight elimination. No second chances here. Here's a veteran of the Challenger Series, Rafael Teixeira is coming up in the next heat with Tully White, Luke Tima, and Afonso Antunes.
Yeah, as you were saying, Kaipo, it's so hard. I just met Jadson André after his heat. He lost, unfortunately, and we're talking about this, how hard it is, and the calendar. Sometimes, like he said that he was in a rush. He got here yesterday, many things going on in his personal life, and it's really hard. Look, Dylan.
Yep, that's how hard it is right there.
Yeah.
Here's our heat leader. And a little slip up right there, so it doesn't matter. Always tries to foil board on the way back out.
Yeah, he wasn't, I mean, I was talking about Jetty. He wasn't making like excuses, but we were,
hard.
yeah, it's just because we were talking about that. It was the first heat of the day, and he got here like, I think 2 days ago. He didn't have much time to train, and yeah, so it's hard. This is Pedersen Crisanto, up and riding, nice 2 turns. The third one was stronger. Yeah.
Does he get that finish? Fight for it.
He did.
Yeah, and he just needs a 3.84 to go into second, and he just went into second. Needed a 3.84, got a 3.9.
Wow.
Just enough. So right now it's a Brazilian sweep, number 1, number 2. In this heat 5 of the round of 80 with 4 minutes and 40 seconds on the countdown. Dylan Moffat, the Australian, got bounced down to third in, vulnerable position for elimination, and Justin Bacre, but both surfers, both Bacre and Moffat, just needing under a 4-point ride to flip this heat around. So still a very tight happening in this 5th heat of the day.
Yeah, very tight heat. I mean, still 4 minutes and 15 remaining. So the field is kind of open because they just need 3.4 ride like Dylan Moffat, and Justin less than 4-point ride as well with priority. So very tight heat right now.
Yeah, great point. Both of the trailing surfers have 1st and 2nd priority, so it's far from over. They can make a comeback right now and easily if another set comes through, and with 4 minutes remaining, chances are there is going to be another series of waves just because it's pretty consistent today.
Yeah, and Dylan has the best score of the heat right there, and Justin the second one, so they know how to find a good opportunity.
The game of surfing right now a lot of times comes down to the final 2 minutes of the heat, final single minute of the heat, especially when you're looking at these 4 surfer heats.
Yeah.
Here goes Justin. With his priority, has to really struggle into this one. Quick snap. Oh no. Well, I don't know. That was kind of a messy one. I mean, got a couple turns in there. Does not need a big score. Catching up with Wesley Dantes. Well, he's happy about whatever happened previously on that wave. We'll catch that up on the replay.
Yeah, he's looking to better his 4.9, Wesley Dantas. We didn't see the beginning of the wave, but he was like happy with his ride. Let's see. Oh, nice turn right there, releasing the fins, and the second one looked great as well. So he might better this 4.9 ride. I don't know. Let's see. He got a little late for the last one. It seemed that he couldn't finish, but then he hanged.
Yeah, he's a 3.83. And we'll see. We're still waiting for scores for both Wesley Dantes as well as Justin Becret. Down to the Banco do Brasil 2-minute warning. Becret comes in under. Needed 3.83, got 3.73. He's still chasing that 3.83. Wesley Dantes scores in for him. And 3.8. I like that backside surfing. He's still in the lead, however.
Yeah, I like to, but I think the wave was it wasn't that steep, you know, kind of a little more flat. Probably the judges, the commitment of the other ones were, I don't know. I like to.
Yeah. Well, regardless, Wesley remains in the lead. Pedersen Crisanto in second place in advancing position. Dylan Moffat with that still highest single wave score of a 5.5 in third place, holding priority. Dill has a minute, 60 seconds to turn this heat. Looks like we got some waves on the way as well. This is going to be nervous time for the Australian surfer. He's chasing down this one. Looks like a long wall ahead. Moffat activates, blows it, uses priority. Oh no. Justin tries to get that 3.83. I don't know if that's going to be it either. Wow, this is a tough one.
Yeah, tough one because they had the opportunity right there. The wave wasn't that long, and now Wesley Dantas playing some defense. Throw the tail, couldn't finish.
Wow, that was so unfortunate for Dylan Moffat. Just needed a 3.4. And was not able to execute. And it will be the two Brazilians moving on into round number 2, the round of 64. Wesley Dantes taking the win, and Pedersen Crisanto getting the job done also to advance out of this opening round heat. Wow.
Wow, yeah, it was a very tight heat since the beginning. Pretty close scores, but the two Brazilians made it through.
Well, there you go. Consistency paying off, and unfortunate really for Dylan Moffat because he did have the single highest wave score. But Wesley Dantes showing why we called him the dangerous wild card in this event, coming through with some pretty big numbers, 4.93, 4.9, and that 9.83 two-wave total was enough to have him move on. I love the surfing I'm seeing from the Goofy Foot out of Brazil.
Yeah, here we call him the king.
The king?
Yeah, the king, Wesley Dantas.
He's already got the crown.
Yeah, I don't know why.
I can't wait to find out why he's the king. He's the king in this heat. We're going to be back with more action from Saquarema. Stick around. Opening round continues after this.
The Banco do Brasil Saquarema Pro presented by Corona Cero is brought to you by Corona Cero, made with 100% natural ingredients. By Dr. Peanut, official sponsor of WSL Brazil. By Probiotica, for real achievements. By My Terra, official sponsor of WSL Brazil. And by the City of Saquarema, official host of the Banco do Brasil Saquarema Pro presented by Corona Cero.
Wow. Nature on display here at the Banco do Brasil Saquarema Pro presented by Corona Cero. We're flying above the rock formation here at Itaúna, and that is the setting for competition as we get into Heat 6 of the opening round. Afonso Antunes representing Portugal, Hawaii's Luke Tima, as well as Tully Wiley out of Torquay, Australia, and Rafael Teixeira, the veteran of the squad. All out there, 4 into the water, 2 advance. It's Kaipagura along with Maida Pops, talking you through all the action today that we're getting kicked off first day of the waiting period. Afonso Antunes from Caparica, Portugal, the 22-year-old on his first full year on the Challenger Series. And it looks like he's signaling for something.
Maybe priority.
What could it be? Here's a replay. Luke Tima.
Very first wave of the heat. Nice snap off the top and then comboed with the 2 turns. The wave got a little flat right there, but he's coming through the inside looking for a better session here. Nice to finish it off vertically.
And Rafael.
Lost a little bit of balance right in the beginning, but nice snap. Cut back. Coming to the inside, snap again. Yeah.
He's so
done.
quick. This is Tully Wiley.
Yeah, the wave kind of went fat, but nice turn to finish.
And live action here, Afonso, the Portuguese surfer, and gets a little chopped up there, caught up again. So opened up with a half-point ride, still going to get another kind of throwaway score there to begin his heat. So he's going to have to do some catch-up. Right now, it is a surfer from Hawaii out in the lead, Luke Timo, with that opening 5.5.
Yeah, he has the best score of the heat so far, and with priority again with 5 minutes.
And straight, that's the way you want to start a heat.
Yeah.
You get the lead and you get the priority right back. Just a 19-year-old Luke Tima coming from the North Shore of Oahu. Also splits time between the South Shore of Oahu. I've actually known this kid since he was getting pushed into waves. I'm friends with his dad, Eric, and since he was getting pushed into waves. So I've watched this kid grow up into a fine surfer and also grow up to be taller than I am at just 19. But yeah, great surfer. Started off surfing at one of my local surf spots, which we will remain secret for the world not to know ever. And Rafael Teixeira. He's so quick. Like his surfing, I've always been really impressed by him, and he's been at it for so long and has not ever been able to really crack it into the big leagues. But I'm telling you, no matter where I see Rafael surf, he's just got that really fast pace and those really sharp turns to his surfing.
Yeah, for sure, Kaipo. This first turn was a beautiful turn, as you said, like sharp and very quick. Unfortunately, he couldn't had a major win in his career. So, but look how sharp this one was, throwing a lot of water, finding some nice space for this snap. Another beautiful cutback. Yeah, he was done.
Yeah, just really quick pace. I'm just impressed. But you know, the judges, it's not quantity, it's quality, and a 3.83 for Rafael. That's enough to put him in the league momentarily. I'm That's going to be a momentary lead as we fly over Itaúna Beach. And you can see, I feel like these rock outcroppings right here, Maida, really help with a lot of the sandbars and the shape of this wave.
Of course, it does. I think it makes kind of like a barrier, like holding the sand.
Yeah. And on the other side there's another wave called backdoor, right?
Yeah. It can be very good.
Yeah.
Sometimes.
So we're giving away Brazilian secret spots right
now.
Yeah,
I think I shouldn't talk a little too much about this.
Telly Wiley, he's from one of my favorite pubs over in the entire world, Janjuk. Shout out to the Janjuk pub. Also representing Torquay board riders. The 25-year-old has had a couple of tastes of the championship tour. He got a wild card at Bells both in 2022 and 2024. Big kid. Powerful surfer. Also a great ski driver. He was, just this last year when I was covering Bells, he was one of my ski drivers when I was reporting from the water.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah.
So it's good to have someone to trust when they're a good ski riders, Kaipo.
Yep.
I love to see you in the water.
Me too. I enjoy it there. Somehow I've been stuck on land for a lot of these events, but hey, I mean, I'm always raising my hand. You guys want to put me back in the water? I'm ready to go. Let's do it.
It was in Australia that you were caught inside, wasn't it?
Yeah, that was exciting.
I'm pretty sure you loved.
Everybody gets caught inside at some point. If you do that job, sooner or later you're gonna get caught inside.
You got to be prepared.
We see Strider get caught inside.
Yeah,
We've seen Peter get caught inside. Ross, the beginning of the year at Pipeline, took a big one on his head. It's crazy too because you have this pack on your back that weighs about 10 pounds. Here we go, Luke Tima. He just needs a 1.33 to take the lead back off of Rafael Teixeira. And looks like he's doing it. Just conservative surfing, but smart. Just make sure you get that lead back. And he kicks out and he will take that lead back.
Yeah, just trying to have a good second score to take the lead, actually. Nice turn. As you said, a little bit like conservative, but nice combo. He squeezed all this lemon juice to the inside.
Yeah, he did squeeze that out. Hey, let's hear from the king, Wesley Dantes with Manu.
Yeah, Kaipo, you guys are calling him the dangerous wild card, and he definitely is hard to beat here in Saquarema. Was so confident out there. Congratulations. I'm going to ask him in English and translate it for you. He's going to answer in Portuguese, I'll translate it. So, eles estão te chamando de wild card perigoso, e você realmente foi muito perigoso lá fora. Como é que foi vencer essa bateria tão confiante? Parabéns.
Muito feliz, queria agradecer ao Banco do Brasil, a WSL, a todos envolvidos aqui com a minha vaga. Feliz de estar podendo representar o Brasil no lugar que eu ganhei, né, esse ano, e ainda mais em Saquarema, um lugar que no Rio onde eu estou morando. Feliz por tudo que está acontecendo na minha carreira. Mais uma bateria, vim para soltar meu surf, mostrar tudo que eu sei. É um evento que eu vim para me satisfazer, fazer o meu surf, né, como é a minha constância. Não é um evento que está contando, né, para os meus pontos para mim entrar no challenge, mas é uns pontos importantes também para o ano que vem. Então, agradeço a todos que estão envolvidos, né, nessa vaga aí que acabou rolando para mim, e muito feliz por meu desempenho dentro d'água.
Well, he's thanking everybody. He won an event this year here in Saquarema, so he really feels confident here. So he says thank to Banco do Brasil, to everybody here. He's been living in Rio, so surfing a lot in Saquarema, and he said that he just wants to show his surf. That's what you did today. So a message to fans and family. Manda uma mensagem para os seus fãs e família.
Valeu, família do Tigre. Valeu, família Silver Surf, família HHR. Agradecer minha namorada que está na praia também, torcendo por mim. Minha família que está em Ubatuba. A galera do Rio também. E é isso, primeira bateria, a guerra ainda é longa, muitos dias ainda para acontecer ainda, e vamos que vamos dar show de surf, e se Deus quiser vamos levar esse título aí. Queria mandar também um abraço em inglês aí. Thank you of WSL for the opportunity, the competition in Saquarema. Thank you Banco do Brasil, thank you everybody.
Boa, congratulations. Back to you guys. This was the dangerous wild card.
Yeah. I like his act right there. Wesley Dantes, look out. I like him. I've been a fan of that kid since I used to watch him in the World Juniors and stuff. He was a big kid, but in Kayama, little half-foot beach break, he was really good, even in small waves. This happened during the interview. This is Afonso's best wave so far in this heat.
Yeah, it is. Nice first snap right there, comboed with 2 good turns, and coming to the inside to finish strong right there. We're still waiting for the scores, but the first one looked good.
Smooth off the bottom and very smooth off the top. Tully Wiley got one too.
Good turn. And sliding the fins right there to finish. Did you like it, Kaipo?
I think I like it. I like the power that Tully has. The one thing that sometimes holds Tully back a little bit is he is heavy-footed. And that's tough sometimes if the waves don't have a ton of power, but when there's power, he meets power. He got a 4.5, Tully Wiley, so that moved him up into second place on that last wave. Here's our heat leader, Luke Tima, just throwing that one away, but he's going to hang on to a 5.5 and a 3.13. Afonso got a 5.73 for that left, well surfed by the Portuguese surfer. Afonso with the highest single wave score. So even though he's in third place right now in this heat, he's in a very, very good position.
Yeah, for sure. He only needs a 1.7. We still have more than half of the heat remaining. This is Rafael.
Teixeira. Oh, big snap there on the oncoming section. We're catching that from the drone angle. High from above, the seagull eye angle, his support squad on the beach. Feels good about that. So that looks like it probably looked really good from the beach angle as well.
Yeah, because we were looking from above and it looked great. So I would love to watch from the beach angle.
Yeah, that's going to be, the angle that the judges will be judging from. But that was a powerful finish with that oncoming section. Really tricky as well, Maida. For those closeout maneuvers here, because of the backwash, you really got to time it. Here's a replay.
Yeah, nice snap. And then pretty well timed under the lip right there. He's needing a 3.61. Probably one of the best waves of the heat.
Oh, yeah. Score just came in for what we're seeing on the replay as a 6.5. Rafael to the lead. Tully fighting back here. Dropped down to third place. Couple of big bangs on the forehand. Wants to reform, fighting in the white water. The Australian looking for more open face, finds more open face. Tic-tacs through that flat section and make sure he gets the completion. Needs a 4.14 to go into second. The Australians support squad all there. Xavier Huxtable, George Pataw, and the crew. And Tully, I feel, should be able to achieve that 4.14 with that last effort. What do you think, Maida?
I think so. It was a solid performance for Tully. And I want to watch the replay, but it seems pretty good. A larger wave. He attacked pretty hard right there, and then he believed in the inside section, kept coming through, and then bangs.
I like it. The old school in me likes it. The Australians like it, and I said the old school in me because I like, to watch surfers take it to the beach. That used to be mandatory. Not anymore.
Not anymore.
You can do it with one big turn and kick out. And we should never actually go back to you need to take it to the beach days.
It was like this when you were competing, Kaipo.
We're waiting for scores for Tully Wiley. We'll see if he can turn the heat with that last effort. We're coming back with that score and more when we return to Saquarema. Back heat 6, opening round, Banco do Brasil Saquarema Pro, presented by Cero. Up and riding, Luke Tima, the North Shore teenager. Couple of hooks on the backhand. Needs to achieve a 3.23 to move up into the top 2. Staying busy through this inside section. And countless maneuvers and a fist pump right there. Tima thinks he got the job done. I think he got the job done too. Kaipo Girl along with Maida Pops. And what do you think about that one?
Yeah, I think so. He's only needed 3.23. Yeah, he really put an effort right there, like keeping busy until the inside as you like, Kaipo. But right in the beginning, there were like good turns. Let's see this one, like throwing a lot of water, and this one blowing the fins.
Yeah, that HIC, Hawaiian Island Creations, carry to coral board. I believe that's the hyper model that Luke is riding. And it looks like it's working out there for Tima.
Yeah, looking sharp. Look, this one. The second one for me was the money turn, like throwing the fins, very smooth.
Yeah. And as well as Afonso got a wave, the Portuguese surfer. He's a 4.61 to move into a top 2 in advancing position. As we come back for the paddle back out, we're waiting for the score for Afonso as he paddles back out. We did get the score for Luke in blue. You can see up on the score bug, a 5-point ride for Luke Tima combined with his 5.5 opener puts him out into the lead. 9 minutes remaining.
Yeah, we still have plenty of time remaining. And this way for Afonso Antunes was nice as well. He's only needing a 4.61. I don't know if he's going to get there, but maybe can get close.
Yeah, we're waiting to see what the score is. Meanwhile, happening this weekend, it's a long weekend here.
Yeah.
Right? What's this, what are we celebrating this long weekend?
Actually, tomorrow is Kids Day, Children's Day, yeah.
It's a Children's Day. What happens on Children's Day in Brazil?
It's a very traditional like holiday. Unfortunately, tomorrow is Sunday, but just hold on. Let's see what Rafael Teixeira does here.
Yeah, let's see. Rafael looking to improve upon a 3.83. And quick surfing, but the wave letting him just down a little bit with some dead section. Does get the finish. We'll see how much he improves, or if he does improve upon this 3.83. He's going to take this one till the fins drag on the sand on the beach and straight out of camera view.
Yeah, but I mean, the work was already done on the outside. He got like 2 good turns. But as we, let's see the replay first. Good looking wave for Rafael Teixeira. Quick snap. But then this turn looked nice. But then the wave got totally flat. He kept like trusting. The nice turn to finish. Yeah, and the wave didn't offer much.
No. Yeah, that was a tough one. He stuck with it. Gave it his best. But the judges did appreciate all of the effort that he put into for the multiple maneuvers on this wave. Rafael, we're watching a 5.73 get thrown down for that effort. So Teixeira goes up into the lead. Luke Tima drops to second place. Antunes, his requirement has increased to a 4.77, and Tully Wiley needs a 6-point ride. There's the spread from all the judges for last wave of Rafael Teixeira.
Yeah, for sure. Most of the score came from the his second turn that looked pretty nice, throwing a lot of water. So now he's in a safe lead right there because Luke needs a 6.73 to take the lead. But still have plenty time remaining, 6 minutes and 15 seconds.
Yeah, so what we've seen today, a lot can still happen. You know, in that 6 minutes is kind of the back third of the heat. And priority now sticks with Tully Wiley. He needs a pretty big score of a 6-point ride, but he does have priority and a little bit of time on his side. But back to Children's Day.
Yeah, so I was talking that normally when these holidays happens during the week, we have the full week like with some different things in school. People like the kids goes with the crazy hair stuff. I don't know if you have ever heard about it. And so a lot of activities for children. We just celebrate children in the country.
Yeah, well, let's do it for the kids. I'm going to enjoy that.
Yeah, yeah.
Hey, we got Rachel Apollonio down on the beach. What's going on, Rachel?
Kaipo, the sponsors are always amazing, providing fun, entertainment, comfort. And Banco do Brasil, look what they are doing this time. They are lending chairs and umbrellas so these beautiful surf fans can watch the competitions in the best spot. Isn't it amazing?
That is amazing. What an amazing setting. By the way, the sweater's great with the umbrella, the whole thing. The act is on point.
I wish everyone was wearing bikinis and it was sunny, but it's a bit cold, so...
Looking fashionable out there, and I love the Banco do Brasil umbrellas. Wow.
Yeah.
Tully Wiley using his priority. Remember, he needed a 6-point ride. So we'll get caught up with that. And the important ride for the Australian if he wants to survive this opening round.
Yeah, really important because like only 4 minutes and 15 seconds remaining of this heat. He has a nice number of 4.5, right? But he's still needing a 6-point ride.
I think it's time for a recap. And let's check out what has eventuated in this heat. Is the natural kayak recap starting with Luke Tima.
Yeah, nice wave for Luke Tima right in the beginning of the heat. A 5.5. Very well comboed. And nice snap right there, vertical to finish. And then this guy, Rafael Teixeira, with the highest score of the heat, 6.5. Wow, look how aggressive this turn was.
Found the backup as well. Here's a 5.73.
Yeah, he's now with the 2 highest scores of the heat. How heavy his back foot was on this turn right there, throwing buckets.
I love it. The quick surfing and the willpower to get through that flat section and stinging it one more time. And you know what? He didn't give up on this one. Kept on riding basically till the fins hit the sand there. So there we are under the 3-minute mark with Rafael Teixeira out in the lead. Luke Tima in second. The Portuguese surfer Afonso Antunes needs a 4.77. Tully Wiley used his priority, did not improve upon his scoreline. Tully still seeking a 6-point ride.
Yeah.
And here's a little gamesmanship. We have number 2 and number 3. So we have Luke Tima just staying close to Afonso. Even though Afonso does have priority and can take any wave he wants, Luke playing pretty good, playing the game, you know, just staying within him and kind of keeping him honest. Portuguese represented here on the beach.
Yeah. But, I mean, still more than 2 minutes remaining. He's with priority and he doesn't need much. Probably that's why Luke is so close to him, like trying to play some defense and trying to make him make a mistake.
Yeah, I mean, hey, look, it's a contest. Rattle him, you know, paddle around and make animal sounds, you know, like growl or something, you know.
Would you do this, Kaipo?
Of course I would.
I'm pretty sure you
I make animal sounds on free surfs just with my friends. I know. Mitchell's off camera and he says, yeah, I know. I bark, I meow. Here goes Afonso. He needs a 4.77. Ooh, that was a vicious one, but catches the rail at the most inopportune moment. Tully Wiley still in the game if he gets a 6-point ride. Nice opening hook for the surfer out of Torquay, Australia. That wave got a little bit ugly and messy on the inside there, but that was a big, powerful opening turn for Tully Wiley.
Yeah, Tyler was with third priority. I think that's why he was down here and searching for the right waves. And this was Afonso opportunity right there. Unfortunately, he caught the rail. Look. Oh my God, what a missed opportunity, Kaipo.
Yeah, that was tough. And you can see the reaction from his support squad right there. Oh.
Yeah, because now we have like 35 seconds left.
Tully didn't get it done on the last wave, still trying. And actually, that was a replay. So that was a replay of a 3.13 for Tully Wiley, still seeking a 6-point ride. And down to 10 seconds, so it really looks like Rafael Teixeira and Luke Tima are going to advance out of this heat unless something astounding happens. Tima catches this one in the corner, goes vert on the backhand, gets a little bobbly through that section, and just tosses that incomplete, but not going to matter. He's already got his scores as well as Rafael Teixeira, so we still got 2 more scores to come through, but unofficially, it will be Rafael Teixeira and Luke Tima Maida coming out of this heat.
Yeah, I'm so amazed of the surfing of Rafael Teixeira, what he's done in this heat. Like looking pretty strong, powerful.
Quick.
And, yeah, quick. And another Brazilian, we're going to have another Brazilian on the glass.
Well, you know what? Great surfing by Rafael. He deserved that win. Luke Tima, the 19-year-old, showed maturity, showed class. Here's a replay. This is probably not going to go into his top 2, and it doesn't. That was the 3.53, and here's the final wave of Rafael Teixeira. This will not be in his top 2 anyway, but he already got the work done.
Wow, stylish laid back right there.
Flexible.
Yeah, looking confident. That's really important for him.
Love it. So it will be Rafael Teixeira with a 12.23 two-wave total, and Luke Tima with a 10.5 two-wave total. Team walking up the beach. Those two moving on into the round of 64. We're going to lose Afonso Atunes and Tully Wiley out of this round.
Yeah, interesting heat.
We're going to be back with more action from the Banco do Brasil Saquarema Pro, presented by Corona. Cero, back after this.
Rafael Teixeira moving through into the round of 64. Great surfing by the surfer out of Espírito Santo. A couple of great beach breaks just north of Rio. Of course, a lot of experience competing here in Saquarema before by the great goofy footer who takes the heat win in heat number 6 of the round of 80. Mitchell Salazar with the prodigal son of Rio de Janeiro, Marcos Bocayuva. Marcos, Saquarema has provided so far today really contestable waves, more than anything. Good amount of consistency out there for everybody in the water.
For sure. This place is new by the consistency, by how power the ocean can move here. And adaptability is key for succeed here.
Yeah, and you just look at the draw. Everybody's great. We saw Wesley Leitch talk about earlier. You want to treat every heat like it's a final, but more importantly, getting off to a quick start seems to really be the case in point to getting the victories.
Yeah, because the pace of the ocean, you never know. So you better like attack first and then defend yourself maybe later.
Oh, that's a beautiful shot of the church right here in Saquarema. Heat 7 of the round of 80 for the men at the Banco do Brasil Saquarema Pro. Adura Matreain coming off of a quarterfinal finish, and Ediceda in the red. Frederico Moraes from Portugal in the blue. Ryan Huckabee from Flagler Beach in Florida in the white. And Cauê Germano, the Brazilian surfer, in the green. So a couple Europeans, one surfer from North America, and a native Brazilian surfer. How nice is it, though, right here in Saquarema? You have a bit of everything. Really, you're at the countryside of the state of Rio, but more importantly, quality of waves, the food's great. People are very inviting in this location, too.
And because of the location of the biggest contest in Brazil being held here, everything went well for the business-wise. You know, a lot of new restaurants, new amenities being built, and all the amenities are really enjoyable here.
Matreain, 21 years of age. He's no stranger to competing on the Challenger Series, coming off of his personal best result in Ediceda, 5th place over there. Brother Iker, also a great surfer. His father Ibondo, big wave surfer. He was the first bass surfer to be invited to the Eddy. Pretty big privilege right there.
Whoa, what am I? You stamp your name in the Eddy. This is amazing for a European surfer. And both Aduma Matreain and Frederico Moraes was reside in Portugal, so I have my PhD on Portuguese and European surfing. And it's amazing to see those guys grinding, and Federico is still bouncing back from an injury. I was chatting with him in the athlete zone, and he's feeling pretty all right right now.
Yeah, he's doing better, isn't he?
Day by day, evolving.
And it's been a couple of years of injuries, too. It hasn't just been the ankle one that he's been, nursing so far. Former number 10 in the world, Cascais native. 17th at Bolita, which is his best result so far this year. As you look at Huckabee from Flagler Beach, one of the best surfers coming out of the East Coast of the U.S. in recent years, longtime member of the USA junior team, also has represented the U.S. at the open level at the ISA World Surfing Games. But really, the second year on the Challenger Series so far for the surfer from the East Coast of the U.S. On the regional side of things, he had a very good back end on the North American Tour. There's Kikas, former number 10 in the world in 2021, and he is wearing an ankle brace right there. So still, an injury that is lingering, but so far so good for him in 2025. He has been improving.
Oh, yeah. It's a day-by-day process. It's not like it's a marathon. It's not a sprint. So Federico knows he has a lot of knowledge on the tour. Bounce back. He was a runner-up for Felipe in that epic J-Bay contest back in the day, and still fighting back, trying to be, still sustain his mark, in the leading mark in European surfing.
So here's Cauê Germano, 23 years of age. He did surf in this event last year as a wild card. He's from Juqueí in Sao Paulo.
Yeah.
So great beach town. One of the biggest populations in the world, the city of Sao Paulo. And of course, the state just produces a lot of talent too. And this guy's second chance surfing here as a wild card at the Challenger Series event. Just
a couple of miles from Marizias down south. Juqueí is amazing. My aunt used to have a house there. As a carioca, I traveled all the way there many times. It's a place that gave us birth Mr. Thiago Camarão. So there is a little traditional there. It's not so traditional as Marizia.
Getting word that Frederico Moraes, as soon as he gets back home to Portugal, he's going to have a second surgery on that ankle. You talk about somebody resilient who's been there, done that. He's made a final at the CT level already. He's, tasted success on the championship tour side of things too, being a former top 10. He wants to get back to 100% when it comes to his health. Speaking of healthy turns, Huckabee, first turn is a strong one. Second turn, quite good as well. So that's going to be a strong start for the surfer out of Florida.
non-priority situation between Amatriain and Moraes, and seems like both Germano and Huckabee going to get things going with a couple of decent scores.
Crispy surfing for both. Back footer Germano is rippy. Such a nice flare. Look how crispy. You can tell there is a DNA of East Coast surfer. Shout out to Michael Dunphy, all the boys in Florida. Chi Lopez, Corey Lopez. They have a difference. The Geiselmans. Oh man, not just in guitar, surfing. Eric rips.
They got everything. And Germano 417. I think the majority of the score came from the first carve on this one.
Oh yeah, there was the huge gouge there, big swoop. Connecting the dots there. Now it's trying to squeeze its juice all the way down.
So 417 from Germano, waiting on a score for Ryan Huckabee. And just a quick throwaway for Fred Moraes. So priority is established. That goes to Adur Amatriain. 21:40 on the clock. Well, the Brazilians have been doing well so far. Rafa Teixeira on the glass with Manu.
Yeah, hello guys. I'm here with Rafa, and Rafa, what a strong start. You were so confident out there, even though the conditions are kind of tricky. How did you find that rhythm? Congratulations.
Thanks, Manu. Yeah, Saquarema, it's like super hard to get like the good wave, like in condition like that, because like the tire not like change a lot and you have like a lot of bumps during the wave. But I try be calm. I try like just surf, enjoy the moment, enjoy my year. And then I try to put this feeling in all year, but I could. But right now I come here with my coach, Anderson. He helped me a lot, and then I just like enjoy that opportunity to be here. I love Saquarema. I have like a great memories right here, and I just wanna follow the flow and make my job.
Great. Who doesn't love Saquarema? Everybody loves Saquarema. But guys, we are from Vitória. Rafa is from Vitória, Espírito Santo, just like I am. So send some love to our friends Capixabas. We are Capixabas, and also your fans from Brazil in Portuguese.
Queria agradecer a todo mundo que tá torcendo para mim. Tá sendo um ano difícil, mas a gente nunca deixa a peteca cair e seguimos sempre com um sorriso no rosto, tentando mostrar o melhor de mim. E é isso que eu venho buscando aqui em Saquarema, não venho buscando resultado, venho buscar passar bateria, voltar a confiança que eu tive ano passado, que eu perdi esse ano, mas é só uma fase ruim que vai ser construída novamente e vamos voltar com tudo aí, que seja o start aqui em Saquarema, que é um lugar muito especial para mim.
Boa, Rafa. Boa sorte. Congratulations. Good luck. Back to you guys.
Obrigado, Manu, and muito parabéns to Rafa Teixeira. I've been at 2 events that he's won in the past at the qualifying series level. He won the Coldwater Classic back in 2015. He also won a QS event in Acapulco a few years ago. He's been at it a long time. He's, been hovering around the 50, 60 range on the Challenger Series, but has never given up. And as he said there, hasn't been the best of years, but could potentially change right here.
Oh yeah, the king of resilience as Frederico Moraes. And then talking about how huge as country-wise is Brazil, so continental. And, ES, Espírito Santo, between like the states of Bahia, kind of got overshadowed by Rio de Janeiro. The spotlights always like come first to São Paulo and Rio.
Yeah, sneaky waves there in that state, but maybe let's keep it a secret to Amatriain. He goes huge on the second one right there. And Adur is just oozing with confidence at the moment, coming off of the 5th place finish at home in Europe. His best result so far for the 21-year-old out of the Basque Country. And he's going to finish this wave off well. So after Huckabee's 5-point ride, got to be thinking this might be the new best wave of the heat. 18:40 on the clock right now, and a good, strong start from the surfer out of Zarauz.
Oh, yeah, Zarauz is such an amazing place on earth. With the Basque party over there, with the carnival almost. And Adur Amatriain is such a heavy hitter, electric surfing in this left-handed. He got the rhythm. It's not so different from his homeland, the waves here.
Yeah, Basque surfers really dominating the European scene for a good number of years. Looking at the Banco do Brasil replay, especially the second turn, very strong.
Oh yeah, he got a blueprint from the course and the path that, Aritz Aramburu, just drove back in the day and still inspire a lot of young kids like Adur.
Actually works with a good amount of surfers, does Aritz. Can't forget about Goni Zubizarreta, Jole Colasso.
Oh my God, I hang out so much with Goni in Ericeira, man. Hello, Goni. Keep rocking, man.
What's so interesting about this kid, the second turn especially, just crisp. He's been doing this for a number of years, and you look at his age, He's still only 21, but I've seen him many years at the World Juniors, here on the Challengers, of course, but doing very well on the regional QS scene, too. Germano now with the answer back. Using priority, that's much better from Kawe. So it's really strong combination of turns on the open face. He's not a small kid either.
Yeah.
You know, has a lot of power, but nothing to lose, everything to gain here at the Challenger Series level as a wild card. So wants to make do with the opportunity. And he's going to get another score on the board. This seems like his best, his opener, a 4.17, Marcos.
He's such a stylish back footer surfer. This is hopping his board, trying to connect the dots. Mr. Federico Moraes all the way from Cascais, Portugal, the Prince of Portugal.
So last turn, quite good. Let's see what he's able to do before that. 16:50 on the clock. And in the end, you want to see people be able to compete at their 100%, right? Everybody knows how talented the field is here at the Challenger Series level, but injuries linger on almost everybody. I mean, if you ask people if they're 100%, most people are probably going to tell you, I'm close to it, but I'm definitely not there.
Oh yeah, even Kelly bounced with a lot of injuries back in the day and like connecting a lot of good results of fighting those injuries.
Yeah, well, he's gone through ups and downs in his life recently, too. Losing a major sponsor in Billabong, which he was there for the entire time, but been a long-time team rider for Jason Stevenson as well, and it seems like these boards looking better than ever.
Oh, JS flying those, you know, flat sessions. Such a good shaper from him. Yeah, and the team right now is packed with heavy hitters.
I like this wave a lot, especially the first two turns, Marcos.
I like how he plays the turn, you know, on rail to rail, no hoppings there. He was going for the last hook and had to, you know, improvise a little cutty on the end. Check it out. Was going for a little hook in the end. Have to manage a little, you know, phone cut back there.
So this round, the green jersey tends to be the lowest seeded surfer. But when you talk about wild cards, especially nowadays in the area of social media, every event that you can see that's basically broadcasted online now, you get a certain scouting report on people. But for somebody like Kawe Germano, locally known, yes, but maybe not as internationally, he drops a 5.83, second best of the heat, straight to the lead halfway through it.
He's almost like Dana White Contender Series. This is Matt Myers, am I right? He's taking notes for the team. He's packed with good surfers on his back, under his wing.
Yeah, Matt Myers working with Ryan Huckabee out there in the water at the moment. Not one of the premier coaches worldwide. He's got a good number of surfers on the Challenger Series and 3 surfers wearing the green jersey. So 3 of the lowest seeds in the event have won a heat so far. And we have one more after this, too. 14:30 on the clock. And just speaking, as you said, good MMA reference right there. You have these different stages.
Yeah.
You got to prove yourself at the small level. You make it to the big level. And sometimes people are so hungry, you're able to do it in the very first event, too.
Even the heavy hitters have to prove themselves. You know, I can use as example, you know, what happened in the last couple of events with Chama, Alex Poitin. He was like facing a challenge to bring back the, you know, the title from the, you know, light heavyweight for Brazil, and he managed to pull the title back.
Well, if you want to beat the champion, you got to do it convincingly.
Oh, yeah.
Quick in and out right there by Moraes. Germano in the lead, 5.83, 4.17, but it is Adura Matriain with the best wave of the heat in second place. Let's see if Huckabee and Moraes can mount a comeback in the second half of this one in Heat 7. A day that has been dominated heavily by the local favorites. Out of 6 heats, we've had 4 Brazilian winners so far. And look at our Banco do Brasil fan picks. Heavily favored for Frederico Moraes. Behind him, the other European, Adura Amatriain, Huckabee with 16%. And the local surfer, Cauê Germano, with just 10%. He is currently in the lead, though, with just under 12 minutes on the clock.
Yeah, local knowledge taking place here for Cauê, and a lot of boys like, Cauã Costa, Wesley Leite, all feeling super well, surfing at their home breaks. I know those guys don't come from Saquarema originally, but they adapt so well here because it's our mecca for charging to warm up for, the surf trips in Hawaii and other heavy water waves.
And Moraes has had to compete here multiple times at the championship tour level, and he's no slouch in these types of waves. But if you look at the last 2 heats as a case in point, both of them have been won by the green jersey, and both have been Brazilian as well. Speaking of Wesley Dantas and Rafael Teixeira, 10:55 on the clock. Thank you for joining us on day 1 of the Banco do Brasil Saquarema Pro, presented by Corona Cero. Mitch with Marcos here. And a fun day so far. We're going to get through 16 heats, 8 of the opening round of the men, 8 of the opening round of the women. Contestable. More than that, I'd say, when you look at the Challenger Series at a QS, this is really what you're looking for at a venue.
Oh, yeah, steady pace, nice rhythm from the waves. We were expecting a little power swell today, but I think that the rhythm of the ocean is providing a lot of, opportunities for the guys, and people are fighting, grinding. It's amazing to watch.
Yeah, when heats are competitive, that there's been opportunities,
and
right?
for us, it's a pretty steady job to, provide with the communication here, the flow inside of the booth, with people have, the rhythm inside of the water.
So there's our great scaffold on the beach. You can see right there, it's a pretty big event when it comes to the Challenger Series. I'd have to say, outside of the U.S. Open, this is definitely one of the biggest out there on the schedule. But the fans always come out, even if it's been overcast the last few days too. We are expecting some really beautiful weather tomorrow, which is a Sunday, and also Children's Day, if I'm not mistaken, here in Brazil.
It's a pretty traditional day. We don't have Halloween, the tradition, some Thanksgiving stuff, but we have Children's Day here on the 12th of October each and every year.
So Adur up and riding. A 3.5 would give him the lead. And doing so far under priority, so was able to get a backup score just as I say that. An unforced error by Amatriain. Let's see what he gets on that second one. Meanwhile, Moraes, he's got a 3.5 already as his best. He's looking for a 3.64 at the very least to move up into second place. And 9 minutes on the clock. So competitive heat between green and red at the moment, and let's see what Moraes is able to do. Meanwhile, Huckabee had the 5 at the beginning. It seemed like he's looking for the rights at the moment. When you look at the entire roster on the Challenger Series, Ryan Huckabee might be the best aerialist on tour. Meanwhile, Germano kind of slides the tail on the first one. Second turn bigger, but that's incomplete. So 8:30 on the clock. We're expecting a number for red, and it seems like this one shouldn't improve by the standards of green.
It's a bummer. He was going for nice first turn. He was blasting for the second one, but he had 8 minutes to bounce back. He's still in the lead, so comfortable situation for Cauê Germano. Actually, not so comfortable. You never know.
Yeah, that's the thing about these events. A lot of people say that these ones are even more impactful or even harder to win just because there's a larger crowd. You can be in 4th, move all the way to 1st at the end of the heat too, but nice attempt here on the second turn.
I love the first turn, and he was going for, almost going for broke in the last session.
And this is Fred's last, so a 3.5 had been his best, but at the moment only needing a 3.64 or better on this.
Such a stylish surf and almost feels seamless surfing every time he hops on his boards.
And for somebody who's about to have his second surgery on an ankle, if he's not surfing 100%, I mean, he's already doing that. Imagine what he's going to be doing at 100%. Oh, yeah. Meanwhile, Adur's last 3-point ride here, so still in second, but ups the requirement for both white and blue at the moment.
A young gun from, from the region of Europe, and an OG from Cascais. And talking about Portugal, we always think about the, Coxos, Ribeira, the point breaks, but he's from Cascais, so it's a land of sandbars. It's a neighborhood pretty close from Lisbon, and his adaptability here in Saquarema is always key. So he's always like managed to find the right place to sit, choosing the right waves.
So that last of blue is a wave that we hadn't seen. Let's see how that gets scored. So he's waiting on a couple. Huckabee with just a throwaway on his last. He does have priority in the white, though. Meanwhile, Amatriain in second. Last score comes in as a 3. And the last two of blue, a 3.73 and a 2.53, respectively. So that means that Moraes now needs a 5.78. Huckabee needs a 4.51. And there is the surfer of the moment. Tia Zabroski, the 14-year-old who is leading the rankings, and she's going to be in the first heat of the round of 48. She makes it out of that one. She is qualified for the World Championship Tour.
Yo, take notes, guys. If you don't know, now you know. Amazing girl. I think the first time I saw Tia surfing in Terceira, I think last year. And I have a glimpse of Kelly against Tony Hay in 1991 in Lacano back in the day, man.
And there's Sofia Gonçalves. She's also going to be in the heat. One of our local surfers, a wild card for this event. Live action, the heat leader, Germano, quick one in and out. That won't change anything for him. He was in a lower priority order, so no harm, no foul. And it's just crazy. I mean, on the men's side, a lot of young surfers. On the women's side, the median age has got to be maybe 18 or 19 on the Challenger Series. It is just absurd at the moment, Marcos.
Man, and talking about the evolution curve of the girls, so steep, it's almost abrupt.
So looking at previous results right here in Saquarema, a lot of Brazilians have done quite well in the past. I mean, when you look at the Challenger Series, we've only had 3 events leading up to this one. It's been won twice by Brazilian surfers, Medina and Pupo. Samu Pupo we're talking about. At the 6-star QS level, back in the day, Alex Ribeiro, Wiggly Dantas, you also had William Cardoso Panda, and before that, Neco Padarat. So obviously this location has been heavily favored for people that have been here in the past. More importantly, it seems like a lot of power surfers tend to do very well right here.
Yeah, you gotta be like a heavy footer surfer to adapt in Saquarema. It's kind of those electric light footers. They don't adapt so well here. So it's heavy water, it's a beach break, but have a lot of tons of power. So the heavy, heavy footer surfers, like the types of DNA like William Cardoso, the Panda guy. He's not being called Panda all his life because of his power. Those guys can excel here.
So here's our surfer in second at the moment who's looking to take the lead, and he just might do it on this wave. The bass surfer, Adura Matriain, 4 minutes on the clock. There's the crew on the beach. Diego Gutierrez, Iago Dominguez in the background, Nadia Erostarbe, Keone Lassa, who's also going to be coming up in the next round. So just under 4 minutes, only needs a 3.5. It seems like he's going to take the lead on this last one.
Fresh surfing, electric, a little glimpse from the younger brother from Alejo Muniz, Santiago Muniz, always changing directions, engaging the rail, blasting the first turn, connecting the dots in the second one, and still putting his marks there in the inside.
Well, if there's one thing a lot of Europeans know how to do, it's surf a beach break.
Whoa. And being from Zaraut, Mitch.
It's especially,
it's
right?
Second to none. It's a necessity.
So score comes in, it's a 4.53, moves him into the lead. Now Moraes in third, needing a 6.27. And Huckabee, he's still right there. 5.01 is what he needs. Basically a replica of his opening ride, and still has 3 minutes, but Amatriain on 4 waves has done very well to manage the top 2 spots.
And talking about Huckabee, having the X factor with the airs, he can pull a trick and, manage to jump on first, maybe.
Well, as you can see, he's quite good on the rail, too.
Oh, yeah.
Throws a lot of spray, but does fall at the end, did some work before that, so let's see what Rai is awarded right here. Meanwhile, the heat leader, Adur, kind of throws the tail on the first turn, recovers well for the second one too, so trying to improve on the 4.53, maybe yes, maybe no. Checking the Apple Watch, 2 minutes 20 on the clock, and he has surfed a very smart heat. Meanwhile, Kikas, he needs at least a 6.27. Good body language right there at the end. And approaching the Banco do Brasil 2-minute warning. Really competitive heat right here at the end. And once again, Germano, despite being in the lead for a good portion of the heat, he's not safe yet.
Oh, it's like the box of chocolate from Forrest Gump. You never know what you're going to get. And right now, Germano was in the lead, but he's still like trying to, you know, close the gate there for not the entrance of Federico and Huckabee. So he's trying to, you know, play defense right now.
And waiting on multiple scores at the moment. So everything happening right here at the end. Let's look at the opening turn for Moraes. Quite crisp.
Yeah, you know, vertical going like 12 o'clock. Trying just connecting the dots there in the end. Like, nice pace, but the wave almost went flat. A little shoulder there just to do some, you know, tic-tac turns. But he's fighting, he's grinding, man. The king of resilience right now.
Well, majority of the score going to come from that first turn. And it's his best. A 4.17 now needs basically a 6. A 5.83 or better. And the last to Huckabee comes short. It's a 4.37. So Germano with priority still in second place. A 5.21 would give him the lead. And we're still waiting on a score for Red, but he's in first. 50 seconds to go. White and blue needing scores, and they're not huge requirements either. We talked about Huckabee's air game, how good he is with just one maneuver. Kikas could easily get a score with a single closeout. 40 seconds though. Time winding down, and the clock really going to be the big factor right here.
Oh yeah, and for the X Factor turns, it's kind of hard to find a decent ramp right now, so we got to just let it go, engage the rail, try to force the maneuvers to be extra power.
20 seconds. Will either of them get a chance? He's got to go over this one. Moraes not able to get into it either. Hands need to leave the rails before the buzzer sounds. And it seems like nothing doing for either of them. It's going to be Amatriain and Germano holding on to the top two spots. And another big heat for the surfer out of the Basque Country, who's coming off his career best result in Edeseda, a 5th place finish. He's looking to get at least one more here in Brazil. Amatriain, Germano moving through. We're going to see Huckabee and Moraes compete at Pipeline in a few months. And we got our final heat of the round coming up for the men. Lucas Cassidy, Luke Swanson, Thomas Lindhorst, and Josh Burke when we return to Saquarema for the Banco do Brasil Saquarema Pro presented by Corona Cero.
The Banco do Brasil Saquarema Pro presented by Corona Cero is brought to you by Banco do Brasil, official sponsor of the WSL in Brazil. By Corona Cero, made with 100% natural ingredients. And by the city of Saquarema, official host of the Banco do Brasil Saquarema Pro presented by Corona Cero.
Entertaining day so far here at the Banco do Brasil Saquarema Pro presented by Corona Cero. Last heat of the men in the water right now, and then we go into the women's round of 48. And that means that Tia Zabroski, the rankings leader, about to hit the lineup with a chance to potentially qualify for the World Championship Tour and subsequently be the youngest male or female to qualify for the Championship Tour. Heat 8 of the round of 80 out there in the water for the men. Lucas Cassidy in the red from Mexico. Luke Swanson from Hawaii in the blue. Thomas Lindhorst, one of our regional wildcards from South Africa, in the white. And a longtime Caribbean surfer, Josh Burke, representing Barbados proudly, is in the green. Mitch and Marcos with you. Great heat to finish off the round. Different styles out there. A couple of goofies up against a couple of regular footers.
Amazing heat, you know, amazing to watch those flags, you know. Burke being a grinder from Barbados. You know, Cassidy is such a fast electric surfer from Mexico. Amazing.
And speaking of fast, Luke Swanson out of Oahu's North Shore up and riding. Have to put him up there in the conversation with one of the best aerialists on the Challenger Series. First year on the CS for him. Great surfing on this one. Looking polished with that ECT board from Channel Islands. And he opens up his account very well. And we do have a couple of scores already. During the break, at Apupukea, Hawaii, Luke Swanson, so the Oahu native, great surfer, competed at World Juniors early this year, did not have the result he was wanting over in the Philippines, but competing for the first year on the Challenger Series.
Man, guys, take notes of this boy. He's amazing. Got all the tools. Amazing on rail. Amazing, you know, above the curve on airs. Check it out. Going for the first turn. Nice snap. Feeling the rhythm. Connecting that phone session there. That wasn't the money turn. Oh, no. Just a setup. That was the money turn. Nice down carve. And nice re-entry to close out. Finish the business there.
Nothing crazy, right? But well done. And speaking of somebody that you like, this is Lucas Cassidy out of Todos Santos in Mexico. 3.5 on his opener.
Yeah, and talking about the influence that, you know, Allen Jr. put in the game right now, making the dream can be possible for those guys.
And first-year surfer on the Challenger Series, Tommy Lindhorst. 5.17 for the surfer out of East London.
Oh, nice rhythm from the goofy footer. A different type of approach, you know. Normally I say, you know, goofy and regulars are different type of human beings, man. It's a different game, a different approach, angles, wise.
Well, the real question that I have, who came up with the term goofy and regular? Who determined that they were goofy or not? Out of East London, South Africa, is Thomas Lindhorst. Great surfer, first year on the Challenger Series. He's 24 years of age. Despite not qualifying through the region of Africa, he did have quite a consistent year, though, in the regional QS, but did get awarded the wild card, but South African champion in the past. So kid's got talent, obviously a very talented field over there, too. You have a lot of people that didn't even qualify for the Challenger Series.
And it's amazing to watch like a South African ripping being a goofy, because we have a tradition like, you know, saying chronologic way. You know, Sean Thompson, Martin Potter, George Smith, just a pack of heavy, you know, regular stance surfers. And to watch a goofy like going for broke, being from South Africa, is amazing.
Here's Cassidy. So unstuck on the second one. First one was quite significant, so he's going to get rewarded on that. And speaking of the South African, Lindhorst, well, he's used to wearing a wetsuit, I can tell you that.
Oh, yeah.
Gets quite cold over there in South Africa, but some great surfing on rail by Tommy. And the backwash coming into play on this wave, recovers well, and that's going to be a complete turn at the end. So good recovery, but very intelligent. And now Swanson close to pulling that air off. Incomplete, though, 23:30 on the clock. Good sign.
Yeah.
At this point of the day, still plenty of waves, and the swell supposedly decreasing. It does not seem that way at the moment, Marcos.
Oh, yeah, nice rhythm from the ocean. I like how he plays the turn. The first snap, just to set up, to find the rhythm, to, you know, to wait for the wave to be more stiffy, and then now he's launched the air, kind of bogged the inside rail in the end.
So previous ride for Swanson, I apologize, Marcos, 5.4. Meanwhile, Lindhorst, he had the 5.17. This one actually might even be better than that.
Even being like a South African surfer, there is a glimpse from Hazelwood in his posture, in his stance. You know, so cool to watch a goofy South African, you know, designing such amazing lines here.
Well, we did have a couple on tour, Royden Bryson being one of them.
Yeah,
Long
I used
time
to be
CT
from
surfer.
the Oakley team in Royden back in the day.
22:30 on the clock. Well, he's coming off of his career best result in Ericeira. Adur Amatriain on the glass.
Yeah, guys, Adur is doing fine here in Saquarema. His third time in Saquarema, and you seem to be comfortable out there. How was that for you? Congratulations.
Thank you, thanks a lot. Yeah, it was a tough hit, especially at the beginning. It took me like more than 10 minutes to get on my first wave. So I was very nervous in the beginning, but then I got a good score. And then it was really tricky to find a backup, but I did, so yeah, very happy with it.
Entonces, un mensaje para tus amigos en español.
Sí, eskerrik asko ikusten izazten da nahi, eskerrik asko indar guztiagatik da hurrengo rondan jarraitze dugu.
Thank you very much. Back to you guys.
Zorionak, congratulations, as they say over there in the Basque Country. And great kid, obviously very talented, but just seems like he's having a good time this year. Pressure's off and no longer a junior, just trying to do the best he can with what he has.
Big smile with this pressure off. The only thing that I don't like to watch is the blank, sticker there on his board.
I think that's going to be changing pretty soon.
Oh, for sure.
By
this
the
is the
look of
place,
things.
the spotlight is all over here.
So 21 minutes on the clock, and the last of Lindhorst comes under his 5.17. It's a 3.93, but he is in the lead. Second is Swanson, a 2.43. And Cassidy in third in the red. He has a couple of threes, needing a 4.17. Meanwhile, Josh Burke with just the 1.5. Well, we talked about Josh, 28 years of age. He's been on the scene for a while. He has competed at the CT level as a wild card. That was at Punta Roca a few years ago. Great representative of the Caribbean. They typically tend to have to compete in North America. They can choose if they want to compete in South America, but for the most part, they have a good connection with the East Coast of the U.S., tend to surf in a lot of NSSA events. Meanwhile, Lucas Cassidy, both of his parents from California, but he is representing Todos Santos just north of Los Cabos in Baja Sur.
Yeah, there's an amazing, super huge connection between the Mexican. Oh, you can tell so much more about that with the connection of Mexican surfing and California surfing. And for the East Coast, it's a traditional to go for better waves. The surfers from the East Coast go surfing the Caribbean for better waves, and the Caribbean surfers kind of connect the industry in the East Coast of USA for sure.
And Cassidy, only 16 years of age. I mean, just incredible. I've seen him, grow up through the regional events on the amateur side of things within the United States. He's been dominant there, the U14s, the U16s, and now really just emphasizing things here on the Challenger Series. His first year, and he really qualified through a string of great results in the last 3 or 4 events. And speaking of his surfing, he's explosive, and for somebody who's only 16, he's quite large. And as you can see, he throws a lot of water around too.
Oh my God, throwing buckets, Cassidy. A little glimpse from the East Coast surfer from back in the day, Mr. Danny Melhado, one of the OGs from the beginning of the career of Sharpai as a board company back in the day with Dean Randazzo.
And he's been a great representative of Channel Islands as well. You can see right there on the ECT. Same thing for Luke Swanson. And speaking to both guys, they said once it gets to a certain size, they just like having that responsiveness that the carbon does for them. Here's Burke.
Ooh.
Great opening snap for Josh. Father Allen, longtime professional that had a good rivalry with a lot of the East Coast surfers in late 80s and the 90s. And Burke going to get on the board. His first was just a 1.5, so this one going to be way better.
I love to see those DNA cases with surfers from, Central America, from Brazil. Nobody can touch like the Hoffman Fletcher in this case, but it's amazing to watch, those scenarios and those cases unfold.
But there's history though, right? As you're mentioning,
like we love, as surf nerds, we love surf history, man.
Heritage. Wow. Everybody has to go through these programs, and speaking of Josh, 28 years, but he's just as good as ever, really. You get him on the right wave, he's one of the best in the world.
Man, like wine, getting better with time. Josh Burke throwing buckets, nice rhythm, up and down.
And I dare say, when Supol is on, he's the guy out there,
Watch out, man. Even with the gold, one of the favorite places on earth for Mr. Robert Kelly Slater, Supol's in Barbados.
And then this, the last of Cassidy, seems to be his best.
Yeah, 12 o'clock first turn, nice snap.
So a bit out of control coming out of the second one, but recovered well. And once again, one of the younger competitors in the draw, only 16, traveling here with his mom. Dad also goes to quite a few events, but he does have a younger sister, so they have to split the time between the two kids. And, you know, especially with things nowadays, social media and whatnot, there's much more exposure to a lot of places that you would have had before. So it's the first time coming here to Saquarema. He had been to Brazil before for another junior event, but at least you know certain things about the location before you get here.
Oh yeah, and talking about boards, amazing choice for him. Like a lot of guys like choosing PUs here, going for a full, you know, wrap. Kudos to Britt Merrick, Brent Power, all the CI team for, you know, being so close to the athletes, to like trying to, like, you know, sharp their, you know, magic tools.
Yeah, Brent Power doing an amazing thing. Mike Walters also one of their big shapers, and of course, coming out of Santa Barbara. A lot of history with that factory over there. Of course, Kelly Slater for the longest of times, big team member for Channel Islands. I would have to say they're on the rise up when it comes to surfers getting on tour right now. 16:30 on the clock. So the last of Cassidy, 4.37. Swanson in third now, a 5.4, his high mark. That's actually the best of the heat. And the last of Burke, 5.13. So everybody with at least something in the mid-fours. So competitive one so far. It's really going to be who gets the best wave in the next 16 minutes.
Oh, that's the thing, man. Still open gates for anyone there. So you never know what you're going to get. And I like the rhythm of the ocean. We were expecting like better swell, more punchy waves, but the consistency that the ocean is providing right now is amazing, even for our rhythm here inside of the group.
Plenty of waves out there for the round of 80 for the men. It's the round of 48 for the women coming up after the break here in Saquarema. Welcome back to the Banco do Brasil Saquarema Pro presented by Corona Cero. It is the last heat of the men's round of 80. At the moment, Thomas Lindhorst out of South Africa leading the heat. And Lucas Cassidy in second, although it is the Caribbean surfer Josh Burke looking to take one of the top two spots this during the break, Marcos, and only looking for a 2.91.
Man, he's surfing with the rule book underneath his armpits, you know, connecting the dots with nice rhythm, good, clean maneuvers. I like.
A good kick out, too.
Yeah,
a lot of confidence right there.
Stylish kick out.
And then Swanson behind him. He's looking to defend one of the top two spots and eventually take the lead with this one.
Crispy surfing from the Hawaiian.
So Luke, despite maybe not having the most consistent year, he's had moments in heats. And it doesn't hurt when you train with the likes of Betty Lou Sakura Johnson, John Florence quite often. He ends up getting the best wave of the heat, a 6.17 for the young product out of the North Shore of Oahu, Swanson. And the last of Burke, he gets his best, 10.73 heat total with a 5.6 on his last. That means that Lindhorst, who was leading the heat, now needing a 5.57, and Cassidy in the red needing a 6.36 or better.
Luke Swanson is those type of high-level surfers. There is a matter of time to watch him like going for broke in the big leagues with the big dogs. So it's just a matter of when, it's not what.
21 years of age, Burke. Everybody talks about how good Barbados, how many different waves they have over there. They have one QS, which is the last one of the North American region, and because of how well he did right there, he was able to qualify once again for the Challenger Series. And I really like the emphasis that he has really put on being good everywhere.
Oh, yeah.
Because you get him at backdoor pipeline, guy's going to be great. You know that coming from Supol and how heavy it gets over there. But what a lot of people forget is that, once again, the Caribbean surfers, they tend to have to go to the east coast of the U.S. quite often, and more often than not, waves are subpar at the QS level over there.
Oh, yeah, and normally it's a cliche. It's kind of easier to adapt when you're being held, like being trained all your years as a professional surfer in like lousy, like weak waves. When you adapt, it's easy to adapt for perfect scenario, dream waves. And when you flip those cases, when you're being from Hawaii, from Indonesia, all those big, perfect places, it's kind of hard to adapt for like beach break scenes, a lot of, ship's conditions.
It changes quite often here too, depending on the angle of the swell, how big it gets to. The wind has a lot to do right here. I think a lot of people don't realize how much wind swell this place actually gets to, because it ends up being one day, there's plenty of swell the next day too.
Oh, amazing. It's so close from the Cape here, Arraial do Cabo. It's almost like Cape Town. There's, different swells coming from all over the place here. So it's adaptability is key here to succeed.
What's the first memory you have of coming to visit Saquarema?
Man, even before I start surfing, even before starting competing in my, careers of 10 years trying to compete. And I came here, I think, 79, late 70s. I was still a little kid, and I watched the first national here. And the scene, like the counterculture, the Raul Seixas, the Rita Lee, the concert, almost was like Woodstock from back in the day.
Oh, it was very punk back then.
Yeah, more hippie than punk.
Okay.
Yeah. It was amazing. This is the place that people used to camp before going to Hawaii. The first generation of competitive surfing from Brazil, we call Brazilian nuts. They all camped here back in the day. Otávio Pacheco, Ricardo Bocão, Rico de Souza, all those boys camped here to prepare for heavy waters in Hawaii and to start to compete in the EPS tour back in 1976.
It's crazy how, as you said, Hawaii, Puerto Escondido, a lot of places like that here included, can be basically flat one day, and the next day it could be double overhead, if not even bigger than that.
And nowadays we have digital forecasts. Back in that time, for those guys in the 70s, you got to watch the clouds, know how ocean gonna function the next day, try to provide at least some analogical type of forecast.
So Swanson in the lead, Burke in second, 9:20 on the clock. Priority with Lindhorst. He's in third, and he needs a 5.57 or better. He's surfed a good heat so far. Good opening car for Tom. He's looking to get things going here on the inside, though. Expecting this wave to stand up, it will. Big last turn. He likes it. It might be able to get some more. That's actually going to be it for Thomas. So mid-5 is what he needs. It would have to be his personal best, though. And just looking at the heat overall, there are plenty of waves to compare to so far. Burke has a couple of 5s. Thomas has a 5.17. And, of course, the 5.4 of Luke Swanson as well.
Nothing like mind-blowing over there, but I love the rhythm, how he plays the right turns in the right place of the wave. I like the first carving, searing the turn, a different angle in the second, forced to do a cutty, and now getting ready for the closeout. Nice re-end, 4 solid turns.
Many times this wave demands a lot out of you, but sometimes it tells you, hey, just do the basics, and if you do it well, you're going to do very, very well in the event.
Classic surfing is never out of fashion, Mitch.
Yeah, the basics, in the end, stock standard.
Oh, yeah.
It's still the center of surfing, right?
Yeah.
And I mean,
don't try to do rocket science any given time.
There's the South African crew, Sarah Baum, Aiden Mason-Kemp, Luke Thompson in the background too, waiting on that score at the moment with just 8 minutes on the clock. So a 5.57 or better. Cassidy now with priority. He's needing at least a 6.36 to move up into the top 2. Burke in second has a couple of 5s, and Swanson in the lead a strong lead too, 11-5-7 by today's standards, quite well as a heat score total.
And there is a little generation clash going on. Young bucks, you know, Burke being more like OG in the game already.
Not even 30, and you're calling him an OG.
I know, but young OGs, it happens all the time.
Cassidy, I'd call him one of the best juniors on the planet, still only 16 years of age. And he has been dominant when it comes to the North American junior scene. 5-7-7, the last of Lindhorst, enough for second place. Burke down to third, now needing a 5-3-5. And Cassidy, 6-5-7 or better is what he requires. The good thing for Lucas, he does have first priority. And I saw him compete last year at home at a wave called Cerritos, just north of Los Cabos. Made it into finals day over there. You know, people expect a lot of you at your home break. And he was able to accomplish a great result. Jet Schilling ended up winning the event. Who got second? Tara Watanabe. We're talking about two surfers who at that point were on the Challenger Series. And he was able to compete well against the two of them. So if the kid's got talent, yeah, that's one thing. He also has experience. And that might be the most pivotal part of these last 6 minutes for him.
A final between like Jet Schilling and Taro Watanabe, such a different school of surfing for both of those guys. It's amazing. The roster in CS is amazing to watch. There's always some fresh starters, some young bucks that are like, you know, mind-blowing, you know, atmosphere here in the booth to call those heats.
Well, when you look at it, the tiers work.
Yeah.
You have the juniors, the QS. Eventually you make it to the Challenger Series. And once you're here, if you're able to qualify for the Championship Tour, yeah, first year might be a bit difficult, especially with the change in format for next year. But all in all, if you're able to defeat somebody in the top 10, let alone the top 5, you have to consider yourself elite.
Oh, yeah, yeah. Elite on CS is a big elite, man. Now that the game is separating in 3 specific games, the regionals, the globals, and then the major league. Just being here in the roster is such a limelight place to be, like, you know, scouting some new sponsors, entrepreneurs. Right now, pay attention.
So just over 5 minutes on the clock. Let's take a look at the Natura Kayak recap so far of the last heat of the round of 80. Luke Swanson taking the lead with a 6.17 on his best.
I love this CI Magic Stick. So loose, so fast. Electric surfing from Luke.
So this is his 5.4 at the moment. His backup, meat and potatoes, great surfing, nothing spectacular. But then he really got things going with the 6.17 here.
And talking about stacking clips on the internet, on Instagram, this boy is amazing.
He's found some quality waves too. Clean open faces and presenting something that I think might have been unexpected for a lot of people is great rail surfing.
Yeah, and because of maybe the board choice, he's so crispy right now.
And then Lindhorst, he's had a couple of good waves. 2 5s have him in second at the moment. He got dropped down to third and with priority converted on his best on this one.
Each one of those guys, they represent such a variety of school of surfing. Each region of, I think, of the globe bring it on, like, so those characteristics.
Heat's not over though, 4 minutes. And Burke, he surfed a good heat. 5.35 is what he needs. The only issue for him with third priority, it's gonna be difficult to get a quality wave. Cassidy though, just a bit late on that last one. Needs a 6.57 or better. Here's Burke. And just a bit too deep on that one. So really good news for both Swanson and Lindhorst. Not a whole lot happening for the surfers in third and fourth, needing scores at the moment.
Yeah, now we're gonna see a lot of tactics being placed. Let's see how the guy's gonna, you know, try to approach the priority for the leader. So he's managing this heat so well, look.
Maturity comes with experience. Obviously, in the moment, you have to adjust as well. He's been able to do that throughout this heat. Only caught 3 waves so far. As we look at the last of Cassidy, was needing a 6.57, gets a 2.93 instead.
Oh yeah, and talking about maturity, there is like late bloomers, early bloomers. I use the example for this explanation with Iago Dora being like just focused on soccer till like 14 years old. He starts surfing, you know, really every day after 14 years old, and nowadays he's the defending world champ. So there's late bloomers as early bloomers.
So just under 3 minutes now. Priority with the heat leader Swanson. second priority with the surfer in second at the moment, Lindhorst. And it's Burke in third, needing a 5.35. Cassidy needs the best of the heat, excuse me, a 6.57. And approaching the 2-minute warning. Seems like Cassidy trying to get as deep as possible and potentially break away from everybody else. That wave not going to materialize into anything, though. And both blue and white defending those top 2 spots well. Just chasing the other 2 surfers with priority as we hit the Banco do Brasil 2-minute warning. The complicated thing here is that, yeah, it's a beach break, but the majority of the best waves, the quality waves, tend to break in one spot.
Oh yeah, it's almost like a beach break mixed with the point break feeling. They framed from the left for the winners over there, so it's packed with intensity. Like you got to choose the right wave and the right time.
90 seconds on the clock right here. So Lindhorst is basically pursuing Cassidy. Meanwhile, Swanson, well, he's staying on Burke at the moment. And Josh, I mean, nearly 11 points. He has surfed a good heat. But Tom just getting slightly enough to what he needed on his last, a 5.77 to move him up into second place. And the surfer out of Hawaii, Luke Swanson, in the lead. Down to 1 minute. Going into women's round of 48. Impactful heat. We have the rankings leader, Tia Zabroski, hitting the water. And she could potentially qualify if she makes it through that one. A chance right here for Lucas. He's got to get into it, though. And he's going to be looking right. 6.57. He needs the best of the heat. That wave's just going to close out on him. Unfortunately, 30 seconds.
He almost was forced to go backdoor.
And then Swanson, the heat leader, throws the tail.
Showing some flat in the end.
Bit dirty riding out of it, but that'll be complete for Luke. Let's see if he improves on his 5.4 or not.
He served this heat with authority, man.
So Lindhorst did get a wave. It was a quick in and out, though. And it seems like Burke was up and riding as well. He needs a 5.35 at the very least. So waiting on a couple of numbers to make things official. Let's see if Josh Burke was able to do anything on his last attempt. Scores indicating that it was really just a throwaway, coming in the 2 range at the moment for Josh. So he's going to bow out of this event. It's a 2.6 for Burke.
Almost splitting hairs there.
And this is the one we're talking about right here, Marcos. Not enough for the Caribbean surfer.
Yeah, with wave with no power, he was forcing.
And unfortunate right there for Burke. So Swanson's going to take away the victory. And a come from behind second place for Thomas Lindhorst. All smiles so far, moving straight into the round of 64 for the South African. We'll be seeing Burke and Cassidy compete at both Pipe and Newcastle. And the North Shore native Luke Swanson taking away the win, just waiting for one more score to make it official, but he will remain in first place.
2 goofies getting through.
And a good heat for the Goofies. Just a 4.97 for Swanson at the end. Does not go into his top 2. Swanson, Lindhorst moving through. Burke and Cassidy, we're going to be seeing them at Pipeline. A major heat coming up. Potential to see the youngest surfer ever qualify for the World Championship Tour. Tia Zabroski hitting the water next as we start the women's round of 48.
Taking a look back at Araceli, stop 4 of the Challenger Series. 14-year-old Tia Zabroski, surfing way beyond her years, throwing the tail, composed, confident, putting heats together. You know what that equals? That equals a win. The teenage phenomena has been setting the Challenger Series on fire throughout 2025 and is on the precipice of qualifying for the championship tour. Just looking back at this stop, it was all Zabroski on the point, surfing on point, getting the points, and waving the French flag. It was a sweep for France over there in Portugal. We'll see if that momentum continues as she inches ever so closer to qualification. Coming down to this heat right here. This is the opening round, heat number 1, round of 48 here at the Banco do Brasil Saquarema Pro, presented by Cero. And we'd like to welcome to the booth Mitchell Salazar. You've been talking to him already. Pedro Brazil, thank you for joining us. It's always great to have you on board, especially this is an important heat.
I know. Thanks for having me, guys. It's such a pleasure to be here sitting on this chair. And what a heat we've got in our hands. I mean, those surfers are really good, super young, super talented. So excited to see.
Yeah, and as I can say, this heat is an all-teenage heat. We got a 14-year-old, a 15-year-old, and 2 19-year-olds in this heat. Really, the Challenger Series, Mitchell, a lot of times we get to kind of peer into the future of professional surfing.
Yeah, it's pretty incredible. I mean, when you think of things, how young not only the talent is, how young a lot of these people are qualifying for the tour, most importantly. And we could have a potential historic heat right here. We could potentially see the youngest surfer ever qualify for the World Championship Tour, Kipes.
Well, here it is. Tia Zabroski, Kiara Gould, Jolly Stokes out of Australia, and Sofia Gonçalves out of Brazil. So this is going to be a great one to watch. Top 2 surfers move on into the next round. Let's see how things started off right here. Replay here with Tia.
Yeah, she's good going right, going left. And of course, as you can see, only 14 years of age, but very, very mature with the way she bottom turns right here. In the pocket the entire time, critical into the lip line. And of course, working with Joan Duru right now. I feel like he's done incredible things with a lot of the French surfers.
Check out this replay, Pedro.
Yeah, Sofia Gonçalves coming from RZs. She surfs so good. She has been on a really good year, probably the best year of her life so far. And this is Jolly Stokes on riding. She's a good footer too, comes from Australia. Sunshine Coast, really strong. Trying to find her rhythm here in Saquarema is super tricky if the back is washy, right? It's not easy to do a turn like that.
Well, judges is adjusting really quick to the men going into the women right here and truly rewarding Tia for just the one turn in comparison, you know, the longer wave of Jolly.
Well, we know it's not quantity, it's quality when we go to judging in 2025, and that continues to be refined. So Tia Zabroski out on the early lead with that 5.17. Taking a look here at Jolly Stokes, her first year on the Challenger Series, so she's kind of feeling out these new waters here on this level. Let's hear from the last heat winner, Luke Swanson, making the North Shore proud. Luke is with Manu. Manu.
Hello, guys. I'm sorry, we were just talking about Hawaii and good stuff, you know, Kaipo. But, well, you look so sharp out there, fast, clean, confident. What'd you like the most about that hit? Congratulations.
Thank you. Yeah, gosh, it's crazy how good it can feel just to make the first round. It's been a few events of just some tough results, and so that heat, being able to block out the nerves and, you know, make some solid choices and pick good waves felt super, super rewarding at the end.
Great, and it's Luke's first time here in Saquarema. I was telling him that for us, it's like the Brazilian Hawaii, and you think the same. That's what we were talking about. I'm sorry again.
Yeah, I actually was just talking with my coach last night, Ross Williams, and he was saying, we've done this a bunch of times just, you know, out front where we live, and so the last few days I felt really comfortable here. I didn't feel like I was lost or confused with like the way the waves broke. So yeah, that definitely helps in a heat like that. First time coming here, didn't feel too foreign, felt pretty familiar.
Have you tried acai already?
Yeah.
You like it?
Yeah, it's pretty good. We got some good acai at home too from all the Brazilians who live there, but yeah, it's good.
That's true. Congratulations. Good luck. Back to you guys.
Great to see Luke Swanson make a heat. You know, his performances and his results have not been reflective of the North Shore natives' actual talent. So it's good to see him kind of get on a roll right now and get in, kind of work that Rubik's Cube of heat play out. But you know what's the Challenger Series all about, Mitchell? It's all about qualification for the championship tour, and that's what Tia Zabroski is coming very, very near. Talking about the women's qualifications, here are the qualification scenarios.
Yeah, so she makes this heat. She's on tour. Yo-Yo can qualify by making the event final. Of course, Sally Fitzgibbons, she's won multiple Challenger Series events in her career so far. If she wins the event right here, she's on tour once again, Kipes.
Pedro, by the end of the year, you think we're going to see Sally Fitzgibbons back on the championship tour?
I would say so. Such a veteran, she knows how to do that thing, and having Newcastle as her last stop, I think that's going to be really good for her. She's sitting good in the rankings. She's got the progressive surfing too. Such a well-rounded surfer. She's been doing that forever now, so I would say yes.
I agree. I agree 100% with you in that Sally's just incredible. I mean, the tenacity of the Australian veteran just showing up over and over again. But we always got to talk about a new chapter, the new guard, the new school. And that's led right now by Tia Zabroski, and she's leading in this heat, Mitch.
Well, Sally was there in her career, too. She was a young buck coming up, and I just think for the European region alone, this is a major moment for them because they're lacking a lot of surfers on both the men's and women's side. They need somebody to really represent them well on the championship tour. And her first full year on the Challenger Series, she just won her first event. She's made 2 finals so far this year, but she has not avoided the quarters or better so far in 25, Kaipo.
Yeah, Zabroski's great year. Started off with the semifinal in Newcastle, over there at the quarterfinal, over in Valido, and then runner-up finish at the U.S. Open and taking that win. Another standout here, Yolanda Hopkins. Yo-Yo, she is once again having her best year on the Challenger Series. Live action here with Sofia. Nice carve on the forehand for the Brazilian. Goofy foot gets bounced there. That's tricky, the backwash, Pedro.
I know, it's not easy. Coming from Marzias, though, the wave is super powerful, too. She knows how to do with that. And, I mean, like I said before, she has done her first QS final this year, which was in Marzias with Daniela Rosas. So she has been really good in the rankings. Her best year, like 5th right now. So, yeah, I mean, she's riding, I just checked her board, and she's riding a 5.9 with 25 liters, which is probably more kind of a step for her. So, yeah, I mean, you got to trust her, keep it and go for it. There's no other choice.
Take a look at Jolly here. Stokes is up. Winds up off the bottom. Nice snap there. Comes around the corner one more time. Easy carve. Looking for a double up on the inside. Finds that double up. Has to settle for a little carve there. Wants a steep lip to finish off on, and does the finish as the water converges. Nice finish, nice surfing, nice pace, not over pushing it, Mitch.
100%. I'm a big fan of that wave. As you said, a lot of patience shown on that one. Never rushed anything. And I think, you know, for somebody who's only 19 as well, coming out of a strong region like Queensland, you're training on a daily basis with incredible surfers. And Brother Taj also in the event too, so a familiar affair. He's replacing Jarvis Searle as the next ranked surfer coming out of Oceania. But to qualify through that region at that age, that's something pretty superb just alone by itself too, Kipes.
Very competitive region. Again, we have 7 qualifying regions on the World Surf League. Out of those 7 regions, the top qualifiers make their way to the Challenger Series, as well as those surfers who fall off of the championship tour. That's how we get the whole gamut of competitors as we start the year, and that's what it's all about. So it's really interesting is watching the veterans, watching people who are trying to re-qualify for the championship tour, and then watching the new blood that come out, like Jolly Stokes. Pedro.
Yeah, I mean, she's super strong too. You can see she's so heavy-footer. And how good is to finish strong? She was waiting, she was patient, waiting for the wave, the oncoming section, bang, on the top, on her feet. So it's really good. Probably like her first wave. She's probably going to see herself in a way better situation right now, Mitch.
Yeah, and to be honest, we've talked about this over the last few years. I really like that we're seeing these materials be used all around the world right now, too. I feel like carbon's really been a big thing of the last 3 or 4 years. And to be seeing so many surfers ride it right now, it's truly a testament to how much it's evolved in the last few.
Recycle your carbon.
Yeah.
Like the ECT that you see on the Channel Islands right there, which isn't a carbon cloth, it's actually carbon powder that's been mixed into the resin and laminated on the top of the board. So that recycled carbon is actually a better way to do the carbon, just because we always want to lower our carbon footprint, Mitch.
Ecologically, for sure. Follow the 3 R's, reduce, reuse, recycle, too.
All right. I like it. Well, here we go. Jolly just went up into the lead, and it is because of a 5.73. Pedro, you said it before, she was very paced on the wave, and she was able to get a nice finish.
Yeah, that was really good. I mean, just to be patient, waiting for the right moment to hit the wave. Like I said, it's not easy to do here. The wave is always mushy, it's always backwash and stuff like that. So, I mean, it's just good to take her time off the bottom, see when you want to hit it, and she went for it. If that sea edge is looking good under her feet.
Zabroski with priority in the red jersey decides not to go. Jolly just turns around there, just looking for the scraps. No problem, no harm, no foul. She'll remain in the lead. Jolly, spelled with J-A-H-H-L-Y. Mitchell, is that a reference to Haile Selassie at all?
I don't even know who that is. I'm sorry. That might be an 80s or 90s thing.
Okay.
But
it's okay, it's a roster reference.
Okay. But, you know, the one thing I will say, I like her positioning in the lineup with 4th priority. She's under everybody else. But in the end, you want to be on the right waves at the right time in the heat, too. And, you know, when she was in the better priority rotation, got the 5.73. So good execution. But it seems like Tia right here, she's up.
Zabroski, always confident.
Oh my God.
Sharp butt. A little bit of a commentator curse right there.
No, I'm sorry. She pulls that, though, like we're probably seeing an excellent score just with one turn.
Oh, my goodness. Let's try to contain ourselves right now. That was, it was a big potential turn, but it went awry. So we're a little bit over, we're sooning. Well, let's just take a look, Mitchell. What went wrong here?
Well, I think she just overdid it a little bit, pushed a bit too hard, maybe slid the tail a bit too much riding out of it, but she completes that. And to me, we're seeing the best wave of the heat so far. I mean, you can't get any more committed than that right there in the pocket.
Pedro, do you think Tia knows the gravity of this heat?
I mean, she's so smart. I would say so. Look, Sofia comes.
Gonzalez, yeah, nice finish there. Get into the heat, wants to build upon her scoreline. Gonzalez with a 2-point ride and a 2.33 in the scoreline. That was the 2.33 that just dropped. Catching up with Kiara Gould, the 15-year-old.
Wow.
Strong backhand stab there, Mitchell, and survives a lot of that backwash coming back up at the wave.
Yeah, and coming out of Tahiti, they surf a lot of powerful waves. Papara, one of the premier beach breaks in the region right there, too. And coming out of the Hawaii, Tahiti, Nui region, also you said, you know, she's in her mid-teens right now, representing French Polynesia very well, but, you know, tends to travel to California quite a bit. She's done well at the Supergirl Pro in Oceanside before. She's no stranger to surfing a beach break well.
It's kind of interesting. Well, we'll take a look at this replay, Pedro.
Yeah, Kiara Gould, she's so young too, only 15 years old, surfing so good on her backhand right now. She has been having a really good year in the Challenging too. She just got her first excellent wave, which was in Bolito, really strong one. And also Sophia, just trying to find her rhythm in that wave. It's pretty difficult. Like, we've got the swell changing direction right now. It was south swell and now it's southeast. So that's a new situation for them. And getting to adapt here is really important.
So what does the more east do when it turns from south to southeast? What would that do to the break?
I mean, usually the best wave here is the left. We all know that. And when it gets southeast, that's when the best waves come. And I mean, the water here usually gets colder when it's like that. So we're seeing like a darker water now. It's not like that clean blue water that we used to see, and that represents the swell just turning the side of it. And yeah, guess what? Kara goes straight to the lead.
All right, well, we're going to take a break right now. Tia Zabroski, she's trailing Kiara Gould and Jolly Stokes. Can she qualify through this heat? We're going to find out when we come back for the conclusion. Heat 1, round of 48, the women here in Saquarema. We're back here in Saquarema for the Banco do Brasil Saquarema Pro presented by Cero. Women's opening round, heat number 1 out in the water. A little bit of fog coming through here. The water temperatures dropped just a bit. Taking a look at Tia Zabroski out in this heat and her year so far, Mitchell Salazar.
Yeah, leading the rankings, 14 years of age, 2 finals so far, one of them being a victory. But she's made the quarters or better at every single event. And when you just look at how difficult it was in Huntington Beach earlier this year, 13:07 average heat score. Talking about insignificant waves all the way to 6 foot plus. She has no doubt been the best surfer so far in the CS.
Again, if you're just joining us, Tia, she makes this heat, she makes the championship tour for 2026. That's the big news today. And can the French surfer achieve that? It's a nervy heat. She's trying to make a comeback right now, but during the break, she did make a comeback. Here's a replay, Mitchell. This was a 6.5.
Yeah, straight to the lead with this one, too. And it's just really the timing. You know, she's done so well to be able to be on the right waves at the right time, but not forcing anything. Maybe that last one just slightly forced, but these first two very clean, and I'm a big fan of her bottom turn on the backhand kaipo. Can't really get any more precise than that.
What this also shows is mental fortitude. I'm sure she knew of the gravity of this heat coming into this heat. She was trailing up until this point, and she's not making it easy because Kiara Gould just dropped a 7 with this performance.
Yeah, best wave of the day so far, and very deserving right there. The first turn very critical, and the second one just as. Timing is essential right here, as you've mentioned, Pedro. The backwash is so difficult, but the wave can go from being so flat to standing up really quick.
And she went fast for the lip, right? She saw that the lip was coming her way. She changed her direction and went straight for the lip. As we see the judges, yeah.
I like the 7.5 personally. I think that was deserving of it.
Kiara taking a look at this one, decides not to go. She's currently in second place. So the 2 surfers from Tahiti out in first and second. Interesting, though, coming from Tahiti, which is a French territory, Tia representing France and Kiara representing Tahiti.
That might change eventually, too, depending on what route she tries to take. But, you know, if you're getting support from the French Federation and they're willing to give it to you, I'd say go ahead and take it. You know, same thing for Kali. He knew that there was a chance to compete at home for the Olympics, did it under the French banner, but it was in Tahiti. And now look at Tia Zabroski. She's on the verge. She's 9 minutes away of being the youngest surfer ever to qualify for the CT. And when you take into consideration Tyler Wright being very young, Caroline Marks has been able to do it, Medina, John, Kelly. This is crazy. 14 years old, Kaipo. 14 years old. In her first full year on the Challenger, she's already won an event. She's leading the rankings. And with 7 events available to qualify, she might be able to do it in the first 5.
Yeah, then again, the Challenger Series consists of 7 events. You take your top 5 finishes, so you get 2 throwaways. So for most of the competitors, that does take away, this used to always be the final event of the season. That takes away some of the pressure for a lot of the competitors because they know they're going to get another couple of chances over at Pipe and in Newcastle. But for someone to come through here and not have any throwaways, not need any throwaways, having keepers in every single event that you have, that is a great accomplishment. And that's the signal to me of future greatness for someone like Tia Zabroski.
100%. And I mean, she went toe-to-toe with Sawyer over there in Huntington. She was runner-up to her in waves that benefited her. So if she's able to do it against people like that, once she makes it on tour with better waves, she might be a threat.
Jolly currently in 3rd place, looking for a 5.28 to get up into 2nd in advancing position. That wave did let her down just a little bit as it rolled through there, Pedro.
Yeah, for sure. Jolly Stokes coming from Australia, like we mentioned. She just had a really bad start of the year. She got injured, and after that, she managed to have her first QS win, which was really good for her. And now she's on the Challenger, so trying to get it done here, not that easy, like we mentioned. Gotta go. She's insane. Tia Zabroski, she's also insane. Sophia, the only one that knows that break better than them. So that's a pretty stacked heat, and I'm pretty keen to see what's gonna play out right now.
Yeah, the Australia-Pacific region is very competitive to get onto the Challenger Series, as is the Brazil region also. So you have 2 examples here. You have Jolly, who's been able to get into this event through those QSs in a very competitive region. You have Sofia Gonzalez, who's been able to get into this event, also a very competitive region. Pedro, here's the replay of Jolly. There's a 4.2.
Yeah, pretty strong first turn. One more time, taking her time, and she tries to go vertical every single turn, so that's really good from her. That carbon is looking spicy under her feet. She's trying to hit the lip every single time, so that's really cool. She's being aggressive, trying to be on top of the wave, so that's really cool.
Here's the live rankings. Remember, the cut line's at 7 this year as we increase our field of women for the 2026 Championship Tour. Kira Pinkerton on these live rankings just above the cut line, but we got so much more surfing to do. I guarantee you one thing, that order is going to be switched up by the end of this event.
That's for sure.
No doubt. Yo-Yo very deserving of that number 2 spot. How about the lead, though, for Tia? More than 4,000 points between her and 2nd place. Sally, of course, more than 22,000 points. Kika's got a win already at number 4. And, you know, 5, 6, 7, those people are really in need of at least a finals appearance, in my opinion, to be able to move up into the top 4.
Finally, a lull come through here. It's been a pretty consistent day throughout the entire, which has been welcoming, even on the backside of the swell, is being very consistent. Got a paddle. And on the backhand here, Sophia winds up. There's a nice carve off there, but the rights, you know, you talked about it, Pedro, and in the angulation of the swell, the rights are really cut short right now. So you would think that most of the potential scoring is on the lefts.
Yeah, I would say, because, like, I think this is a dying swell, like you just mentioned, and the wave to the right is a dying wave too, because it goes to deep water. So it's not easy to find the right place to hit the wave. I'm pretty sure that the left is better because of the bank. It's more shallow, so it's better to hit. But she's just trying to play a different strategy. It's not working for her right now, so she's just trying to change her mind. She's probably relies on her backhand too, so that was probably a great move for her. Yeah, 5 minutes remaining. You got to change something if you're losing.
Yeah, there you go. 5 minutes on the countdown, and the paddle back out here. We'll see if Kiara uses her priority. We'll get right here into the Natural Kayak recap. Clutch performance right here in a very important heat so far from Tia Zabroski, Mitch.
Yeah, basically half of the scale for just the one turn of 5.17. And here's the best wave of the day so far, 7 from Kiara Gould, the youngster out of French Polynesia. Big fan of her, still in her mid-teens, and really taking advantage of powerful waves here at Itaúna at the moment. But, you know, Zabroski, big comeback right here with the 6.5, guys. Really like this wave. The timing, the precision. I think the bottom turn is so mature for somebody that's only 14 years old. And of course, the resiliency to maintain your head in position, making sure that you're completing these waves. And just under 4 minutes, guys. Under 4 minutes of experiencing history here.
Catching up with Sofia Gonzalez. Finishing off her wave. That is not going to change the situation. Previous wave was a 2-point ride. She needs an 8.67 to get into second place. We're still waiting for that score. 3 minutes and 25 seconds on the clock. Needs a huge score, 8.67. That would be the highest score of the day so far. Joan Duruz, his transition to a coach has been magnificent. Coming off of stop number 4 of the Challenger Series in Cero, he had both winners under his guidance, both Kauli Vas as well as Tia Zabroski. It was a clean sweep for France. Mitchell, is the Euro force back?
It's a good question.
That's why I asked you.
It's definitely getting there. And I think it just takes one person, too. They don't have enough representatives on tour. They obviously have a good contingent on the Challenger Series, but I think it's too soon to say. I do think that they have a very bright star in the future, though.
I think they're going to have 2 French surfers on the championship tour. I'm going to go on record right now. I think we're going to see Tia Zabroski on tour.
And Kauli.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. Yeah. No, I agree with that.
Joining Marco Mignot. So the Euroforce, to answer my own question, yeah, it's back. Here we go. Kiara Gould, she's doing this one for Tahiti. Could take the lead right now with a 4.67. She rides out of this. I think she takes the lead.
That was really cool to see.
Defensive move, too. Had a priority right there, was holding on to it, and she surfed a very intelligent heat so far. She's only caught 2 waves leading up to this.
Yeah, for sure. You can see how gnarly that girl is. She can come out the bottom so quick and always throwing her strings out so spicy. She can do that so easily. We can see that her style, her knees, always so low off the bottom. So that's really cool from her. Just like her best wave, you know, she went to the lip so fast, and she just keep doing that. Her backhand seems to be so good right now.
Really composed surfing, and I love the technique right there, making sure to stay low, riding out of that after the fin throw on the backhand to make sure she goes complete.
Yep.
That was very mature. That was just great biomechanics.
With priority, too, which makes things even more difficult right here. And, you know, Jolly Stokes in her defense, she surfed a good heat, too. She needs to be on a better wave. But a minute 10 right here, Kaipo, and look at where things are going at the moment.
Well, Kiara does not get enough to advance into
Just
first.
barely.
Just barely under, yeah. A 4.63, but remains in a strong second place to advance.
Yeah, and I mean, this moment is crucial for the, like, less than 1 minute remaining. Tia has got priority. She's going probably to try to find them surfers in the water.
Ooh, and the plot thickens. Here come some waves as well. So 40 seconds. Waves on the horizon. Priority to Tia Zabroski. Looking to the beach, looking for support. Wave coming through here.
Ooh. On the other side of the peak, unfortunately.
And that wave just kind of was a mirage from this higher angle. 15 seconds. Sophia looking for a giant score, not going to get it. She'll be eliminated. Let's celebrate this moment right now, Mitchell, because let's welcome Tia Zabroski to the 2026 Championship Tour.
Yeah, it's jaw-dropping, really. 14 years of age, the youngest surfer ever to qualify for the World Championship Tour. 7 events this year on the Challenger Series schedule. She did it within the first 5. Big congrats to the French surfer Tia Zabroski.
Pedro, your thoughts?
I mean, this is insane. There's no words to describe that girl. She can do whatever he wants up on a surfboard. That's what it looks like. And I mean, she's got only like 14 years old qualifying for this Heat C. She has got 4 QS wins at 14 years old. That's also incredible. She's doing everything happening right now. She's making everything look easy.
Are we watching the future of women's professional surfing in front of our eyes right now, Mitchell?
Definitely. Both of those 2 women, you know, Tia just qualified. I feel I'm going to go out on a limb and say that Kiara eventually will qualify for the CT as well.
Two smiling Tahitians making their way to the short break here and making their way into round number 2. Look at the numbers, and again, congratulations to Tia Zabroski. She has solidified her spot on the 2026 Championship Tour. 6 more spots available for the women. We're going to take a break right now, digest everything that's happening. We're coming back with more action. Congratulations, Tia Zabroski. It is a big moment for France. It's a big moment for Tahiti. It's a big moment for Tia Zabroski. Talk about efficiency. Talk about domination. 5 events straight through. Quarterfinals or better in the first 4 events. She's on her way. A heat win here has earned her spot onto the 2026 Championship Tour. The 14-year-old phenomena, the youngest surfer to ever qualify for the Championship Tour. Pedro Brazil, your thoughts?
This is insane, that girl, that little girl. It's so impressive to see her surfing. I think Michi just said the right word to describe her. She's so precise. She never wastes time off the bottom. She's always so fast, so quick, always throwing the things out. She's insane. Like we said, already 1 COS win, already qualified for the CT, 4 KS wins, only 14 years old.
Yeah, she is going to be a force to be reckoned with. Tia Zabroski coming through and getting it done. So we'll let her celebrate. Look forward to hearing from her on the glass after this. But we are going to move on into Heat 2 of the round of 48. Annette Gonzalez Exabari from the Basque Country out in the red jersey. Daniela Rosas is in blue. She's representing Peru. Willow Hardy out from Western Australia is in white. And Eden Walla representing the USA San Clemente in the green jersey. Kaipagura along with Pedro Brazil on the call here. And let's take a look at some replays, starting here with Willow Hardy, Pedro.
Willow Hardy, straight from Margaret River. She is such a nice competitive too. Look, the wave was pretty long. And then she tried to hit the lip with a little layback, but it didn't work that well for her. And now, Eden Walla, the youngster. Oh my God, that was cool. So fast.
So to assign some numbers for what we just saw on the replay, a 3.17 for Willow Hardy, a 4-point ride for Eden Walla on that opening exchange. Willow Hardy, just 18 years old, out of Western Australia, has already had a couple of wild cards and had a taste at just a young age at the Championship Tour. In 2021, she was a 14-year-old wild card over there in Western Australia. She was a wild card last year in Western Australia, where she caught one of the largest waves in that competition saw that one from the water. It was an absolute 10-foot bomb. Willow Hardy taking the drop there.
Yeah, probably one of the nicest waves of the whole comp. I remember that. That was crazy, that commitment. Coming from that place, you gotta ride big waves, right? There's no other choice. That place receives a lot of swell. We've got like Felicity Palmatier, which is our friend from the booth. She, drops some hammers there all the time. Jacob Wilcox on the Challenger Series right now. Jack Robson, a lot of people coming from there. It's really cool to see.
Here we go with Annette Gonzalez Echabari, the Basque surfer, another teenager, and Daniela Rosa.
La Máquina.
Is she a La Máquina as well? Just like Luca Macinas?
Yeah, that's for sure.
All right.
She's insane. She has got 11 QS wins, Kaipo.
Yeah, I saw that. Just 4 QS wins this year in the South America region. She's got a brilliant career ahead of her.
I know, especially in her backhand, coming from Lima, Peru. We've got a lot of left-hand points. She surfs so good. She's been coached by Kleber Cavalcanti here, which also works with Lucas Vicente and Franco Raziunas. A really nice team. As you can see, her stance is pretty strong. Look, first turn was really nice, and then the second one a bit late, but she tried to finish almost in front of Annette. And Annette also got things started. Yeah. Trying to find the foam.
And so that was a 2-point ride for Annette, 2.93 for Daniela Rosa. So all surfers having a single opening ride. Eden Walla is out in the lead with that 4-point ride, but very tight so far at the 23-minute mark. Let's hear from a new qualifier for the championship tour. We're talking about Tia Zabroski. She's with Rachel Apollonio. Rachel, take it away.
That's it, Kaipo. She's leading the rankings. She was leading her heat. And now, Tia Zabroski, congratulations. You are officially qualified for the 2026 Championship Tour. How does it feel to be the youngest ever to qualify? Congratulations.
Thank you. I don't know what to say. I'm really, really happy. Jenny told me that it was a surprise, and I didn't even think about it. And this morning, I win my heat, and my best friend who make the heat with me, Kiara, just told me I qualify. I was like, really? I didn't know. And yeah, I'm really, really happy to be the youngest to qualify on tour. And yeah, super happy.
Yeah, we were wondering if you knew that you only need to make this heat to qualify or if it was a surprise. And as it's your first time surfing in Saquarema, how was that heat for you?
Well, it was just a normal heat like every heat I did this year and all the other year. Just having fun and trying my best. It was a bit hard to surf. It's been a long time kind of that I didn't surf in backside, so I wasn't really confident. But yeah, I make my heat and I just qualify on tour, and yeah, I'm really happy.
We are so happy to hear from you. You are super powerful, efficient, and your season's been amazing. Congratulations and good luck. Thank you.
That is incredible. So we're going to see her. I'm sure her work's not done. She's a very competitive young lady. She's going to want to win this event. But what a bright star in surfing.
Yeah, we're seeing a rising star, that's for sure. That's an easy call. It's not difficult to say that. She's insane, like Mitch said. She has already won CUS, 4 QSs, and only 14 years old. That's some really cool achievements for someone that's only 14 years old.
Ooh, skips out there. Annette Gonzalez Echabari currently in the lead because she's got 2 waves in her scoreline, but a missed opportunity there for the Basque surfer.
Yeah, she has been having a really good year in the Challenger too. She came from the US Open with a third, which was really cool for her. She was a turning point for her. That's easy to say too.
Yeah.
I mean, your biggest result of your career, you gotta find your rhythm, and that's what she's doing right now, working with the Basque Country, coached by Indad. A lot of people here. Iago Dominguez made his hit earlier this morning, also a dude. So their team is doing really well this year on the Challenger. I think they're coming as a European. We were talking about the European star.
Yeah.
That's for sure from the Basque Country too. A lot of people coming from there and surfing so good.
That's true. Annette with that semifinal finish over the US Open. And like you said, Pedro, I feel that was a turning point for the young 18-year-old to get the confidence to know that she can do it and she can get through the heat and she can surf with the world's best. And so she's going to probably continue that trajectory throughout the rest of the Challenger Series. Eden Walla here, cuts that first snap short to get up and combo this, but got caught up in the whitewater right behind her. Willow Hardy loads up. Nice lip glide there for Hardy. Sticking with this wave, hoping for more open face. Not going to get it, but has a nice turn on out in the back. 3.17 currently in her score line, and it's going to be a battle for who's going to take second in the standings right now between these two.
Yeah, first turn super strong for Willow. Unfortunately, the wave just ran out in front of her and she couldn't make the second session. And for Annette, I think it's cool to see her because her style is also really cool. I really appreciate her style. I think it's one of the most beautiful styles on tour right now on the women's side. And she just started riding Mayhem too, so that's really cool. I think that might have been something that came from the US Open. So that's a new situation for her. And getting to see her surfing on one of the major companies on the planet is really cool too.
Talk us through these replays.
Yeah, she comes patiently waiting for the wave, and then as soon as it's tipping up, she just hit the lip with a lot of force, but unfortunately the wave was just too fast, right in front of a net. And then Wallen tried to make 2 for 1 here. Almost finished off strong, but unfortunately she went down.
So Walla with a 1.77. Willow needs one more judge before we can update you on her standing. There we go, 3.13 for Willow Hardy. Hardy goes up into the lead. Eden Wallach in second place. Annette Gonzalez-Exabari currently in third, needing a 2.48. And Daniela Rosas has a 2.93 in her scoreline so far. 2.85 will take her to second place in advancing position. Very tight heats at the 17-minute mark.
Daniela has got priority though, so now it's a really important moment for her. Try to capitalize on that, try to make a wave count. She has only ridden one wave, which is cool, but I mean, you gotta find the best wave of the heat if you wanna make the heat, and that's what she's looking to do right now.
Identifies this one, and here she goes. Daniela Rosas stalls off the takeoff, loads up there, and mistimes it.
Yeah.
You could see she kind of cut back and was waiting for the power source, trying to stall it out, but now she's checking her equipment. Something went wrong there.
Yeah, I think the wave choice was a bit tricky because, I mean, the wave kind of split it in two, so she tried to stay on the force of the wave with the power source, but it wasn't easy to find it, so she tried to do a couple turns to just find the pace and then tried to finish strong, but unfortunately she went down and couldn't make it.
I also feel it's an example of how important rhythm is on a wave. And if you start the wave off rhythm, a lot of times it's hard to like kind of regather that rhythm. Annette here takes off on a foamy one. This one luckily doubles up on the inside, throws the fins right there. So what looked like not a very good wave choice at the beginning stood up. She knew something that we didn't right there. Annette Gonzalez-Exabari with a beautiful closing turn on that.
That was amazing to watch. I mean, she waited for the backwash, hit it perfectly, and that was a really nice turn. Just cool to see. Her style is just something that's really, really amazing to see, and I really appreciate the way she surfs. As we can see, difficult wave to get in, and then a little bit of foam on the face. First turn, try to find her rhythm, and then waited for that bloom all the way up, straight up. Probably it's gonna be the best wave of the heat so far, I would say.
I think so too. Let's see it again in slow motion.
Oh my God, those fins were free, Kipes.
Just pivoting off the rail there, fins flying out the back, waiting for the number, and Annette Gonzalez-Exabari goes into the lead with a 4.5. Switches the entire character of this heat. Willow Hardy with priority and in advancing position, but Annette, we talked about the confidence that she gained with that great result over and the US Open in that third place finish there. She's continuing with that confidence builder and looking really, really in control here. Did not hold back from that turn, and that's something that I really like when in competition. Oh, Eden Walla tags it, 12 o'clock, and it is lunchtime, so
it's almost time.
Puts it straight up.
Yeah, super young too. Oh my God, what a bottom turn.
Oh, Annette continues the assault on Itauna. Oh, and unfortunately pokes the nose on that one, but I really like the quality of the turns that she's putting me through right now.
Yeah, the first turn was massive. it was a proper open face for her. You know, the wave was big. She took her time, waited, hit it. That was probably the best wave of the heat right there.
That's beautiful. I mean, you finished this off right here, which is the one unfortunate part, Pedro, and you're up in excellent.
Yeah, that's for sure. Look at that. The first turn was massive. Timed it so well, waited. And see, it's tricky. The wave is just like splitting up a lot. And then here I think she went a bit like up in front of the wave. You know, she should have waited a bit more, I would say. Because it wasn't like, she tried to hit too harder when it was a bit fast still. So, yeah, I think that's why she went down.
White line up there of white water. You can see a rip starting to form as the angle of the swell changes, as well as the tide changing here. Left's in control. And Daniela Rosas finding some good rhythm on this one. Has to take the low road through here. You can see a little bit of a double up in front of her, but got 3 quality turns on the backhand. Rosas, a 4.44, takes her to second in advancing position.
Yeah, you can see how tricky it is for her right now just to finish that wave. That last session is pretty gnarly to make it because you can see a lot of foam, a lot of different waves, backwash. It's so shallow there. And I mean, I think since we're having like pretty low scores, you're just trying to get something on the board right now. You're trying to don't leave that for the last minutes of the heat. So that's always a smart move from her. And she might improve her situation right now, guys.
I think she's going to get the 4.44. I think she's going to go into second place. But again, that's just me, the commentator.
We got to leave for the judges
Not
there.
the judges. We got to wait till they make their decision. They're analyzing right now the replays up in the judges' tower. We'll see what the judges come up with. As we're waiting for those scores, we're going to take a break. We're stepping away. We'll come back with those scores and the conclusion of Heat 2, round of 48 here in Saquarema. Back here at the Banco do Brasil Saquarema Pro, presented by Cero. Hey, heads up. You feel it in the air. The seasons are changing. The Tudor Nazare Big Wave Challenge, the Big Wave season opens up November 1st over there in Nazare, Kaipo Girl, along with Pedro Brazil. Pedro, you like to get towed into a couple, don't you?
I've never done that in my whole life, so that's news to me, guys.
You're gonna have a chance when you cover the Tudor Nazare. But you've been to Nazare, you know the scene over there.
Yeah.
It's a spectacle.
Yeah, it's pretty mental to see what those guys can do with those waves. It's pretty impressive, and it's just crazy to see the whole situation of that wave. You know, there's a place that is flat. When it looks to the ocean, the left side is flat, and it looks to the right just like bombing.
Yeah,
it's a pretty gnarly field.
This happened during the break, Pedro. Daniela.
Yeah, first turn, pretty strong. Took her time. Oh my God, second one already. Let's see if she can finish that thing. Oh
no. And,
yeah.
And as we were going to break, she needed a 4.4 to go into second place. It did not get a 4.2 in previous wave. Here's a replay of Willow Hardy.
Yeah, we didn't see that score either. Still waiting. I'm not sure if it's gonna go all the way to the top. And then Walla.
So that was a 4.67 for Eden Walla right there to keep her in second place. Annette got one as well.
Let's see. Oh, that's a big wave, big looking wave. It took her time one more time. Oh my God, that turn is really strong. And then it fats out a bit. She's just trying to find the right place again and see deep water.
That was a 4.63 for Annette Gonzalez-Exabari. So situation, Annette out in the lead, Eden Walla hanging into second place and advancing position. Daniela Rosas, we're still waiting for a score for her. We're still waiting for a score for Willow Hardy to give you the situation at the 9-minute mark.
Yeah, what I've been noticed from Eden Walla, she's trying to make a lot of turns on every single wave. If you look, she tries to cut her turn shots, trying to feed more turns. And she just did that. The wave was just like a space for 2 turns. She managed to do like 3. But sometimes you just got to find the big 2, you know. And yeah, I mean, she's playing a different kind of heat right now. I think she's looking for the right way to do more turns than just to go big on a few turns.
Well, now she's in jeopardy. She dropped down to 3rd place. Needs a 4.46 on this wave to regain second place in advancing position. She's on her way if she gets the finish. Oh, that was tidy.
Yeah, that was better for her.
Great pace. And the fact that she was able to kind of hold back a little bit to match the pace of that wave. The San Clemente surfer, Eden Walla, has dropped down to 3rd, but I have a feeling she's just earned more than a 4.46 that she needs to regain second place in advancing.
I couldn't agree more, Kaipo. I think that was the first wave that she really took her time, waited. She was really patient, got the first turn, waited, and then engaging her rail again and trying to find the last turn. You know, she just did what the wave asked for, and that was really cool to see. I'm pretty sure that this is going to be her best wave of the heat so far. She was a bit too excited, I think, for the other ones. You know, when you have a CS heat, which is really stacked, you just want to make the heat, want to make turns. And now that she had like 2 waves already, she took her time, was patient. That was really good from her.
Here's Daniela Rosa on the replay.
La Máquina cuts back, trying to find the source. We didn't see that wave yet, and then let's see what she can do here. She managed to go vertical in a really difficult turn, so that difficult section, so that was really cool.
Really, really competitive heat that we have right here. Judges owing us scores for Willow Hardy, Eden Walla, and Daniela Rosa that could certainly mix up the standings as we look at the current standings without those scores in. But I think things are going to really switch up, and Annette Gonzalez-Exabari is going to have to be really heads up right now. She's currently in second place. She does have priority, but I feel that there's going to be a switching around of those standings once those scores drop.
Yeah, super excited to see how this score is going to come from Eden Walla. That wave was really, really good to watch. I think that was probably one of the best waves of the heat so far. The way she waited, the way she attacked the wave, that was impressive to see. I mean, for a 16-year-old girl, it's really cool to watch.
Yeah, the way that she placed her bottom turns and was patient and picking her spot, that's kind of the foundation of good backhand surfing, is really the backhand bottom turn. You can see that in examples of like some of the great backhand surfers, you know, of all time. Surfers like Mark Akalupo, where they'll sit on a bottom turn and wait, and then pick the perfect point to hit the lip. Same thing with Connor O'Leary with some of his perfect surfing that we saw this year at J-Bay, where he would just sit down at the bottom of the wave and hold and hesitate on that bottom turn, and then project up and hit the lip right where he wanted to. We're still waiting for scores for Eden Walla, expecting it to get her into second place, but we're still waiting for one more score to drop.
And I mean, coming from San Clemente, what a great moment to be a San Clemente person, having Griffey Colapinto, having Sarah Lindblad, a lot of people coming from there, Caitlin Simmers. And I'm pretty sure that those girls, Caroline Marks also, we're talking about backside, you gotta mention Caroline Marks, one of the best to ever do it.
Yeah.
She's so good too, and I'm pretty sure that Eden Walla has been watching them. And look, it just happened, Kipes.
4.63 was enough to put Eden Walla into second in advancing position. Annette Gonzalez-Exabari, who's been pretty dominant through this entire heat, showing some good surfing now, needs to perform and get back up. Eden just a quick up and out. Gonzalez-Exabari with priority. Needs a 4.67. She does have priority. She does have time on the clock. so she does have opportunity. Daniela Rosas, her last score of 4.03 did not change the situation. However, the Peruvian surfer remains in the lead.
Yeah, she's doing a pretty smart heat too. She started off choosing the wrong waves, I would say, and then she found the good waves and didn't fall. She made those waves. And then, on the other hand, like Annette Gonzalez, I think the only thing that's playing the bad way for her now is not finish her waves. Let's see what she can do now, Kipes.
Very important wave. Big, aggressive first turn. Catches the rail a little bit, but makes up for it. And was that it? Pedro, Brazil, 4.67 is what she needs. That was a beautiful first turn. Got a little bit of a rail catch, but made up for it and got the finish. What do you think?
Yeah, I think it's going to be close. It's going to be a close call. Let's see on them all now. Oh.
Wow. We are seeing
impressive.
Some great backhand surfing in this heat. Willow Hardy on the forehand wants to get into the mix right there, but that wave did not help her situation. It's really the three regular foots that have been running away with it.
Yeah, for sure, Kipes. I mean, I really felt that the first turn from Annette was amazing. Throwing the things out, really aggressive. But I don't know, I think it lacked a bit of flow. I could say that. And yeah, but I mean, she was really smart. Even though she had that dig of the rail, she just went for the last turn and finished. That was something that she didn't do before. So that was a really great comeback from her. Let's wait for the score. The score is going to be a crucial one for the heat.
It will be a crucial one. 4.67 is what Gonzalez Exabari needs. She gets way more than that. Just checked in with a 6.33. Beautiful first turn, made up for it after a bobble, got the finish. Take another look at the 6.33, Pedro.
Yeah, first turn was, oh my God. That was way better than I thought looking right now. And then, I mean, she had that moment with the rail. That's something that we should mention, but the last turn was also really cool to watch.
We're waiting for that score still for Eden for that one turn. 4.71, she'll take back that second and advancing spot from Daniela Rosa. So still waiting for Eden's scores. There's all of the scores for Annette Gonzalez Exabari.
Surfing so good. Her style is just amazing to watch. Look, oh, La Máquina is up and riding.
Rosas, again, clean on the backhand. Looking sharp, and this wave really lining up even through the inside. Checks the Apple Watch and sees that she's got just about 2 minutes if she wants to catch another wave. She's going to have to sprint paddle back out the back. Currently in second and advancing position is the Peruvian, but scores still waiting for Eden Walla as well, which is a very, very important wave. Banco Brazil, 2-minute warning just flagged.
Yeah, just one turn though. Let's see how this is going to play out, but Annette has been surfing so good. I think that was the first wave that she actually finished really strong. And then she could show off her potential, you know, just trying to get on her feet and finish strong. And the first time was also impressive to see Kipes. I mean, she can do that so fast, doesn't waste any time, just go and boom, water to the sky.
Willow Hardy needs a 6.2, has first priority, has 1 minute 20 seconds on the clock. So the surfer from Western Australia needs to really make it happen and have actually the, you know, one of the best waves of this heat. Eden Walla still waiting for that previous score for the one big backhand hanger. 4.71 to get into second place and advance out of this heat. Still waiting for that number from the judges. Down to just 50 seconds, Pedro.
Crucial time. I mean, now the question is Daniela Rosas going to make in time to get another wave and defend herself?
Annette Gonzalez Exabari has been looking sharp this whole heat. She may as well come in right now because I think she's got this one sewn up. Checks the Apple Watch, sees that there's 30 seconds. Eden Walla finally gets her score of 4.83. The San Clemente surfer goes into second place, and that is all the pressure on Daniela Rosa with just 20 seconds remaining.
Yeah, I mean, we should have time to do that. We're not sure where she is right now. She was trying to come back to the outside as quick as possible.
This is unfortunate for Daniela Rosa. She's looked like she was really in control for a lot of this heat. Obviously, the great surfing happened by Annette Gonzalez Exabari, but it's the young San Clemente surfer coming back on the last wave surf. Eden Walla, that 4.83 that she scored, so important. And it looks like Eden Walla is on her way into round number 2.
Yeah, pretty great heat to watch. I mean, Daniela had it for her for the whole time almost, and then at the end of the heat, and then Walla just came from behind and turned the heat. That was really cool.
Well, thank you, Pedro, for coming in. I hope you can come back and talk through more heats here on the set. Thanks a lot for coming. Thank you for watching, and guess what? Don't switch it off. Don't stop watching. We're just going to take a break, but don't worry. We're going to be back with more action from Saquarema. We're going to bring in Mitchell Salazar and Maria Paps on the way back.
The Banco do Brasil Saquarema Pro presented by Corona Cero is brought to you by Banco do Brasil, official sponsor of the WSL in Brazil. By Riachuelo, official apparel of WSL Brazil. By Natura Kayak, feel the power of freshness. By Vivo, official sponsor of WSL Brazil. And by the state government of Rio de Janeiro, official partner of the Banco do Brasil Saquarema Pro presented by Corona Cero.
Welcome back to the Banco do Brasil Saquarema Pro presented by Corona Cero. One of the most beautiful venues we have on the Challenger Series schedule right here in the beautiful state of Rio de Janeiro. It is the round of 48 for the women out there at the moment. But we do have a very special guest here on our host set, one of the best surfers on the planet, Mitch Maida, and that is Long Beach's own Nolan Raposa. Thank you for joining us today, Nolan.
Thank you, guys. I always love coming here in the booth with all you guys.
Yeah, so not a stranger to Brazil. This is actually your fourth time competing at this event so far. Outside of the waves, what's your favorite thing out of Saquarema?
That's a tough question. Probably like the acai. You can't go wrong. I like the picanha as well.
Ooh.
But just been figuring out the waves here. I feel like I've kind of starting to dial it in a little bit more. In the past, I mean, even before the contest, it was really difficult. So, yeah, just enjoying my time here.
Yeah, you come from a lot of beach breaks in Southern California. This wave, though, how does it compare to a lot of other waves you've either competed at or surfed before, Nolan?
It doesn't compare to any. Like, I literally, I surfed it before the contest a couple days, and it feels like it's this big, just white water cap, you know, like a wind chop that you're surfing, and it has all these bumps, and it's really hard to time your waves. But like, if you just stay patient, and you gotta like surf it slower, but then more aggressive at the same time. So it's like I don't know. I'm trying to like surf like Miguel Pupo.
Oh,
yeah.
It's a good person to compare yourself to. So into the round of 48 for the women now. It's heat number 3. Leilani McGonigal from Costa Rica, Sanoa Denfleolin from the Great White North in Canada in the blue, Yanira Gonzalez Echevarri in the white from the Basque Country, and Sumomo Sato from Japan in the green. A couple of known names out there, Maida. We've known McGonigal for a long time, and she has truly had a good year so far, within the top 15 as Leilani.
Yeah, she had a couple good results this year, and she's there like up and riding, but not a good wave for her. Then we had this Janire. I think it's the best wave of the heat so far.
A 4-point ride for Yanire out of the Basque Country. Great style. And then Sanoa, a teammate of yours, Nolan, I believe, out of the Myers camp.
Yeah, she's been ripping. I mean, she just placed a really good result over in Portugal. And yeah, she's still trying to figure this wave out as well, but it looks like she's ripping on this thing.
Yeah, so looking to get something at least in the 4-point range to match the opener of Yanire. And Leilani did get a second wave right here, Maida. Really looking to get things going on these lefts. Just a quick one, though, for her.
Yeah, quick snap right there, but just keeping busy, trying to find good opportunities.
How fun is it when you get to see a lot of people from the same region you come from, Nolan, and then see them compete against a lot of other talented surfers? I mean, Yanira, she's had a standout year, and as you said, Leilani and Sanoa, they're both from the North American region like yourself.
Totally. It's really interesting to see new people on the Challenger Series because it's like, how are they going to perform against all these, high-level surfers from around the world, which we used to do, and now, it's more of a rare thing, I guess. But yeah, here we go. We got Leilani up and riding.
Once again, longtime CS surfer, also been an Olympian, is McGonigal. So her second wave, a 2.1. This one looking to improve on the 1.23 still. Early stages of the heat, 24 minutes on the clock. Out of a beautiful place in Costa Rica, Maida, one of the best left-hand point breaks in the world, called Pavones.
Yeah, for sure. For sure, she will do well with this left hand here in Saquarema.
Her older brother, Noé, also somebody that you know quite well, Nolan. One of the most talented backhanders, I'd have to say, on the planet, too. And speaking of the backhand, Sumomo Sato out of Japan. One of our surfers representing the Asian region. Good flow on this one. And a nice finisher for Sato outside. Yanire in the white. Talked about her success so far this year. It seems like she's really found herself and her groove when it comes to competition. Great combo right there in the pocket for Echevarri in the Basque Country. Sister Annette just won the previous heat, and that's a pretty strong finish right there, Nolan. As you said, you got to speed up when you need to, and you got to slow down also when the wave dictates it.
Yeah, that's like those waves, you have no idea that there's going to be an end section on that, because I mean, usually when you're out there, you don't, like, you'll see a good first section always, but then there might not be an end section. And that wave that she took off on, first I was like, oh, maybe this isn't that great of a wave. But if you get the one that forms into a grower like she just did, you can, utilize that and get big scores.
What you see on the outside, Nolan?
Yeah, she got a great section out the back, but I mean, it goes a little flat right here. She's able to manage a really good carve back and keep her speed up. And then, yeah, it gets a little frothy. She does her little bonus work right here. I mean, frick, that wave was really good, and she gets this bonus section at the end. So this is going to be a proper score to start her heat.
Might even be one of the best of the women's round so far. And then Sato right here on the backhand. Talked about flow, a lot of it on this one, Maida.
Yeah, for sure, Mitch. Nice couple good turns right there, and then managed to finish it off strong. Let's see how this score is going to play.
22 minutes on the clock, waiting for a couple of numbers out there in Heat 3. So Sanoa's score at the beginning of the heat, a 6-point ride, and have been talking about her success. Missed out on the first few events of the season. Unfortunately, she had an injury literally right before the first event started, and bummer for her. She had a very successful campaign on the regional QS, but making do with what she's had in just 2 events so far.
Yeah, her injury was very significant. I was really bummed to hear that. Myers, so she works with Myers and the whole crew that I work with, so we all stay together. And so we're going to Australia, and Myers texted me saying, like, Sanoa's out for the first, like, half of the season. And I was just like, oh, no, because she's like one of my closest friends on the whole crew that we have. So she always brings a positive vibe, and she's really funny, too. And great cook. I mean, there's not enough things that good I could say about her. But, man, yeah, I really think that missing the first 2 events, like, it was a huge bummer. But obviously she's coming back. She's looking in full 100% form. So great result in Portugal. If she can get on some good waves here, I think she can get another really good result.
Good point. 20 minutes and 50 on the clock. So she drops the 6. The last score of Yanira, though, significant one, Maida, a 7-1-7. And here's Lei with the answer back. The last Sato as well, 4-0-3. And Leilani, I mean, she knows how to whip that board around on the forehand better than anybody else. Good work so far right here by McGonigal. Proudly represents Costa Rica. Been doing this for a good amount of time, the 26-year-old out of Pavones. And as you've been mentioning, a lot of these waves don't seem like they might have an inside section. That one did once again. So it's definitely going to be her best wave so far, Maida. She's going to be in the heat right here.
Yeah, for sure. And we could see the backwash right there, but she dealt pretty well with that. And good combo, nice pace. Probably she's going to return to the heat.
What you think here, Nolan, especially with the good forehand work on the outside on rail?
Yeah, her rail game is really good, and she's been putting up really good performances all season. So, I mean, this wave, it just didn't have a full cup on it to where she could really lay into a lip. But, I mean, this could be some good backup work for her heat and get herself on a good wave to really make a bigger house for her heat.
At this level, what would you consider a decent backup already?
Well, I mean, so watching today, my first assessment was that the scale was pretty low. And so, at least for the men's, I haven't watched too much of the women's. But for a score, I mean, you'd have to be happy with a high 4. You know, if a 5 to a 5.5, you're stoked. I mean, and if you get into the 6.5s and higher, like, you're ecstatic, you know, so. Yeah, I think you start the heat off a 4, 6, 7 or something like that. You're like, all right, cool, we can work with this.
Well, speaking of somebody who got into the 6-point range, close to 11 points, the younger sister out of the Echevarris, she's on the glass, Annette, with Rachel.
That's right, Annette. Congratulations, you're advancing to the next one. Tell us, how was your plan to approach the heat today?
I don't know. I just wanted to serve a couple of waves because I've been sick. So, yeah, I was just trying to not catch many waves to don't get worse. But yeah, I'm happy to make it.
Save energy. Congratulations. And did you have the opportunity to talk to your sister that is in the water now?
No, I didn't. But I saw that she made a really good wave with a good carving, and so yeah, I'm happy that she's making it, and I will be there supporting her.
Is she sick too? No.
No, she's okay.
Congratulations. Good luck in the next round. Thank you.
Sorionak, as they say over there in the Basque Country. Big congratulations to Annette. 18 minutes on the clock. Her older sister, Maida, well, she's not only leading the heat, she has one of the best scores of the day so far, a 7.17. And it seems like priority being used right here by Sanoa Dempleolin. So mention her being from Canada. I mean, they have high quality waves, and you can see high quality surfing right there too. A great combo by Dempleolin, Maida. She might be taking the lead right here, needing a 5.18.
Yeah, she might. Really well timed the snaps right there, the combo. We really like it, no?
I'm stoked right now, yeah. I mean, I just came down. She actually brought my sunglasses down for me, so thank you, Sanoa. But yeah, no, I'll be honest, she's been having a hard time out here. And I mean, now that there's been less people out here and she's able, waves, yeah, look at that turn in the lip, and then gets the second one right there before it crumbles and hits her. So I think it should be a solid backup score.
It's almost better to have that happen during the free surfs rather than the heat, though, right?
100%. You can't get too mad here on your free surfs, especially at the comp bank, you know, because there's so many guys out there and girls, you know, so it's all luck of the draw of getting waves, and you might have some bad luck a lot, you know, so you can't put too much pressure on yourself, which is really hard. It's easier said than done, that's for sure, because I myself get really eggy out there in the lineups. But yeah, no, she's ripping right now, so I'm sure this is a big confidence boost for her.
Well, drops a 5.5, so straight into first place right here, Maida.
Yeah, really decent backup score for her. And now in first position. Yeah, good to see what she's doing.
So McGonigal now, we know how talented and capable she is. Needs a 7.64 in third place. Leigh's done well here in the past too. And Sato has the 4.03. And as you were saying, Nolan, you know, something in the mid 4s, upper 4s, that's generally considered a decent backup, right? But at the moment, got to be considering both Dempleolin and Echevarri, they're in the good range with one of their scores already. They get another one of those, you're talking about 13, 14 points. By today's standards, and even by the Challenger Series standards, that's a good heat, as we see Leigh right here. Talked about how good she is at a left-hand point break. Strong combo on the outside for McGonigal. And a good closeout re-entry, too. So she's going to be back in the heat right here. And this is what you want to see, right? You get competitive, you get back into the groove, and especially with 15 minutes, that's more than enough time.
Yeah, no, she's been putting up great performances, so she's definitely not one to sleep on this heat. You know, she's not gonna, you know, she's gonna put up a fight every single time. You know, she never backs down.
What you think, Maida?
Yeah, I think she's fighting back with this wave right there. Nice two first turns. But then the wave got a little chunky right there. Snap off the top. But she's needing a 7.64. So might doesn't get there, but close.
Well, now, this is a good answer by Echevarri, but an unforced error right there by Yanire. Just under 15 minutes on the clock. So 4-3-3 would give her the lead. Let's see if they reward her for the first turn on the outside. Seems to me like she's been on some of the best waves out there so far in this heat, Nolan.
Yeah, she's staying active. I mean, she's got a really fast forehand, so I mean, she fits this wave really well. But unfortunately, that one just kind of got away from her.
So 14:30 on the clock, and it seems like both the men and the women having trouble really with that last section right there, digging some rail, digging the nose. Does it just go flat too quickly, Nolan? Does it change pace too often? What happens there at the end?
I mean, I'm not the one to be asked this question. I have to ask a local. But, I mean, today seems a lot different than the other free surf days. Like, the other free surf days were a little backwashy and big, like, cuppy sections, so they're really hard to manage. You almost want to hit them early. But today it looks a lot softer and more playful, a little more forgiving, and, yeah, I definitely think it's a little softer. So Myers has been saying you gotta, you know, give the wave as much power as it's giving you. So like if you have a big section coming at you, you need to like really push into the section because it's just gonna throw you around if you don't like, you know, use your full power.
It seems like very good advice. 13 minutes, 30 seconds. His surfer at the moment in the lead with a 6 and a 5.5 with just 2 waves ridden so far by the Canadian Denfleol. And let's see how the heat turns out once we return. Heat 3 of the women's round of 48 out there in the water right now. And it is Sanoa Denfleolin from Tofino, British Columbia, Canada in the lead. Just behind her, 11.17 points. The fast surfer Yanira Gonzalez Echevarri in third before we went to break. A 5.07 for Costa Rica's Leilani McGonigal. And Tsumomo Sato from Japan has a 4.03 as her best, needing a 7.15 or better to move up into second. Mitchell Maida and special guest Nolan Raposa with us. This is Yanira in second. Needs a 4.33 or better. And she has just been on a tear so far in this heat. You know, if she doesn't get the 4.33, it's got to be very close, Maida. And when we just talk about somebody who seems to be in rhythm with the ocean out there, it is the European surfer in the white jersey.
Yeah, it's true, Mitch. Her wave selection, it's been on point right here. She's surfing pretty decent waves. And this one was the same, you know. The first 2 turns were really good. Nice snap right there. Beautiful turn. And she's needing only a 4.33, so she might get there.
So this wave obviously has a good amount of flaws. It also has a lot of strengths too, Nolan. And presenting your best surfing out here is difficult. We see that even at the championship tour level. But just seeing the consistency, the push that this wave has out here, out of the three major components of the criteria, speed, power, flow, which one do you think is the most important to succeed right here at this wave?
It's not, I don't think it's speed. That the one I think we can check off. Power or flow. I mean, off the scale. So like I said, I feel like the scale has been low today. I feel like what has been missing in the surfing though is the power. We've seen a lot of good single turns, but like we haven't really seen someone. I think some of the best scores we saw were like Rafael Teixeira. He was looking fast, yes, but I mean today's small, so we can speed can be back in the obviously in the criteria. But Rafael Teixeira looked really powerful, and he was getting solid scores for it. So I think there's some room for some of the surfers to throw in a little more power, and I think since the scale has been super low as well as that people are trying to like just get the score a little bit. When like someone, I don't know, if someone really gets out into the lead with like a big space between the other people, maybe we'll see someone like really let loose.
Yeah, so Rafa, he had a 5 and a 6 basically, Maida, but he won his heat. And as Nolan was saying, he kind of matched what the wave was doing out here.
Yeah, for sure. It was a 6.5. I mean, and he looks pretty fast, but as he's mentioned, like really powerful. And so I was wondering about you when you approach this wave here. What do you normally search for, like a longer wave or just like a powerful wave with a huge section?
Yeah, no, I'm definitely looking for like a longer wave, you know. I mean, it is a little bit easier to see that they're going to like mush out and like not have much after the first section or something, but like I'm looking for the closeout section because like if you take off and there's going to be a closeout section, you don't want it to be like just a one turn wave, you want it to be multiple turns, but like if you see that there's going to be something on the like inside closing out on you, then like you know you're going to at least get 2 opportunities to like hit the lip hopefully. So I think that combinations of major maneuvers is definitely what the judges are looking for.
Good question, Maida. 8 minutes on the clock. So we do have a situation change. Yanita got exactly what she needed. So she is tied with Sanoa, but since she has the highest wave out of the two, she is in the lead. That means that Leilani now in the red needs a 6.43, and Sato in the green, who's been very patient, now needs the best of the heat, a 7.47 or better. And you know, we've had a chance. Matt's been my colleague on the broadcast for other events, worked for a long time with Rip Curl, and as a coach, how is he? I mean, is he a different person when he's actually working with you compared to when he's your friend?
Yeah, I mean, he's locked in. Like, right now, he's locked in. He's fired up on that with Sanoa's 2 scores. I mean, usually the goal is getting 10 points, you know, within the first half of the heat, so then you can start building on it. But you can see Yufu's there hanging out with him. I'm sure they're both, you know, they're loosening up a little bit, you know, because she's got 2 scores, but you know, we still got 7 minutes left, and, you know, anything can happen at the end of this thing. So I'm sure Myers is still locked in, writing on his little clipboard and writing down mistakes or good things that, you know, maybe Sanoa's doing. So.
Well, speaking of good things, Nolan, we have the addition of Pipeline on the Challenger Series schedule. That's going to be the next one at the end of January, early February. Finishing up at Newcastle once again. Well, you've had the chance to compete at Pipe before at a QS level, at a Pro Junior level, but now at the CS, how exciting is it?
Yeah, oh my God, this is like this changed everything. All right, Mitch, let me tell you, like when we got the news, I think someone might have whispered it to me like before going to Australia, but yeah, I mean, you go to all the same locations, and you know the tour sometimes they'll change something, but they're also going to the world's best waves. We are kind of going to the world's like better than average waves,
okay.
You know, and so now we get the best wave in the world to surf, us Challenger Series surfers. So, I mean, when you heard that, and you know they haven't had the Vulcan Pipe Pro or you know the you know qualifying events at Pipeline, so us international surfers haven't been able to surf it in a long time. So this is a huge success for the Challenger Series. Can't wait.
Well, that is Nolan Raposa, by the way, one of the best surfers on the planet, Long Beach's own. And for him to say that, it obviously goes a long way. But, you know, for a lot of these young surfers, they haven't had the chance to compete at Pipe before. You have, and how does that necessarily change things going in comfort-wise for yourself?
Yeah, I'm surprised you actually caught that Junior Pro one. Yeah, you remember that?
I remember. I was there.
Yeah, I got a good score at the Junior Pro. But the waves were bad for the Junior Pro. We'll make that clear for the audience. But for the Volcom, it was actually really good. It was really good for the first 2 days. I think I was seeded into the round of like 64 or something, and they had like a round of 96 or 120 or something. And those people that were in the first rounds got to surf it for 2 or 3 whole days of firing pipeline. I got 1 whole day. I mean, it's maybe the best 4.63 I've ever got in my life, or 4.67. But I feel like I have more to, prove out at Pipeline, and the opportunity to surf it with just 4 people out. It's almost gotten to the point at Pipe now where it's like not worth paddling out. Like I know, it's something to push yourself, and you want to get really good waves on Hawaii, the North Shore, but when there's 100 people in a lineup with half of them being locals, like you don't want to get in trouble. It's so easy to get in trouble out there. But here we go. We got Leilani looking to make a comeback right here.
Yeah, 4 minutes and 30 seconds on the clock. Needs a 6.43 or better. It's a good start for Lei. Wants to make it around this section. She does. Looking for some open face. It's going to be one more section on offer. Does very well. That's going to be incomplete for McGonigal, unfortunately, though. Just over 4 minutes on the clock. So we do have the best wave of the day so far in this heat, a 7.17. McGonigal's needing a 6.43. There's comparisons so far to what she needs, but it does seem like she's going to fall short, unfortunately, for her. And Sato, I mean, after the 4, she's really been, a bit sleepy out there, Maida. Hasn't been in position for the right waves at the right time.
Yeah, it's true. She seems a little bit lost in this lineup, but here's the heat recap. Sanoa. Killing it.
The Natura Kayak heat recap, and it's been the Canadian. Only 3 waves ridden, Nolan, a 6 and a 5.5. Returning to competition after an injury, doing very well. And you can just see, seems like she's enjoying herself out there at the moment.
Yeah, she looks like she's having fun. We just want to see her being active out there. But also, she's been ripping too with that huge down carve, and she really made the most of this wave.
Well, to get a 7.17 with how good the waves are right now, how talented the field is, that is still the best wave of the day at the moment. And as Nolan was saying earlier, a lot of these waves don't seem like they're really going to double up on the inside. That one fortunately did for her. 3 minutes on the clock, and when you just see her back up to the 4.33, Maida, she's really been on some quality waves out there, and it seems like the cleanest waves too.
Yeah, for sure. A good wave selection for her, just ripping, being sharp, very aggressive as well. So did a pretty great job until now.
She's caught 6 waves, same thing for Lei in the red. Sato a bit too deep right there. She's caught 4. Talk about the efficiency of Sanoa once again with priority. Only caught 3 waves, and one of them really just an in and out. Here she goes, though. Looking to retake the lead. A 5.51 or better would do it. Watch out. They're dangerous right there, and as you would know, Nolan, this wave has a lot more power than it appears on screen.
Yeah, she didn't give that wave as much power as it maybe needed. But, I mean, that was one of those cuppy ones that I was talking about the last couple of days. We've been having troubles with, I mean, a lot of the competitors, like everyone. But, yeah, that I think she'll want to go back out and get priority again, or maybe she's wishing she didn't take that wave.
So hitting the Banco do Brasil 2-minute warning here in heat number 3 of the round of 48. Echevarri in the lead, Dempleolin in second, McGonigal in third, needing a 6.43. Lei is currently a top 15 surfer, and Sato needing a 7.47. Think about Lei. You give her some space, she gets the wave, she'll make you pay for it too. 1:40 on the clock right here, Maida, and the Central American surfer looking for her best score so far in this heat.
Yeah, she's searching for an opportunity because, as you mentioned before with me, she's been very solid in this Challenger Series. She 3 times went to the round of 16, so it would be a bummer losing in the very first round.
And Lei, an Olympian. She is very well educated too, has a degree in communications, also done a couple of courses through Harvard University online. Right here, though, in third, needing a 6.43, and Sato needing the best wave of the day, a 7.47. Controlling priority right here, Nolan, important, but obviously the space, too. It's a big playing field out here at Itaúna.
Yeah, no, this is, I mean, you can see Sanoa's right up next to her, but This is, yeah, an unfortunate situation being a lower priority than the surfer in second. And, you know, Leilani's hoping that there might be 2 waves right here where she can sneak one off of Sanoa. But, yeah, this is lockdown defense, as they would say in NBA, and you're going to make sure you do the best you can to keep her off getting a score.
Here's the heat leader now, Yanire. Looking to improve on a 4.33. She won ISA Gold earlier this year at a wave, actually, that has some similarities in Central America called La Bocana in El Salvador. 10 seconds to go. And at the moment, it seems like she is going to stay in first place. And Sanoa on the outside. Good attempt right there, but that's going to be incomplete for her. So she's going to have to settle for second place. But it's an advancing position. But today, though, belongs to Yanire Gonzalez Echevarri, coming off of a great result in Portugal. And before that as well. And she is moving through into the next round here in Saquarema. Well, massive thank you, Nolan. Really appreciate your time. Great dude. Best of luck in the rest of the year, too. And have fun, as always. It's great seeing you, but it's more enjoyable seeing you smile and having fun here.
Thank you, Mitch. Yeah, no, I'm trying to enjoy myself as best I can. I mean, this is probably the most fun season I've had, so I'm excited for my heat, and I'm excited for Pipeline. So, yeah, it's going to be a good year.
Yeah, best of luck, my man. And we'll be seeing Nolan probably tomorrow morning here in Saquarema. We got more surfing ahead here at the Banco do Brasil Saquarema Pro, presented by Corona Cero. Don't go anywhere. More action after the break. Back in Brazil for the Banco do Brasil Saquarema Pro, presented by Corona Cero. Scan the QR code on screen to listen to the Lineup Podcast with Dave Prodan. I'm on a few episodes myself.
Yeah,
but
I don't lose anyone.
Oh, I'm glad. Well, make sure to scan that QR code if you do want to listen to the world's greatest surf podcast with the very own Dave Prodan. A couple of great guests recently, including Andrew Cotton, who actually talks about some wild experiences at Nazaré and beyond. And of course, a lot more incredible guests that we'll probably see potentially from this heat in the future too. Anatlia Lior representing Israel in the red, Mirai Ikeda from Japan in the blue, same thing for Kana Nakashio in the white, and Malia Moana Lima representing Hawaii in the green. So 2 Japanese surfers, 1 surfer from Israel and 1 from Hawaii. So different parts of the world represented in this one. And the opening round, obviously very important points-wise. More importantly, though, as Nolan Raposa, who was kind enough to join us in the last heat, Maida, this is a wave that really requires momentum. And it seems like Ikeda so far during the break was able to get a good wave to build momentum.
Yeah, it's true. Like 3 nice turns right there. And as you mentioned, like you gotta be very smart to surf this wave. And here is Anat Leilor.
Yeah, she's a very powerful surfer. Been an Olympian a couple of times too. Good in all types of waves. coming off of a great result in Etaseda. And of course, Kana Nakashio, runner-up to the World Junior title this year against Luana in the Philippines. A 5.5 at the moment. That is the best of the heat so far, this one.
Yeah, she found like a really good wave right there. Put good effort, really well paced. And it didn't have like a huge section on the inside, but she did a pretty great job to catch this 5.5.
If I'm not mistaken, that event in the Philippines where she ended up runner-up to the World Junior title against Luana Silva, I don't think she had lost a heat up until the final. And she'd have been one of the premier surfers, very consistent. But as we see with a lot of Japanese surfers, they tend to come from a lot of beach breaks. That was a point break. And she was one of the best surfers on the planet leading up until that point. Now on the Challenger Series, obviously different format, but same structure. You make it into the top 2, you're moving through into the next round, Maeda.
Yeah, it's true, Mitch. I mean, that day, the finals, like Luana was really in tune with the ocean. So the Japanese surfer, Kana, she was surfing pretty good, but Luana, I think she wanted that title like a lot, but she even didn't know that she was the first Brazilian to have the title on the women's side. So it was just amazing to see Luana do this. And I think that title gave her a lot of confidence for the rest of the year.
That's a good thing about, the different tiers, the structure to the competition levels here. The junior really prepares you for events like this. And not up and riding, her second wave was a 3. Ooh!
Wow.
Somehow able to control that turn coming out of it. That was radical. And just 2, but a lot of quality in both of them. Kind of a wild ride right there. Should score well, though. So her second one was a 3. Got to be thinking this is a better wave than that one, Maeda.
Yeah, I think so. Can be like the best wave of the heat so far. I don't know. I want to watch on the replay, but seemed pretty gnarly, that turn.
So is coming off of a 3rd place finish in Etaseda. Her career best on the Challenger Series. Had a 9th before that as well in Belito. Here's the replay.
Yeah, she was patient to wait for it and then blew the tail up there. Managed to keep on her feet and comboed with a nice turn.
Another angle right here. I mean, you talk about commitment on the first turn. Couldn't get more committed than that right there, Maeda.
Yeah, I don't think so. It was really committed. Like, she threw the fins over the lip. Look. Wow. Almost got hanged right there, but managed to keep on her feet.
So looking to at least match the 5.5 of Nakashio so far. And Anat has competed within Europe many years before this. Eventually qualified for the Challenger Series, making it worth her while at the moment. And, top 7 qualify for the World Championship Tour. But if you finish within a certain range, you automatically qualify, or requalify, I should say, for the Challenger Series for the next year. Her last wave matches the best of the day so far. A 7.17 for Anat Lelior, straight to the lead. More than 10 points in less than 7 minutes gone by in this heat.
Yeah, so the judges agreed with us, Mitch. It looked pretty gnarly, very committed. That's why she got the number. And she's been very consistent and also looking confident. For me, it's making a difference for her on the Challenger Series.
Yeah, she knows how to surf in all types of waves too. 22 minutes on the clock, back-to-back heat wins for the Basque Country, and both of them were sisters. The other one, Yanire, on the glass with Rachel.
That's it, 2 sisters back-to-back on the glass. Janita, congratulations. You just actually had the highest score of the day so far. How did you identify that wave? How was surfing it?
I don't know. I was just enjoying my surfing, enjoying that finally there's some left in a contest. So just wanted to show my surfing and give my best and just get like waves and waves and create opportunities. So I think I made it. So I'm super happy.
Does your board and your sister board are the same? Like it's very similar or different?
No, they're different. I'm riding Sharp Eye and she's riding Lost. I think the size are probably the same, but different brands. So yeah.
Do you want to send some love to your family and friends back home?
Bai, bueno, eskerrik asko danai apoiatzeagatik, bat urrengoa eta aber zenbat gehiago. Eskerrik asko.
Gracias.
Sorionak to Yanire. Congratulations in Basque. And you mind translating the rest of us, the rest of it for us, Maida? I know you've been practicing some Basque yourself.
Oh, I was thinking about that. I was like, oh, I can speak a little bit of Spanish, but I couldn't understand anything of Basque.
That's a very old dialect. And
yeah, I know.
I mean, there's not a whole lot of people that actually know where it originated from, but you know, it's really cool to see them really unite the way they have. You see Adur, you see Nadia, you see the Echevarri sisters hang out together, and look at how it's worked out. I mean, the majority of them have won their heat so far today.
Yeah, it's just sometimes it's about the environment you were dealing with, isn't it, Mitch? Like if you are with good people, good vibes, you can just be yourself and you absorb all this vibe. So yeah, good season for them as well.
Well, that's kind of the point of surfing too, really, right? To go out there, forget about everything when you're in the water. And speaking of somebody who's really succeeded so far in her young career from Omeyazaki in Japan, Mirai Ikeda. So Mirai actually qualified as a regional surfer within Asia. She was the last person to do it within that region. It's not her first go at the Challenger Series either. Small in stature, but surfs way up to her potential. 4.17 on her opener. And the big deal right here is that Lior, within the first third of the heat, already up into the double-digit mark, which is something significant when you look at how difficult it can be to manage time at the end of the heat, and especially with the 5.5 of Kana Nakashio, that is a good start for her as well, Maeda.
Yeah, for sure, and she's with priority right now, so we still have almost 20 minutes remaining on this heat. So if she can back it up this 5.5 right now, would be great for her.
And Malia Moana Lima out there in the green too, representing the beautiful region of Hawaii. Kauai is her native island and one of the most beautiful places in the world. Some incredible waves and obviously some of the greatest surfers of all time, including the three-time world champion Andy Irons. And of course, you know, the surfer who represents Brazil, Tatiana Wesson-Webb, also from the island of Kauai. Now Mirai Ikeda only needs a 1.34, was close to for sure securing that number if she completes the second turn. Probably still gonna get the small requirement that she needs at the moment, but won't be a major score. 18:20 on the clock. And for Asia, for Japan, well, they haven't had really many surfers succeed on the women's side so far, both on the Challengers, of course, on the Championship Tour. But there are a lot of them within the draw right here. And of course, all they need really is to have one on the pedestal to eventually get, you know, that significance of being, hey, if they can do it, I can eventually qualify too.
I think so, Mitch. It's just a matter of time, you know. We could see in skateboarding so many good Japanese skateboarders, very young skateboarders. I think in surfing, it's just the matter of time to see all like some Japanese girls in tour.
Well, they got the resources too,
yeah,
which a lot of times tends to be the most difficult thing for a lot of surfers worldwide. They also have a very successful professional league within Japan too. For a lot of them, they don't want to leave because there's no need, right? But in the end, you can't say you're one of the best surfers in the world if you don't leave your own region, if you don't leave your own country. And especially here in Brazil where, you know, the environment might be a bit different for a lot of people. They don't necessarily speak the language either. I feel like if you're able to prove yourself in Saquarema, either at the CT or the CS level, I mean, there's nowhere else that you shouldn't be able to do well, right?
Yeah, it's true, because it's such a good wave, but powerful wave, and also you have to deal with the backwash and all these very tricky things. So if they can perform well in this kind of conditions here, they can do it in so many waves in the Challenger Series.
What was your first experience covering an event? Because I know you've been doing surf reporting journalism for about, what, 20 years now? So
18 years, maybe.
first event here in Saquarema that you covered, do you remember it?
Yeah, I think it was in 2017, maybe.
8 years ago, the first
Yeah.
time they had the CT event
Yeah,
here.
yeah, the first time. So it's been a while. We've seen so many like good people, like good performances here.
Yeah, careers be make or break
Yeah.
moments too. Of course, the Challenger Series making its inception event here in 2022. Now the 4th year with this one here in Saquarema.
Yeah, I loved when like here Saquarema was the last of the season, because of course we could like throw people inside the championship tour, making their dreams. But also this stop is really interesting because we will have the opportunity to see many guys, challenger surfers, surf like more free, like Mateus RG, without that pressure, because the last event of the season, it's too much pressure.
There's Eve Wong out of Oahu coming up in the next heat, number 15 in the rankings at the moment. Got a heat, Reid Van Wagener by Hiti Mahana Inso in the white, and local surfer Taina Henkel will be in the green. Talia Swindoll assisting with the jersey.
It's so hard to make the
The knot, yeah.
Yeah.
My hands are too big. I don't think I can. But
Look how beautiful it is right now with the fog, Mitch.
well, hopefully, you know, it stays on that side of the
Yeah,
beach and doesn't come over
hopefully.
here. Live action, Le Lior only looking to improve on a 3. And likely to do that, 14 minutes and 40 seconds on the clock. So she's been very efficient, 4 waves ridden, and at least 2 of them better than a 3-point ride. She is currently in the lead. Ikeda does have second priority, and she does move up into second. 2-3-3 on her second to last wave. Meanwhile, Nakashio did paddle for a wave, so she went down the priority order, and she's up and riding here as a 5.5 as her very first wave. And was close to having a decent backup right there, but it's going to fall short of at least the 5.5 that she currently has in her score line. Only needs a 1 to move up into second, so she will be getting that. But Malia Moana Lima, quiet heat for her so far. She only has a small throwaway of a 0.17. Holding down priority, though, just under 14 minutes on the clock. And Nakashio does move up into second, just a 1.93. So really outside of Ikeda's 4.17 on the 5.5, between second and fourth place, nobody has a backup at all.
Yeah, it's true. And this wave started pretty well for Nakashio, but unfortunately she couldn't hang this one. It was almost there, but the whitewash just threw her.
13:20 on the clock. The heat leader, Anat Lelior, matching the best wave of the day so far, 7.17, with some spectacular surfing out here in Saquarema, and we have a lot more to go at Praia de Itaúna. It is the women's round of 48, heat number 4. 13 minutes on the clock. Seems like a couple of waves approaching. The surfer in green with priority. Potentially one of the biggest sets we've seen all day as well. So waiting for her to really get things going. And a few of them at a position right here. So Lelior in the lead, looking to improve on her backup of a 3.5. As now Lima up and riding. So Malia only had a 0.17 before that. And this one doesn't seem to be a huge score either. Now Ikeda in third, needs a 3.27 or better. And a solid combo right there. She's gonna stay on her feet, so might be seeing a situation change right here between the two surfers representing Japan in blue and white. A nice effort to stay on her feet, and good conversion right here by Mirai.
Yeah, it's true, Mitch. Look, the steeper session, she snapped off the top and then set up turn, but this one looked great.
Yeah, and talk about maximizing potential of the wave too. Well done by Mirai. And then Malia, unfortunately for her, used priority on that one, and she's had a tough heat so far in this one, Maeda.
Yeah, kind of the curse of being with priority for so long, you know, and then choosing a wave with a lot of whitewash in it. So not a good choice for her.
Still Lelior in the lead with priority as well, matching the best wave of the day so far with a 717 on this one. Be right back with more Ashkin from Saquarema. Taking a look at the incredible conditions here, it's the Vivo surf conditions. Swell 3 to 4 feet, probably a couple of sets every now and then that are bigger than that. Tide is rising at about 1.9 feet at the moment. Water, just beautiful, 70 degrees, and wind is relatively light. So glassy conditions this afternoon here in Saquarema. And how is that drone footage? Incredible work by our production truck. And just look at why we come here to this event, Maida. Saquarema always delivering, but even look at the venue. This place truly is magical.
Yeah, it's really like, even with a lot of clouds and foggy, it looks amazing, really beautiful. And this is a net.
Yeah, so this was during the break. Still waiting on this score. It shouldn't really change things. It's actually just a 1.9 by the heat leader, Lelior. And this one we have not seen. Nakashio had a chance at 217, but after the first turn, wave just fizzled out for her.
Yeah, unfortunately, the wave didn't offer much for her. Just one turn, 2.17, not enough to change the situation. The second spot now with priority, Mirai Ikeda.
Yeah, 417, her second best. The one we saw before the break, her best, and moved her up into second place, a 5.5, and she earned every single point out of that thing too. That means Nakashio now needs a 418, and Malia Moana Lima, who has just been out of rhythm so far in this heat, 8 minutes on the clock, needs a 7.8 or better. And I could tell you from seeing her as a young junior within the U.S., competing at the U.S. champs at lower trestles, she's very talented, likes bigger waves too, already been competing on the Challenger Series for a little while, and tends to travel with a good crew too. Talia Swindoll, one of her better friends, but in the end, you're out there in the water by yourself. You got to make certain decisions at given moments too, and just for her in this heat, nothing's really materialized when she's needed to.
Yeah, for me, it just seems like a lack of experience here in this place, you know, Mitch, because as we were speaking for the whole day, it's such a difficult playing field to find the right waves, wave selection. It's really hard as well. So she seems a little lost there.
It's not her first time competing here either. Remember, as you said before, this used to be the last event of the season on the Challengers. At that point, if people knew that they weren't going to qualify, a good amount of them didn't even come anymore because they were like, I'd rather save my funds for the regional QS and whatnot. that opened up spots for people to get wild cards or an alternate spot. And Malia did that. She's able to compete at this venue before, but just goes to show how difficult it is to compete right here at Itaúna.
Yeah, I was talking to Jadson this morning, and he was talking to the coach of Leo Neves Surf Center here. He was saying to him, oh, I want to come here and spend a lot of time with you because I really need to improve myself here in Itaúna. Like even Jadson that competed here so many times, you know, so it's a really difficult place to figure out.
And you're talking about somebody who's had success here in the past.
Yeah.
He was actually one of the first people eliminated this morning in the very first heat of the event. So unfortunate that Jadson's out. But as you said, even with experience, it doesn't guarantee that you're going to do well.
Yeah, and I was really amazed that he was saying that he needs to put some effort on this wave, you know, because he's very experienced. But it is what it is.
Ikeda now in second place. Kind of a sleepier wave on this one. Well served, looking to improve on a 4.17. So wave did stand up at the end. She did her very best on that one. 5 minutes and 25 on the clock. Lior still in the lead. Really, it's been her third and fourth wave, back-to-back 7.17.35 that have kept her in the top spot the majority of the heat. Meanwhile, Mirai, more of a come from behind, second place at the moment. Doesn't improve on the 4.17, but she has surfed well so far. A 3.13 on this one.
Yeah, she used her priority. Like the wave was kind of smaller, but she put some effort on that. I liked this last turn. It was more aggressive, but she didn't increase her scoring.
So just under 5 minutes now. Priority with Lima. And she was up momentarily. Wow. Yeah, it's just one of those heats. Sometimes everything's working out, sometimes it's not.
It doesn't, yeah. Because she was with priority right now, so yeah, bad choice for her this wave.
Yeah, unfortunate right there for Malia. Hopefully she's okay too. She's laying on her board. Meanwhile, not taking advantage of this wave right here. Big opening carve, a second snap into the lip. And that's going to be it for the heat leader, Lior. Just over 4 minutes on the clock. Probably going to be improving on the 3.5. And when it comes to matching power with power, as Nolan was saying in the previous heat, it truly does seem like she's been able to do that. And yeah, not to speculate, but it does seem like hopefully Malia's okay here.
Yeah, she's coming out of the water like 3 minutes and 45 before the heat ends. As you mentioned, she was laying on her board.
Well, in the end, safety, the health of everybody, most important thing. And this is it. It did seem like she struggled even to get up to her feet right there.
Maybe there is something going on with her. That's why she was kind of lost right there. And this is Anat.
Yeah, still waiting on the score.
Good, like good first 2 turns. But that was it. She needs to improve her 3.5. I don't know if she's gonna get there.
Well, still waiting on it, and I mean, when they take their time, it usually does indicate that there's a big possibility of it. 2 minutes and 45 on the clock. Priority with Kana Nakashio, though, so big thing here, Mirai Ikeda doesn't improve on her last wave. It was a 3.13, so she's keeping the 4.17 as her second best. That means Kana still with priority now needs a 4.18 or better. You couldn't really ask for a better scenario right here. 3 people out there in the water, you have priority, you have more than enough time to catch your wave. And we have seen so far today, you can get at least a 4 or 5 with just a single turn too.
Yeah, Mitch, it's like a 4.18. It's not that much. She's with priority. She's asking how much time does she need. She has, sorry.
So getting confirmation that Malia Lima will be exiting the water. She won't be returning to the heat. Banco do Brasil, 2-minute warning. Lior with a quick one, still waiting on her 7th ride, which seems to be the wave where she will be extending her current lead. 90 seconds on the clock. Nakashio with priority, needing a 4.18. Best year on the Challenger Series so far for Anat. Has a 9th, a 3rd at the last event. She's looking to make a crack at the top 10 right now, Maida.
Yeah, she's been ripping. It was amazing to see her in Ericeira. Very.
Here we go. This is the wave. Has the potential. First snap, not bad for Nakashio. Needs a 4.18 or better. Oh, and she's hoping this wave stands up on the inside. Slowly doubling up. She's got to stick with it, though, and that's going to be it. Was it enough with the first turn on the outside to get the low 4 that she is needing? 40 seconds on the clock. Got to put you on the spot, Maida.
Yeah, I don't think so, Mitch. I really don't think so. Unfortunately for her, the wave kind of fades out. Like, it was only the first turn. The score is right there, 2.97. Not enough. And probably she will run out of time.
20 seconds. Just needs a section. And Ikeda right here wants to be up on her feet just in case that is a possibility before the heat ends. 10 seconds, excuse me. And here goes Mirai. Looking to play some defense right there in second place. 4.17, what she is trying to improve on. And either way, it seems like she's going to be able to hold on to second place because Nakashio was not able to get another wave. And Mirai closing that wave off strong. So possibility that she does improve on her 4.17. 7.3 is what she needs for the lead. Probably not going to get that. That would have to be the best wave of the day so far. But great surfing by both the surfer in red and blue. It's going to be a dominant heat by both of them.
Yeah, it's true, Mitch. And you know what? She could increase that 4.17. I think it's not enough. It was a 3.8, but it was a really well-surfed wave.
And Anat Lelior close to 13 points for the surfer out of Israel. A 7.17 and a 5.63. She matches the best wave of the day so far. Ikeda in second. She advances. Nakashio and Lima will be seeing them compete at Pipeline later on the Challenger Series schedule. Heat 5 coming up. Eve Wong, Reid Van Wagener, Vaihiti Mahana Inso, and the local surfer Taina Hinkle when we return to Saquarema.
Everything on the line in one day at a world-class venue in Paradise.
There's no hiding from your biggest rival. If you want that crown, you've got to take down the best.
That was insane!
Beating multiple sections, not giving up just yet.
If you say you don't fear the failure, you're lying.
I want to win, and I really mean that, and it's scary that that may not happen.
That's right, streaming right now on WorldSurfLeague.com, Inside Pro Surfing, where you can relive an epic day at Cloudbreak, where we crown yet another Brazilian world champ in the way of Yago Dora and Molly Pickham took it out for the women. You can relive all of that. We're in Brazil right now. We're in heat number 5 of the round of 48. That's the opening round for the women here at the Challenger Series. Eve Leula Wong from Hawaii. Reed Van Wagener representing the USA. Vaihiti Mahana Inso, also from Hawaii. And the local wild card, exciting surfer, Taina Hinkle, out there in the green jersey. It's Kai Paguero along with Marcos Bokuyuva talking you through the action. Marcos, let's get all this fog to get away, and let's talk about the opening ride for Taina Hinkle.
Let's check it out. Ross surfing from Taina. Nice snap. Setting the pace. A little off the top there. Connecting the dots, trying to do some trick there. Sliding the fins, but she couldn't put.
Taking a look here. This looks like it's Eve Wong.
Wow, super fresh, crispy surfing. Let's check and she got bounce back. What a nice heat we got.
We got a great heat. Taina Hinkle coming in here as a wild card. She represents Banco do Brasil. She's also had a wild card here, Marcos, 3 times for the CT. She was a wild card in 2017 when we first came to Saquarema, 2019 and 2024. So she knows a lot about this break. As we're cutting to, whoa, Eve Leula Wong spanking the lip there and just goes down. Wow, what a turn.
I like what I saw right there.
She gave that lip lickings right there, Marcos.
Yeah, fresh surfing from the Hawaiian.
Talk about a Hawaiian punch, Marcos.
That was a knockout.
Representing the Hawaii Tahiti Nui region, where all of us Polynesians get together for the qualifying series. We have events both on the South Shore, North Shore, as well as in Tahiti for that region. And that's the region that Eve Leula Wong qualified for. Let's check this out.
Let's check the scene. Nice wrap, just connecting the pace of the wave over the top. I like how crispy she was in that turn. She put it off.
I love the leverage on that second turn that she got. I mean, she had a little bit of a bobble after that, so that's why they suppressed the score, 3.27, but combine that with a 3-point ride. Eve Wong out in an early lead. Taina Hinkle, her opening wave, Marcos, a 4.17.
She been in the roster for a while right now, Taina. As soon as she keep knocking the door, I think one day the door will open for her.
I love that.
Yeah. It's resilience. It's the grinding from CS.
Yeah, and I mean, she's only 22 years old.
Yeah.
She's got a huge Taina I'm talking about. She's got a huge future in front of her. Eve Leula Wong, 20 years old. And then we also got teenagers in the way of Reed Van Wagener. She's just 16 years old. And Vaihiti Mahana, 18 years old. Look at the lefts running down the beach.
Amazing. And if you go all the way up the coast, you're going to find yourself in the Cape of Arraial do Cabo. Nice left-hander. The place that one of the camps for training of Mr. Vitor Ribas, our best place surfer from Brazil before Gabriel Medina clinched the world title. Vitor was 3rd in 1999 in Aki,
the Aki year.
Yeah, the Aki year. Taish in 2nd place, runner-up, and Mr. Vitor Ribas in 3rd was our best record so far in that year.
That was some fun stuff, man. 1999. The Aki year, and then 2000 was the sunny year. That was a great era in pro surfing. Hey, but we're going to talk about right now. Anat Lelior on to the next round, and she's on the glass for the interview after that win.
That's it, Anat. Congratulations. You had the best wave of the day. How was that wave? How did you select it?
I don't know. I'm just, it's my first time here in Brazil, and everything is coming in really fast after Portugal. And yeah, today it's perfect. The last couple of days were a little bit harsh, but yeah, I'm happy to pass that one and compete. Today it's such a beautiful place with great people. Everybody's so smiley all the time, and the waves are just rewarding us back. And yeah, I'm just inspired by Tia Zabroski. It was really emotional for me to see her qualify. It's my first year in the Challenger, so I'm just kind of taking it all in. And yeah, I have a good support crew. My coach is here, and I'm staying with some Portuguese that are giving me a good back. And yeah, I don't know, things are just falling into place at the moment, and I'm just taking the ride.
What else are you enjoying about Brazil? The food?
Oh, definitely. I think my favorite thing is picanha, and I have to limit myself. You know, everybody's talking about acai, but I like a good meat, a good steak. Yeah, you know, it's only starting to get sunny, and I think we're gonna have a fun week of competition. And yeah, I just want to say a special thanks to my family. תודה רבה, אני אוהבת אתכם המון, אני באמת כל כך שמחה שאתם כל פעם צופים, ואני אמסור חג שמח לכולם. תודה לחסויות שלי, ו-yeah, obrigada.
Great way to start the competition. Thank you very much. Congratulations.
Yeah. Anat, that turn that she did in that heat was pretty incredible. So.
Amazing. And how about the whole pack of Basque surfers? Yeah. Amazing, man.
Yeah.
They feed yourself from themselves.
All right, so we got our scores in. A little bit of a lull happening here this afternoon. We were expecting the waves to die out a little bit, but the consistency still remaining pretty on top of it. Looking good to continue on with competition. Tomorrow might be a little bit smaller, but I think the plan is to continue on.
Gonna be still rippable.
Rippable.
That's the word. That's the word. Talking about words, I think Brazil can be called the smiley country.
The smiley country, I like it. I like that first turn by Reed Van Wagner too.
Me too, man.
I like the whole combo that's going on over here. Couple snaps, get over that double up. Not really able to do that, but nice turns out the back for Van Wagner. Backhand attack with Taina Hinkle here. A little bit of bounce coming through the inside section. Nice kind of reform into a double up. Can she finish it? And she gets caught up, unfortunately, for Taina, but a couple of nice turns out the back. So we'll be waiting for scores for both Reed and Taina on that last exchange.
Taina is one of those cases and examples of like DNA in surfing.
Yeah.
Her father, Carlos Cachotti, amazing shaper. You know, one of the groundbreaking surfers from the south coast of Brazil that start putting some airs on the game back in the day. We have our versions here of Fletchers and Archies with Dada Figueiredo, Luiz Neguinho, the guys like Carlos Cachotti, the guys that changed the game with their raw surfing.
Well, here's a replay.
Let's check it out. Raw surfing, backside attack, nice crack, first turn, a little off the top from climbing there, a little cutty, you know, just connecting the pace of the wave, trying to pull one more. The money turn was going up and down. She couldn't pull.
But this kind of power, pretty good right there. I love the effect. And let's talk this one through.
I love the style of the girl. Nice, you know, loose snap, little crack on the top. She was trying to connect a little cutty there. The wave didn't have energy enough for her.
So still waiting for those scores from that exchange. Waiting for Reed's opening number. Should be right under a 4-point ride when it finally tabulates, and then still waiting, no indication of Taina Hinkle's second wave. 19 minutes on the clock. I love that the wind has stayed fairly variable throughout the day.
Thanks God.
Right?
Yeah. Pretty, you know, super light for the pattern here.
So Taina's last wave, 4.6. She's up into the lead. Eve drops down to second place. Reed opens up with a 3.47 and still waiting for opening wave of Vaihiti Mahana Inso. Vaihiti out there in the white jersey, 18 years old, out of Oahu, and a great surfer. This is her first year on the Challenger Series, qualifying through the Hawaii Tahiti Nui region for Vaihiti Mahana. Took a win over the Surf and Summer at Awana Bowls.
South Shore,
South Shore, a man-made wave there.
Oh, man-made wave there because of the jetty?
Because of the channel, yeah. That wasn't a channel. They blew up a channel right there to that was all reef, and back in the day they blew up a channel. Little did they know, blowing up that channel would make a perfect left over there.
What a place to be, man. To be born there, what a privilege.
Yeah, it's kind of where I grew up surfing. It's a really good wave.
And a special place for goofy footers.
Exactly.
The angle of the wave is so special.
Going left, no matter
have
what.
Whatever you want, like tube riding, you know, rail game, and maybe a little jump on the end.
So as we look at, some of the outstanding female Brazilian surfers, we're going to get back to that conversation just because Reed Van Wagener looking for that wave, didn't find anything. Taina's going to be in there with some of the new generation. You would have to talk about Laura Hopp.
Wow.
Sofia Medina. You got any other names?
Heavy
for me?
hitters.
Yeah.
Oh, amazing. There's a lot of girls coming up in the age around like 12 and 15 from the surf coast all over the coast of Brazil. Actually, I live in Laura Hopp, street in the RTMF. So I've been observing her like evolving each and every day, and I check the surf, check the scene, and she accomplished so much at such a young age. It's amazing. Luara Mantelli, there's a lot of Potiara, there's a new rippers coming from all over Brazil, man.
Well, it's good to see. I mean,
we have this pressure from the girls' side to be so accomplished as the boys, like with the Brazilian Storm stuff.
Well, the Brazilian Storm's kind of crazy on the men's side, so I would love to see Brazilian women's surfing kind of start matching what's happening on the men's side, because if we think about men's surfing, gosh, Brazilians have dominated world titles since 2014.
It's an empire.
Since 2014, only one person, non-Brazilian, has won a world title, and that's John.
Which place of the globe this guy come? Hawaii.
Oh, yeah.
Kudos from the Hawaiian people.
Yeah.
Kudos for Caipinho.
Well, John's all over the place now.
Yeah.
He's
Sailing
from Hawaii,
all
but
over.
he's sailing all over the place. That's the way to be. Be your own island,
Maybe he's going to encounter a new island.
I think he's got all kinds of secret spots that he's found.
Oh, that's for sure.
Oh, hey!
Who is that, Kaipo?
That's our friend Sakwa.
Yeah.
I love when Sakwa comes down to visit.
Yeah,
he's so cool.
There's like a Super Bowl vibe here.
Well, Sakwa's
with the
cool.
mascot.
Yeah, maybe we can get a Sakwa interview, or you know what? I'm gonna ask my producer if we can have Sakwa as a guest here.
Will be
at
amazing.
some point. We'll have him out in the seat, and even if Sakwa, I don't think Sakwa's much of a conversationalist.
Oh, I think
Sakwa doesn't like to talk too much,
Yeah.
but just to be around and the whole Sakwa vibe.
Oh, yeah, we're going to hold the vibe here for him.
Do we know what kind of bird Sakwa is?
Yeah, is that a Sakwa? Is that a bird? Which one, Maíra? Socorre one.
Oh.
Okay.
Is it, does
People
this
still think
particular-
it is a benchivi. Is another traditional bird from Brazil.
I hear the benchivis all the time. In the morning, I just hear benchivi, yeah.
Call it.
All the benchivis wake me up.
Yeah.
But they're consistent. at
Around
least.
4 o'clock.
About 4
That's
o'clock.
why
right?
you always steady with your rhythm.
Oh, man, love it. So here we go. Look at this is starting to, priority is a good thing, right?
Yeah.
But then priority sometimes can be really tough for you, especially when you're kind of new to the Challenger Series. And I'm talking about Vaihiti Mahana out there, where she's still sitting on priority, has not ridden a wave. And look at the clock now. We're down to 14 minutes.
Everything like wave choice is a double-edged sword.
Yeah.
Sometimes you stick too much with your game. You got a plan, and then you got to change your plan. Adaptability is key here.
Okay.
And it's almost like a jazz musician. You got to improvise.
Improvise. I'm going to improvise and send us to a break right now. I think it's time. So we're going to take a break. We're going to be back for more action. Taina Hinkle, she's out in the lead here in heat number 5, round 48. Back at Saquarema after this. Oh man, we're back here. It's foggy, that's okay. The wind's down, the swell's still around, and we're enjoying opening day here at the Banco do Brasil Saquarema Pro, presented by Corona Cero, 0 APV, all natural ingredients. And you know what? It's probably about time to crack a Corona Cero because we're in happy hour right now, Kuiper Girl, along with Marcos Bukuyuva. Is it okay for us to crack a Corona Cero right now, Marcos?
Man, for sure, it's 5 o'clock somewhere, so go grab it.
Well, 0% alcohol by volume, Corona Cero, so you can enjoy it any time of the day. It's delicious, crisp, all natural ingredients. I like mine with a little slice of lime in there. I pop it in there.
Mine also.
All right. Well, when we left, we were waiting for a score, and that score came through, the 5.5 for Reed Van Wagener. Reed going out into the lead over Taina Hinkle, who's dropped down to second place. Eve Wong, she needs a 5.5 to get into second place and advance out of this heat. And Vaihiti Mahana Inso, patiently waiting, holding priority. Right here, here's a 5.5.
Nice snap on the top with some energy in the bottom turn. Amazing gouge there. A little ollie in the end.
Hey, you know what time it is right now, Marcos?
Happy hour time?
It is happy hour, but it's also time for us to check in on Manu Caiado. Manu!
Okay.
Yes, guys, it's always time to take care of ourselves. And for that, we have an amazing gym right here in the middle of our space. Isn't that amazing? It's all open, inspired by Venice Beach. And it has in here culture, lifestyle, surf, everything that we love. Well, I'm going to invite everybody to come here and work out a little bit. I know you guys like to work out. You do that in California. I want you to do it here too. As we woke up today at 4 a.m., I didn't have time to work out. I'm just going to sit here, work out a little bit. Majo, can you help me? Se me ajuda? And back to you guys. I deeply recommend you guys to come here too and exercise a little bit because we have a lot of work to do, and now it's my time.
All right, get to it. Couple reps there. Let's get to it. Manu, yep, there we go. It starts with upper body strength. I'm gonna have leg day today, actually. Get down there. We're gonna pump some iron. You ready, Marcos? After this, after we call our heats, let's get down there. And you know, hey, look at the facility.
I'm always ready.
I'm gonna put my spray tan on, pump it up right down there.
I think I saw Arnold Schwarzenegger over there.
Yeah?
It's Muscle Beach anyway.
It's Muscle Beach. I left my tank top at home, but I'll just cut the shirt in the appropriate shape, and we'll go over there and flex this afternoon. Huh?
Amazing.
Amazing.
She was the right girl for the test there.
Oh, yeah. She's in an extreme shape, Manu Caiado.
Oh, yeah. All the girls.
Yeah. Hey, we're all in extreme shape, actually. This is one of the most fit crews that actually happen on any of the tours. I'm going to tell you right now. When I come here with my Brazilian crew every single year, this is kind of one of the most fit crews that I experience. And I'm not just saying that because you guys are all in the room.
Okay, 6 packs on the hand, 6 packs on the tank here.
I got a 1-pack going right now, but we'll work on maybe getting it there. All right, well, the fog has kind of come down a little bit, so maybe that's an indicator of the, I mean, you talked about it, the Cabo Frio and the
Arraial do Cabo.
And Arraial do Cabo, but the current, that is a cold current this time of the year.
Yeah, there's currents coming from South Africa here in Arraial do Cabo.
So I'm feeling, when I see fog, I'm feeling that the water temperature has dropped.
Yeah, for sure. A few degrees. Celsius, not Fahrenheit. I'm kidding. It's degrees anyway.
Yeah, and that was a quick one by Vaihiti. So she sat with, you know, as you construct a heat, you want to kind of pace yourself in the right way. So that was so unfortunate for the surfer from Hawaii because she sat that whole time and then finally engaged, and then that wave just did not help her out one bit. So that was pretty unfortunate.
And it's not a come around so fast when you surf a wave that you don't put in count. It's kind of hard. You lose, you know, your rhythm. You lose, you know, pressure moments and minutes. So you got to make the right decisions all the time. And it's hard to make the right decisions all the time.
All right, well, we talked about the fog, and the fog has settled in right now. And so we're just waiting for word on if the judges have the adequate visibility to continue on with this heat. We're going to keep on calling this play until we hear otherwise. But the fog has definitely come in. We saw when Vaihiti did stand up, she had a white jersey on.
Yeah.
And she almost kind of disappeared into that fog.
She merged into the fog.
Yeah, and there you can see.
And I can become like a little colorblind when I see those overcast situations.
Well, it gets tough because you get that kind of flat light.
Yeah.
And it's very, very hard to see the contrast and the contour of the waves. And it's hard for the judges to see the surfers. There's our judges' tower right there. That's on the top floor of that structure. And so right now on my scoreboard, my clock is off. So although I don't have an official word, I will start going by kind of the presumption.
Yeah, the presumption is over right there. I mean, the girl's coming back to the compound. And because with this level in the roster, the details are so, key to analyze.
Okay, so here we go. Just got the word from the officials. We are going to go on a 10-minute fog hold. We will leave the surfers in the water for that fog hold, and we'll be back. We're going to go on a 10-minute fog hold. We're hoping for this to clean up. We're going to keep the heat in the water, and we're going to keep the clock set at 7 minutes and 49 seconds counting down. We're going to take a quick break, and we'll be back with the decisions. We're on a fog hold right now, but stick around. We could get going with more action after this. Flying above here is Saquarema in Rio de Janeiro, Brazil, just outside of Rio de Janeiro. Stop number 5 of the Challenger Series. This is the Banco do Brasil Saquarema Pro presented by Cero. The fog has come in, so we are on a fog hold right now. We're in the round of 48, the first round of women, heat number 5. Again, we are on a fog hold, but we're going to keep you entertained and keep you updated. It's a 10-minute fog hold. We're keeping the surfers out in the water, hoping for this fog to clear. As you can see, it does affect the visibility for the judges. We're hoping for this fog to clear so we can continue on with competition. But it's been a great day of competition. It's been a fun day, by the way. Kaipuguro, this is Marcos Bocuyuva, my partner. And Marcos, we had an amazing day because you know what? We already qualified a surfer for the championship tour.
Such an amazing, groundbreaking move from Tia Zabroski. And there's the drone flying above, and she's rising above.
She is. She's certainly rising above. Just 14 years old, making history today as the youngest surfer ever to qualify for the championship tour. She's done it in a brilliant fashion. Let's take a look at the moment for France's Tia Zabroski. She came up in the first heat of the round of 48, along with a good friend, Kiara Gould. Tia, you couldn't tell she felt any kind of pressure.
Man, no pressure from her. And I can see some glimpse from Kelly since he joined the tour back in the beginning of the early 90s. He was so fresh coming from the, the generation clash in the beginnings of the 90s.
What about the new generation? Look at that backhand hammers by Kiara Gould. Amazing surfing. So it was the two surfers, both from Tahiti, both good friends, both advanced out of this heat.
Sharp as knife there. My God, 2 amazing turns. She managed to find some space to do the 3rd crack there.
What a moment. Hugs from best friends and a bright future for Tia Zabroski.
Look at how psych was Kauli there.
Of course. He wants to join her on the championship tour in 2026. But Tia, she's already has her spot. So congratulations to Tia Zabroski. I'm sure we'll see her with the rest of the Challenger Series as we look at the numbers from that heat. But more importantly, we're going to see Tia Zabroski with her CT debut. That's going to be April 1st, 2026 at Bells when we start the championship tour. Congratulations.
Eastern time in Bells never going to be the same again.
Yeah, it's going to be good stuff. Lots happening here. And the fog still rolling through. This is a little bit, I want to feel, uncharacteristic for this area. I haven't experienced a lot of fog. Another highlight today, though, Kauli Voss.
Talking about momentum and talking about having all the tools that you need to, to jump from stage layer to layer. QS, CS, and now the big leagues of CT is in the future, is in the horizon for this boy.
That's right, coming off a win in Cero. It's stop number 4, number 1 on the rankings for the men on the Challenger Series. And Kauli Voss did it going right over there in Cero, and he shredded the lefts here at Itaúna.
Stomping all the turns, surfing with authority, coming up from a big win in Cero. Look at this carve, man. Engaging the rail, doing powerful surfing. He got it all. He can do like airs in the ramps of Hossegor, amazing on tube, like above the the curve on the barrel riding.
Yeah, really, really great surfing from Kauli Voss. You can see the conditions this morning. Pretty sharp, the light offshore winds. Swell sticking around was very, very consistent. Kauli Voss took it to Itaúna. He advances over into the round of 64 for the men.
You know what, Kaipo? When we talk about Tia Zabroski and Kauli Voss, we got to talk and give a shout out, kudos for João Duru. What an amazing career. So, connecting the pace of being a competitive surfing and transform himself, metamorphose himself into an amazing super coach. Ça c'est super, mon ami.
Yeah, that was João Duru has been a great leader for the French surfers. Okay, we just got some official word, by the way.
Oh, yeah?
We are bringing the surfers in right now.
Okay.
So we're bringing the surfers in from the heat. We kept them out on the water, hoping that the fog would come through. It looks like it's going to take a little bit longer to clear. So we are on hold. The surfers are in. We're going to stay on hold and monitor the conditions. So keep updated. We're going to give you some hold content also to entertain you as we wait for the fog to lift. Day number 1 of the window here at the Banco do Brasil Saquarema Pro, presented by Corona Cero. Enjoy this hold info. We'll be back with more info. Check out all the information at worldsurfleague.com.
Competition also occurs the competition area is not allowed to any further around the water. Keep perfectly. The competition area is closed. We are waiting for the better position to return the competition or not. But the competition area is closed in this moment.
Brazil is the greatest surfing nation of this era. Inspired by the persona of Gabriel Medina, the global popularity of surfing has skyrocketed. The fame of Brazilian world champions has fueled a storm of passion for surfing worldwide. This Brazilian storm is a movement in the sport. He gets a section and goes absolutely ballistic. Once a year, the WSL Championship Tour journeys to Rio de Janeiro. Attendance records are smashed and surfing performances reach new heights. This is a great sign of things to come.
A huge backhand hanger. There is a look at the decision, eliminating the favorite.
This is the biggest stage in surfing. If you want to be the best in this sport, you have to go big in Brazil.
Just give him a chicken skin.
We're in Saquarema, Brazil,
It's the biggest stadium in surfing that we have worldwide. The waves can be exceptional, but this is really more about the culture and the lifestyle than anything else when we come here.
There's energy in this town even before the sun comes up. It's almost hard to walk down the street. It's packed with people. You're honestly trying to find your line in the road just to get down to the beach to see the waves, and then the beach is just as packed. They're playing foot volley down the beach. They've got food, they've got beers, and they're having so much fun.
It's almost like a festival because of our surfing, which for me is just an honor to be a part of. There's no better feeling than that.
The waves here get amazing. You basically will get these sections to get either into the barrel or into the lip.
Most people here are fully engaged in what's happening in the water, and I think that's what separates this crowd from any other crowd around the world is they're cheering for good surfing.
They know the surfer that they love, so they're here to support.
There's so much emotion that feels like that goes on in and around the events. But yeah, you got to get into that energy, you got to tap in and have fun, man.
There's no other event on tour that it's like this place.
To win in Brazil, you have to beat the home team. And flying the flag for green and gold are a long list of champions who have celebrated on the sands here at Saquarema.
We're living in this movement of the Brazilian storm. It all started over a decade ago. A kid named Gabriel Medina realized his dream.
Making history for himself, for his country, we give you the 2014 world champion, Gabriel Medina.
Gabriel took the whole country with him, where they've completely taken over pro surfing.
I think Brazilian surfers on the championship tour are the most well-rounded surfers in the world. Progression, power, waves consequence, I mean, they all do it all. It's kind of like an unstoppable force at the moment.
This tour could literally be dominated by the Brazilians.
So if you're coming up against a Brazilian, you're going to have a crowd and all that energy, all those tens of thousands of people against you.
Felipe Toledo gets the crowd on their feet.
It's intimidating. You look towards the sand and there's 50,000 people on the beach.
And that's something that you have to overcome in this event for the non-Brazilians. For the Brazilians, look at the track record.
Your champion of the Vivo Rio Pro, Italo Ferreira.
Champion in Adriano de Souza.
For the fourth time, Felipe Toledo. Iago Dora tasting victory for the first time in his career.
They all feed off of that local energy, and it's equaled titles here.
Bom dia, everybody. Good morning, and welcome to the Vivo Rio Pro. The world's best have arrived in the exciting surf town of Saquarema.
The Vivo Rio Pro is the only WSL Championship Tour event in Brazil. And here on opening day, tens of thousands of fans have lined the beach for the chance to drum, chant, sing, and scream for the world's best surfing.
It's crazy down here. It is amazing how much energy and fandom the Brazilian fans bring. Synergy, the energy, the vibe on the beach. No place in the world like it.
Felipe Toledo, Griffin Colapinto, and Zhao Chianca, three of the most exciting surfers on planet Earth, meeting up in the opening round.
I feel like they're all three of them are some of the most high-performance, hard-hitting surfers on tour.
Zhao Chianca, the strong start.
Surfing really well, strong on the corner there.
Much bigger towards the end section, so great timing for Chianca. And Griff behind him strides.
Yeah, he's loading up. He wants something. Throws it to the air. Quick little spin.
So right now, Felipe Toledo has joined the fray. He's right there on this inside right. Oh, Zhao.
With priority, yeah.
Going hard at something.
Little flatter air reverse, but still very nice. Last turn, not that bad, but very difficult wave to surf.
Joao has surfed the best out of all three of them so far.
Felipe looking for at least something close to a 6 on this.
Having fun doing, you know, what you do on a ripple, which is just find those little sections and hack away at them. Not a lot of radical surfing within it.
Felipe did take the lead, though.
Griff, you know he's hunting with the ramp, goes upside down and for you.
Here we go, Felipe with priority.
Nice face to work with here, cranks it off the bottom. Whips it, the front side reverse. Talk about the critical part of that wave. I mean, this guy's got ice in his veins. Pressure does not affect Felipe Toledo. So he's got a 6.67, and that right there, that was a really good chop hop.
Wow, that was a critical first section, though.
You hear that? That's 40,000 surf fans going wild. Felipe Toledo gets the victory there. Zhao Chianca and Griffin Colapinto will head into the elimination round.
We only get to surf in front of this crowd once in a year, so when we're here, we always want to put on a show for everybody, and the crowd that makes me do well. The energy is fueled to my legs, to my body, to my mind, and with John being the local guy and knowing the place really well. A really close friend of mine too. I'll be watching Drone winning this event many, many times, and I'll be here cheering him up.
The locals call him Chombino. Up next, we avoid the noise on the quiet side of Saquarema.
Fish. I feel so blessed to have everyone home receiving me. The balance is completely different from the environment that I'm living. Always a reset time for me. It's the good part of life.
Zhao Chianca is the newest Brazilian prodigy to be winning events on the WSL Championship Tour. Chianca calls Saquarema home, and he proudly represents this community on the World Tour. Zhao values a balance between his career and personal life. And when he's not traveling, Chombino enjoys spending time with family, friends, and loved ones.
Yeah, Joao's pretty mellow. He's really cool and comfortable and calm in his demeanor. The Chumbo household has everyone from grandkids to Joao. In between travels, he wants to be home with his family to soak all that up.
Good thing here in Saquarema, we know everyone, and everyone knows us, so it's always easy to get stuff. Home is so good for me because the balance is completely different from the environment that I'm living at the tour and traveling and trying to make movie parts. Basically, always a reset time for me. So this is our little local market. There's no contest happening in this area. Like you can see the local people here coming to do the normal thing. And that's the good thing about it. Me and Luana, we have a distant relationship. We both work on different teams and with different people. But right now, if she does her job and I do mine, everything gets way easier because we are both able to really be at the same place and at the same contest and living the best life.
Feet on the sand with a caipirinha in your hand.
The baby wipes again.
It's Brazil. It's definition of Brazil.
Sir. When you have people around you that share the same dream and vibe and energy, the potential and the chances gets way higher.
Another day. Some little bit. He works hard every single day. Like, he will not have a single day off. He'll surf like 7 hours a day and then he'll go straight to the gym after that. I'm like, dude, like, I can't keep up with you. It's pretty cool to have someone by your side push themselves that much, and then it makes me try to become a better person. It's pretty inspiring to have a partner like that.
So good. Joao Chianca, when I first met him, was the most confident kid I've ever seen. I met him out here in a surf session, and he told me, I'm gonna be on tour. I'll see you soon.
I'm born to this stuff, you know? What I do out there when the waves are pumping and 10 to 12 footers barreling, that's one of the best part of my life.
He's so competitive. He's the most competitive person I know.
I just hope I can be an inspo for the next generation and see more of us on the tour 10 years from now or 5 years from now. I feel so blessed to have everyone home receiving me and having me on the comfort around. It's so special. Come home and prepare for everyone else and having a full meal and everyone be happy and having some fresh food, you know? It's the good part of life. I'm always grateful to spend time with my grandparents and my dog at home at Saquarema, and always find myself grateful for what I have and the support and the structure that I have at home.
Good. Well, there really is nothing like a Saquarema Sunday. Here we are back at the Vivo Rio Pro. Now we have an elimination round with Katie Simmers going up against Luana Silva.
Lulu Silva already made a final earlier this year over at the Rip Curl Pro Bells Beach. She's only competed here once before at the CT level.
Luana Silva is an inspiring young talent who is growing into Brazil's beloved hero on the Women's Championship Tour. Luana is mentored by legendary Brazilian surf coach Leandro Dora. And with his guidance, the 21-year-old is maturing into one of the best competitors on tour. Ooh, a nice ricochet turn there for Luana Silva. I like that idea. Just get out there and start swinging. There was some fire in that backside snap.
That should score well for how the waves are this afternoon.
Katie Simmers now. Second turn.
Tough.
Bam. Frisky little backside whip on that inside foam section. That's gonna make this a heat.
There's potential for excellence, I feel.
Nicely placed turn. Perfect style. As we see Luana Silva through a ton of spray.
Mike Tyson left hook right there at the end.
Clean, powerful surfing from Luana Silva.
No doubt gonna take the lead with this wave.
It's a big number, a 6.50. Huge, huge win there from Luana Silva and a shocking defeat for Caitlin Simmers.
I can't even hear. This is insane. It's like the best feeling ever. I've never had this happen. Seeing this for me today, it's incredible. It's like, no words.
Lulu is really finding her space being a Brazilian, and it felt really good to see her competing that well. And yeah, it really seems that she is finding her rhythm inside of the tour.
Up next, it's about to get loud. Italo Ferreira takes the stage here at the Saquarema Surfing Arena. Goes full into the flats. The crowd wants the 10.
That guy's a madman.
Saquarema is more than just a beach that hosts a surf contest. This iconic stretch of sand is a stage for the performance of the world's best surfers. He gets a section and goes absolutely ballistic. Italo Ferreira embraces the theatrics of competing in this arena. And the 2019 world champ was the headline performance in Saquarema last year.
A big whip, full rotation reverse for Ferreira. The moment has come true for this man from Bahia Formosa. Your champion, Italo Ferreira.
After a massive win in 2024, Italo now returns to the Saquarema stage seeking an encore celebration.
Good wall there, he goes upside down. Solid performance for a man that's trying to go back-to-back with his titles here in Brazil. Now winning 7 of 8 opening round heats this year.
Portanto, galera, uma salva de palmas para Crosby e Italo Ferreira. Good luck.
And now in the round of 16, Crosby Colapinto versus Italo Ferreira. We saw Italo doing his Italo thing, right? Jumping out of the contest area, running to Red Bulls, throwing
And Italo just, I think, kind of was like, oh, I forgot my Red Bull. You know, he's like going back, and then he just goes, I think now I'll walk out. Just like, oh, wow, the heat is on.
And here's how this thing started. It was a paddle battle from the jump, but it was Italo Ferreira getting the edge. As it stands now, Italo quickly into the lead with a 5-point ride on this last one. Here's the answer back to that wrap. Crosby is upside down. Lands straight in the flats, no worries. That was incredible.
Now it's going to be interesting to watch the answer back by Italo.
The reaction.
And, you know, because this is where he rises to these occasions, and I cannot wait.
You know this guy can hunt and find the ramp. He does, goes full. 5 into the flats. Asking for the 10. The crowd wants the 10. Claim still going.
The future father, yeah, the baby claim. Put the baby to sleep.
Have you ever seen a surfer run into the crowd with 21 minutes left? Where is he?
Yeah, he just came in for some high fives and some vibe.
I've never seen this before in an event. He ran into the crowd. There's 25 minutes left in the heat or something. He's in the crowd, high-fiving, like kissing babies, signing autographs, and then he gets back on the Red Bull ski and goes back out. And eventually he wins the heat, but I feel like he won the heat in that moment. 9.33 for Italo Ferreira. Deafening roar from this crowd on the beach. Italo Ferreira now into the quarterfinals, but give it up to Crosby Colapinto.
I'm living my best moment, and then my last hit was super fun against Crosby. I saw him doing like a nice hair, and then I had a chance to do something big as well. Yeah, I'm so glad to live in this moment, you know, and then try to push in the limit and then surf and then put in the show for the other people on the beach.
Felipe Toledo. They call him Mr. Saquarema.
Let me tell you, these people are ready to have a good time, and they are ready for Felipe, as you can hear right now.
A 4-time event champion here in Rio, Toledo doesn't just win, he dominates with perfect 10 scores and jaw-dropping rides. Massive 540.
Launches a big straight air, lands it in the flats, finds it, and gives us the Ginsu on the net.
In the tube, driving through, and he comes out after the spit. Gets the crowd on their feet.
One big move, and oh my goodness, that was crazy.
Are you kidding me?
Oh boy.
As he's looking for his 4th event title in his country, the crowd is firing him up.
Felipe faces Miguel Pupo in a friendly fire heat between 2 Brazilian veterans who both are sentimental fan favorites.
So let's watch Miguel Pupo here going to left side.
Finding a left, that's one of the smoothest competitors on tour, is able to pick up his feet after that carve into a float. Third maneuver, attacking the oncoming section. Veteran of the tour, Miguel Pupo, turns in a 6-point ride to kick things off against the best ever in Rio de Janeiro.
You go into these heats with Felipe, and you got to stop what you're doing. He takes over these lineups.
In motion on the left and just throws down a massive backside snap.
And it almost always looks unscripted. Typically, just smothers his opponent with big scores and the energy of the crowd.
Felipe late under the lip, but somehow stomps that first turn. Another section, working hard for this one. Another air-dropping maneuver that will make him change his surfboard.
You could tell Felipe was in a high gear. Ends up breaking his board on a 2-turn combo, makes a switch, next board looks better.
There's a blast there on the backup board. They get through a messy section, another 2-turn combo.
It's really looking like Felipe is just going to be walking through on a chance to win his 5th title in Brazil.
Miguel's still only chasing a 4.67.
Under priority, he's got this right that just is starting to bubble up. The rights have been full and flat at this point. There's been no scoring potential whatsoever.
1 minute left. Big turn there for Miguel. Great timing on both backhand hammers. Then he'll just tap it shut, dry docking. Last-ditch effort to turn the heat on the King of Rio. It only needs to be a 4.67. And still, no reaction from upstairs, and Miguel just catching his breath. There is a look at the decision for Miguel Pupo.
4.83 e vira a
eliminating the favorite.
Sport is an emotional journey of highs and lows. Felipe Toledo exits Brazil with a hard loss, while Miguel Pupo celebrates his win to fight another day.
One of the coolest guys on tour, pouring out emotion from his face, just tears. You're going, man, this guy's been on tour for a very long time. Going back to 2011, I don't think I've ever seen a pour out of emotion that deep, that real, like Miguel Pupo beating Toledo at the buzzer.
Coming up, the intensity of winning and losing here at the Vivo Rio Pro. Shock and awe for your local hero. Jao Chanca goes down. Griffin Colapinto is taken out. The top dog, world #1.
He's into the semifinals, taking out one of the best in Saquarema.
I'd rather make a living in the fast lane.
The pressure of surfing a contest in Brazil is far greater than any other destination on tour. International competitors feel the anxiety of having the entire beach rooting against them. Brazilian surfers face the stress of underperforming in front of such a passionate crowd. The stakes are higher in Brazil, and as we move into the middle rounds of the contest, the tension of surfing in front of the loudest crowd in the sport is breaking some of the best in the game.
Crowd's growing, the vibes are high, as usual here in Brazil.
We've got Griffin taking on Joao.
What the heck just happened there? Shock and awe for your local hero. Jao Chanca goes down to Griffin Colapinto, who is now one step closer to smashing his way into the final 5. He needs a big result here.
Two good friends, two goofy foots, two representing Brazil. Miguel Pupo taking on Iago Dora. So advantage Miguel Pupo, who already has the high single score. World #2, Iago Dora. Loading up, big inverted tail-high reverse attempt. Dora leaves with an equal 5th, and the road for Miguel Pupo continues to line him up towards the finals.
Probably the most technically sound rail surfer on tour, going up against one of the most unpredictable springy surfers in the world. Just like that. Uh-oh. Congrats to Ethan Ewing taking down Italo Ferreira. Power gets the edge.
You hear a pin drop in the crowd. The air is just being completely sucked out of the environment.
Final remaining Brazilian male in the draw. Miguel Pupo providing these hometown surf fans something to go wild for. Right behind him, Cole Hausman, deep bottom turn straight into a big power hack. Through the bump, no worries.
Oh, wow. That was a well-timed combo right there.
Cole Hausman, a finalist here at the Vivo Rio Pro. Luana Silva is leading the charge for the nation of Brazil on the WSL Championship Tour. Luana made history this year by becoming the first Brazilian woman to win the coveted World Junior Championship.
World Junior Champion sounds pretty good. It means everything. I had no idea I'd be making history as the first Brazilian woman to be World Junior Champion.
Yeah, Luana Silva finally actually reaching, I think, the expectations that she probably had of herself.
Lulu, she just came off a big World Junior Championship title.
Now that she had that, she's like, oh, I got this. I can win.
Luana Silva into the finals for the first time in her championship tour career. A massive result for her as she locks down her position on the championship tour.
You made it.
No, I
The
didn't.
cut.
No, I didn't.
Yeah.
That was it.
No!
You've officially made the cut. It's a lot, you know. The last 2 years, it hasn't been the easiest, but I never gave up. I never backed down. Oh, it just feels so good. It's a sigh of relief, really.
Luana is coming of age on the championship tour, and as a result, the popularity of this 21-year-old is skyrocketing here in Brazil. Luana Silva, her growth has been incredible. She is definitely one of the most improved surfers on the championship tour. Style, power, you know, how fast she's going. She's flying that flag, and she's kind of representing Brazil right now in an amazing way.
When she comes to Brazil, she gets to feel like, wow, everybody wants me to win too. They're matching her desire to do well on the championship tour.
She's had big ups and downs right here at this location, but having her partner, João Chianca, be a local from here, I feel like has really elevated her performance when it comes to surfing at this event in particular.
I saw her run down through the gauntlet. You could see her elevate. Her steps got higher and faster, and she just turned the corners. And that was strictly just thriving off the energy of the crowd. Maybe she could do that in this event and take a win.
As we prepare for the women's semifinals, Silva will surf against 2023 world champion Caroline Marks. Luana will be the undeniable underdog in this heat, but there is no question that she is the fan favorite on the beach.
Lulu with a chance to take this event win for the country of Brazil, and she's already firing away on the back end.
It looks like this is the first wave she got, the 5-point ride. Nice up and vertical to finish it off.
Lulu controlling this one so far with a 5 and a 4.17. Caroline Marks drives into the first section. Caroline has really just had this completion. Luana Silva with a lot on the line. She has a chance to bring home a title for Brazil. It's been since Andrea Lopez in 1999. Caroline Marks trying to get in this heat. There's a little snap there that can turn in the pocket, just smaller wave that didn't have a whole lot in it.
And here's Lulu.
That's a nice one single turn. I think, to tell you the truth, I think Caroline might be overthinking.
Lulu has just made her second final of the season, but more importantly, her first final in Brazil with a chance to win this event for the hometown crowd.
Luana Silva makes history. She will be the first Brazilian woman to surf in the final heat here at home in 26 years. In individual sports, there are always frontrunners and expected winners. But sometimes there is a surprise competitor that just seems to fly under the radar. Silently rising to the top is Molly Picklum.
Good golly, Miss Molly at backboard knows how to pick 'em, coming out clean.
It's a long year. I think you go through times where you really want it so bad that you get lost in it, and I feel like when you're enjoying it, you're more happy to turn up and put more hours in, and the more you can surf and compete and be happy, then the more energy you have, the better the show you can put on.
Grab rail, Cuddy, well executed.
Everybody knows how good she is, and it is really weird when you look at her stats and you don't see a victory. She's now become this silent assassin who's just kind of sharking her way through these events.
Semi-final number 2 is on. Molly Picklum in the blue.
Runner-up, Molly Picklum. Semi-finals, Molly Picklum.
Semi-final, Molly Picklum. Runner-up in the final, Molly Picklum.
You know, I don't want to be this person that just goes good here and then not so good there. I want to make sure I can show up and be exactly how I want to perform every single event when it's time. And yeah, it hurts, you know. You go to the other side of the world, you put in all this effort to then let yourself down and not put your best foot forward. And I think keeping yourself accountable, even though you're miles and miles away from home and friends and family, it can be tricky, but it's important, you know. And I think that's something I look to improve on this year.
Bang! Molly hammers it!
If you don't win an event, you're kind of left out of the news a little bit. I talked to Molly after lowers, and I could tell that little flame was still burning, you know? She wants to win events and work her way into the title race. And she's done it in a really cool way. You know, deciding to part ways with her coach this year, kind of wanted to feel how she'd handle things on her own, and she's doing it. It's actually a really great place for Molly Picklum to be.
This year, I want to win a world title, you know. I don't turn up ever to lose, and I think that's something that I'm leaning on this year, and I have a dream to win a world title, and let's make it 2025.
Molly Picklum is on a mission to win a world title. And to do that, she needs to win events. Here in Brazil, Pickles has quietly earned a spot in what will be a very loud women's final.
The women's final starting now. Luana Silva taking on Molly Picklum. Big opportunity for Molly, looking for her first win of 2025. What do you think Lulu would be going through right now with this crowd backing her?
A lot of pressure because she has all the crowd behind her, on her shoulders.
We got Luana Silva, the Brazilian dream coming true right now. She's keeping everybody on this beach's heads up high. She's the last Brazilian left in the draw. She made the final. Can she take down Molly Picklum and just keep this party going?
First wave goes to the Australian Molly Picklum, tagging a big section. Well-placed maneuver.
This is a massive turn, actually.
Scores in for Picklum, 6.83 start. Lulu, she wants to get started.
Great surfing right there for Lulu. This final turn right here. Perfect time. Up and vertical, pushes that back foot, keeps the board under her.
The 6.63, and her camp's getting even more animated. As we roll in with the Brazilian throwing down an open face hook. Has a big wall and a nice end section to tag. It's a big tail blow, but Lulu can't hang on. A very aggressive finishing move.
She was gonna get a massive score with that blow tail.
And now Molly's gonna try to put this one away. Nice top turn and getting there late, but coming down with a big section riding away. That is what she is famous for.
Molly looks excellent on that last wave.
It is excellent at 8.17.
3, 2, 1.
It will be Molly Picklum taking out the Vivo Rio Pro, her first win of 2025. Molly Picklum is so stoked right now. After all those runner-ups and finals, this one's extra special.
I worked so hard this year to really put my best foot forwards, and actually before I was going out, I was like, felt nearly emotional because I was just like, okay, I get another chance, you know, to try and get a victory. I've dreamt so much of like winning here in Rio too. I'm like a real energetic person. I love the Brazilian energy, and to get a win this year means so much for sure.
Sinto volta com a manobra dela. Uma manobra quase voltou. Olha o quanto perto que você está da vitória. É muito perto, tá? Parabéns, parabéns. Ó, o que você está fazendo esse ano, tá? Passou forte, fez final em Bells, quase ganhou aqui. Por um detalhezinho tu não ganhou. Levanta a cabeça, parabéns. Estou muito orgulhoso de você, tá? Parabéns.
Let's hear it for your runner-up, Luana Silva.
Yeah, it's been an amazing year, special week here in Brazil. The support has been amazing, and that's what kept me going.
Your champion and now new world #1. Let's hear it for Molly Picklum.
It means the world to me. These wins don't come easy these days. The women are so good, and yeah, I'm so grateful.
Well done, Molly. Congratulations. Enjoy every bit of this.
Thank you. Thanks so much. Muito obrigada.
Molly Picklum, your champion and world #1, heading into Jeffreys Bay.
Brazil is the undisputed loudest event on tour. As a competitor, you have to embrace the rage, turn up the volume, and sometimes throw down a freestyle rap.
We're in Brazil, what a thrill. Who's gonna make a killing on these waves? Italo's out there flipping around. Cosby's going to town. What are you gonna say? Saquarema town, hey.
That was so good.
The Vivo Rio Pro is an extremely hard event to win for international surfers. On the men's side of the CT, the last 6 champions are all Brazilian.
The reality of Saquarema and Brazil and winning is being able to overcome a lot of energy and vibe here in Brazil that is going completely against you and for the favor of the Brazilians. And with that, you have to be able to turn off the noise, get in your mindset, go out there and just, you know, handle your business.
Cole Hauschman feeling the flow.
Cole Hauschman does it with an 8-point ride as his benchmark.
So much power, so much rhythm in his game.
I think that for like Griffin, he's had such a crazy hard year this year that this is nothing for him.
Griffin Colapinto has taken out the top dog, world #1.
He is elevating himself above the noise, which is what you have to do here in Brazil to win if you're not Brazilian.
And he's going for big airs again.
When you step through that portal, you enter that flow state, you're gonna be unstoppable.
I mean, that was straight up powerhouse surfing by Cole Hauschman, doing everything the judges are asking for today.
I don't know what to do right now. I'm like overwhelmed with a look.
Professional sport is undeniably centered on training, coaching, strategy, and the proper mindset. But the one aspect that is often overlooked is having fun. Cole Hauschman came to Brazil with a fresh haircut, a big smile, and some new sunglasses. His confidence is through the roof, and the powerful goofy foot lights up the left with some of the biggest frontside turns of the event. Huge tail smashing turn, freeze the fins.
Yeah.
1, 2, 3.
Hats off to Hauschman.
Griffin Colapinto is thriving in this pressure-filled atmosphere by simply having the most fun. Colapinto, going left, blasts his way all the way to the final, going up against his homie Cole Hauschman.
We're in Brazil, what a thrill. Italo's out there flipping around. Cosby's going to town. What are you gonna say? Saquarema town. Hey, turn that frown upside down, cause we're in Sac Town. Hey.
That was so good.
Griffin Colapinto and Cole Hauschman are the standout competitors here in Saquarema. And the two Californians will surf the final heat of the Vivo Rio Pro.
This will be fun. This should be fun, huh? Well done, dude. Well done.
It's time for the final. Griffin Colapinto taking on Cole Hausman. Two good friends, two guys from San Clemente, California, going head-to-head for the first time in Brazil.
There's going to be speed and power from our man Cole Hausman, and we're going to get the same thing from Griffin, but he's got a mad air game to show us as well.
The consistency that we've seen from Griffin has been impeccable the last 3 events, but this is the best backhand surfing I've seen from him ever. Here's Haushi though, Joe.
6'3", 225, connects with the lip. Number 91 blows the back out. And now into his third move. It's another solid snap to slide. It's a 9.4, the best number we've seen of the event.
Cole's sitting on a 9. Griff knows he needs a bomb of a score, and all of a sudden the biggest set of the day comes through, and he's in position for it, takes off.
Colapinto with priority, and he will load up on a double overhead section and tagging it. A huge backhand hanger. Still trying to fight for the finish. Colapinto gets it. Cole on the left out front. Lanes back, blows the board out the back. Griff now needs an 8.68. And now Griff's got a big ramp, shooting for the sky. Big slob, full road, incomplete. Breaking the streak for Brazil since 2017, now belongs to USA. Cole Hausman takes out the Vivo Rio Pro.
Honestly, like, I just went out there surfing with my best friend, Griffin. Like, we're just like, hey, it's like an expression session. We don't even know what we're doing. It's just like, we're just gonna have fun, and I was like, let's have a good battle. And the fans all week, whether they love me or hate me, it's like the most passionate people in the world, and I love it, you know?
Yeah, psycho surfing.
It's what we dream of and like what we live for, and honestly, like, I couldn't imagine anything better.
Your champion of the Vivo Rio Pro. Let's hear it for Cole Hausman.
The Vivo Rio Pro concludes with two good friends congratulating each other on the legendary Saquarema stage.
To share another final with Griffin is like the dream. Honestly, I've had 2 finals on tour and both have been with Griffin, so I'm just trying to take it in. I'm pretty speechless, honestly.
Next time on Inside Pro Surfing, the WSL Championship Tour returns to Jeffreys Bay, South Africa.
The whole tour is heading to the best right point break on the planet.
It's one of those canvases that is inspiring.
It's like one of the great wonders of our surfing world.
To just let out the lions roar.
Absolutely tore the bag out of that thing.
Well, welcome back to the Banco do Brasil. .48 for the women. That's the opening round for the women. As you can see, things have cleared up here in Itaúna Beach, Saquarema, and we can continue on in the heat, right where we left off, at the 7-minute and 49-second mark. Kaipagura along with Marcus Bocuyuva. Great day.
Great day so far. Groundbreaking moments here.
What's your favorite?
Oh, Tia Zabroski for sure. And the authority of Qualification. Oh my God. Watch out, guys. CT 2026. You better wait.
Yeah, we got our first qualifier, if you're just joining us, for the championship tour, first qualifier out of the Challenger Series. That is 14-year-old Tia Zabroski, and she is actually set a record. She's the youngest qualifier for the championship tour. We're going to see her in 2026 on tour, but she's got some business to finish up over here. She wants to win another event. For me, I love the surfing that I saw from, they call him the King, Wesley Dantes.
Whoa.
You know, Wesley went out there and put on a show. He looked very confident. He is a wild card in this event.
Yeah.
But, you know, maybe the lack of pressure and just something to prove in home ground is looking good. He's already won an event over here. I think he won a QS event.
You want to know a few inside information about Wesley?
I love inside information, Marcos.
Yeah, his main sponsors is provided by one of the biggest rappers and trappers from Brazil, L7. L7 is L7 Lennon, provide the hip-hop brand sponsor, main sponsor for Wesley. So it's not a surf brand, it's like a rap swag brand.
Rap?
From L7.
L7, I love that. Is it
like the grunge band back in the day.
Yeah.
L7.
L7. Love it. Well, hey, look it. The clock's on, and we're going. And it looks like Reed Van Wagoneer right here is in the lead. Stay clear, because she's got some snaps to be heard right there. And that's a nice, nice job over there from the goofy foot from Carlsbad.
What a nice place to be in North County, San Diego. A place that gave us like guys like Taylor Knox and a lot of reapers.
Yeah, Rob Machado.
Oh, Seaside Heath.
Oh, man.
Kudos to Rob.
Brad Gerlach.
My favorite.
Uh-huh.
Was my nickname is Brad Gerlach from Paraguay when I was a kid.
And then also, you know, currently on the championship tour, Jake Marshall making that North County proud. Taina Hinko on the backhand. Nice carve there. All of our surfers having to restart after that fog hold. Controlled ride for Taina.
I love how she engaged the rail in the second turn. Like a lot of authority there.
She is a wild card in this event and been looking very, very confident in the opening vision of what she's been doing here in the opening round for the women. Eve, Leula, Wong, up, out. Eve in third, needs a 5.07. That is if Taina doesn't improve upon her score with that last wave. We're waiting for the last score of Taina Hinko. Eve, number one coming in out of the Hawaii Tahiti Nui region to qualify for this Challenger Series. Let's get through some replays. Here's Taina.
Check it out. Connecting the face there, but the money turn is the second one. How gnarly was that turn? Extra power in the third. I like the pace, the rhythm. Not rocket science type of, you know, above the lip, but nice classic surfing.
And this is Reed's wave. This is a 3.57.
Nice second snap there. She's finding the rhythm. She's flowing good. She's gliding. Lead off the top to finish.
All right, and back to live action here with Eve on the paddle back out. This is heat number 5. We're going to go through heat number 6 today. We will not be running heat 7 and 8 in this opening round for the women because we got other festivities happening on the beach. We got a concert happening on the beach. And so with the concert happening on the beach, a lot of the sound is going to be overpowering our beach announcers. So we're going to let them celebrate on the beach and stuff. So we're going to get through this heat. We're going to get through one more heat, and then we're going to call it a day. But stick around for the Corona Cero post show. That's where we wrap everything up. There's the concert venue.
We're going to have the local singer, Gabi Melin. She makes up a little pop with a little reggae tunes.
Yeah, look at DJ Ferk. He's going to start it all off, and then we get some magic show after that.
Everything here is magic, almost.
Doing the sound check right there. The city on the beach. Every single time we come here, the grounds are absolutely incredible.
Yeah, that reminds me of the good old days. Still good days nowadays in Huntington, but back in the day, used to be a HB festival with the punk rock bands there, the skateboarding, BMX.
You got a favorite punk rock band from the area?
Oh, from the 80s, 90s? Sure. Social Distortion, SD all the way, but I love, you know, TSOL, Agent Orange.
True Sounds of Liberty.
Oh, yeah.
Huntington Beach, represent.
I used to draw those flags in my notebooks as a kid in school.
Oh, I just think Eve, you guys get some applause from Doug Silva in the support of Eve Leulawong. I think she may have just turned the heat for herself with the performance on that last left. She needs a 5.07, and that looked like a mid-range 5 to me from her performance. We'll get another look at that, but we're waiting for the score of last of Eve Wong. Let's see if this was enough to turn the heat, Marcos.
I love her style, the position of the arms, the harmonic, you know, turns, everything in place. Check it out. Nice snap, a little fin drift, another one with a special flair. I think, you know, surfing style is an extension of your own personality, and she has a lot of personality.
Yeah, she does. A studied surfer, a great talent, also multilingual. Eve speaks both English, obviously, but is fluent in Hawaiian, which is Olelo Hawaii, a language that we're trying to keep alive in the islands. Vaihiti, Mahana, Inso. Got a late start in this heat, but kind of making up for it a little bit. Seemed a little disinterested at the end, but I like the carves on the forehand previous to kicking out.
Smooth operator.
Smooth, huh?
I love how he was connecting the rails with a lot of flow. What a mental state those girls are living.
That was like a Sade soundtrack right there. You
Yeah.
talk that?
Yeah, you can be
Here we
like a
go.
cover from Deftones.
There you go. Just put Sade right in the background of this wave.
Smooth operator. It's a shame I'm trying to cover Sade right here, right now.
It's good stuff. That was a smooth operator. Feel like from above again, you can see the arcing turns from the goofy foot out of Oahu. She's got a big, big future out in front of her. I'm telling you right now. Just 18 years old.
It's a matter of time being with the big girls in CT level. There's layers and layers.
Well, maybe I'm Hawaii partial, but I thought that Eve had turned the heat in that last wave. But the judges disagree with me. 3.8 for Eve Wong. She's still in third and is in danger of elimination. Who do we got there?
This is Carlos Cachotti, Tainan father, great shaper, groundbreaking surfer. Used to be one of the first guys in the late 80s to pull some airs in the game, alongside with Dada Figueiredo, Luiz Neguinho, a lot of groundbreaking surfers from Brazil back in from the generation of the 80s.
Correct me if I'm wrong, but wasn't he also like a guy that from Brazil that spent a lot of time over in Indonesia and stuff, like doing some exploration there?
No, that was Chico. I think you're talking about the Chico, the guy that designed board shorts from Rio de Janeiro. Cachotti is from Guarda do Embaú. You know, World Surfing Reserve, the place that gave birth Ricardo dos Santos, our guardian angel from Guarda. The guy that influenced so much. Iago Dora, ADS, all the boys from down south.
That's why I love calling heats with you, Marcos. You bring so much local knowledge.
Thank you, man. That's my task here.
Well, the smooth operating now. Oh, and a little spice there. That was smooth with a snap of spice for Reed Van Wagener, our current heat leader. Reed looking to better a 3.57. That's the backup score to the 5.5. She also has in her score line. Getting the bounce to the inside. And that's the end of the heat. And that heat's going to be decided. It was a quick heat because we came back from that fog hold. Just like that, bang, bang, bang. And it's going to be Reed Van Wagener and the wild card, Taina Hinkle, moving on into the next round. There's all the digits for you. There's the results. Unfortunately, we're going to lose the two surfers from Hawaii, Eve Wong and Vaihiti Mahana. It will be the Brazilian and the Californian moving on into the next round.
Head high for the girls that lost here. Good luck in Hawaii.
Yeah, for both Eve and Vaihiti, next stop on the Challenger Series. Stop number 6 happening at the Bonsai Pipeline. That's the end of January, beginning of February. We're going to take a break. When we come back, we got more action. Last heat of the day here at the Banco do Brasil Saquarema Pro, presented by Cero.
This is what I live for.
A gente já aproveita para jogar uma altinha, manter aquela brasilidade. Mas é isso, é poder aproveitar, curtir a natureza e se reconectar.
And every time we find somewhere new that just surprises us. Today I'm going for a surf at Pico da Mota. It's my favorite spot at Portugal.
Honestly, a really special place for me to come to. I've had so many good memories.
We're here at the waterfall. It's massive.
On tour, surfing the wave of Tehupo and drinking a Corona. I mean,
it's happy hour for the athletes, so I'm gonna get going, but thanks for watching.
What's better?
Wow.
Zooming around the world, you know what I mean? Finding waves, drinking cold Coronas. That's living right there.
If that's not a dreaming life, I want to know what it is.
That's the dreamy life, my friend. And we continue on with the dream here for all of these surfers to make the championship tour. Arina Rodriguez, Nanaho Suzuki, Oceana Rogers, and Talia Swindoll all out here. Heat number 6 of the opening round of the women. This is going to be our final heat of the day. Again, 4 surfers enter the water. Just 2 advance into round number 2. There you can see our grounds. You can see where the concert's going to happen. Our competitors area, the big judging tower, Tina Hinkle, getting a debrief after her heat, which was very successful in the opening round.
Nice backdrop over there with Tina, her father, Carlos Cachotti. Amazing scene. Amazing to see the success of the girls and boys bringing the Brazilian culture, spreading the Brazilian culture all over the globe.
Oh, yeah. Arina Rodriguez from Peru on her opening ride, being very patient off the bottom, picking her spot for a big snap there. Comes around the corner here, finds some more open face for a nice carve on the backhand, deep bottom turn, big snap off the top. Glides that rail up into the lip, stand up and finish it, Arina, and now she's going to get a big score. Arina Rodriguez, 20 years old, out of Peru. That's the way to open up a heat.
Oh yeah, solid stance, nice turns.
That was precision surfing because she was very patient through so many of the different sections on that waves, and she really had to adjust her speed throughout that entire wave to accommodate for those sections. Well done. Let's enjoy this on the replay.
Yeah, she's from the land of never-ending left, so she got to have a strong backhand attack. That's what she's showing off right now. Check it out, this turn. Nice snap, nice flow, nice rhythm, but not rushing things. Putting the board in the right places. Check it out, the closeout turn. Yeah, nice. Amazing rhythm from the Peruvian girl.
I love that snap, cutting it short. She was patient on there, and then the patience to come around the corner. You know what? Coach Matt Myers.
Whoa. We love that.
Coach Matt Myers, he likes that. That's very nice. And as he should. I think that's going to be a big number for the Peruvian surfer. Carving off the bottom, Oceana Rogers out of Australia, the 20-year-old. First full year on the Challenger Series. Howls that off the top right there, getting fins free for a moment. Nice carve. Working through this inside section. Wave keeps on giving. Fails to float right there, but she got some damage outdone out the back. More waves coming through here. Good looking peak.
Good for free surfing, not to get scores maybe.
Oh, I would turn and burn on
Me
that
too,
wave
man. Count me in.
In a heartbeat.
Count me in, bro. Or should I say brah?
You can call me bro, brah, brew. I answer to almost
Amigo,
anything.
Hermano. Amici, ami, all the languages from the United Colors of surfing.
All right, we're waiting for scores for Arina Rodriguez and Oceana Rogers. Arina comes in, as we suspected, with a great number, 7-point ride for the Peruvian surfer. She's out in the lead. Still waiting for the opening score for Oceana Rogers. It's a 4.17 heat set. Arina in first, Oceana in second. Talia Swindoll holding it down the third spot, and Nanaho Suzuki holding down priority. No wave ridden for the Japanese surfer as of yet.
Nice way to start the heat with this solid number, 7. Up and down turns, solid backhand exhibition.
Yeah, really, as we look at the day in a whole, you know, there's the scores for us. When the Brazilian judge went a 7.5 actually, one of the Brazilian judges. All the countries represented with their flags and the numbers that the judges give. Again, we throw away the low score, the 6.5. We throw away that 7.5. I can do that math with 3 sevens, average out to a 7.
Oh yeah. And the spread is...
Right, I did that in my head.
Oh, yeah, the head judge is in a good mood right now because it's spread just 1 point.
Yeah.
They don't want to see a big spread over there.
Suzuki bounces through that section, decides to get out of that wave after opening turn. And the support squad.
Amazing supporting squad, man. I love to see those flags flying around.
Yeah, the international sport of surfing zigzagging around the globe. Take another look here.
I love how fast she pulled this turn, but it's kind of hard to manage and to make the right choices to understand which one are going to be stiffy and going to be, you know, a nice double up inside. I can see some glimpse of Jarvis roll in her game.
I like that. This is the 4.17 for Oceana Rogers.
She got a name of a superstar country singer.
All right, well, let's hear from our last heat winner with Rachel Apollonio.
That's it, Kaipo. I'm here with Reid. Congratulations for advancing for the next round. Tell us a little bit, it's your first time in Saquarema. How was the preparation to surf that wave for the first time?
Yeah, it's a little tricky. Got here and the waves were definitely bigger than the contest is going to be, and I had a couple rough free surf sessions, so I had to brace myself. But yeah, the waves are super fun here. I love how it's a little beach break, and there's a couple of sections, but yeah, I love the wave.
And how special is to have your dad here with you?
Yeah, this is his second trip with me, so I'm super grateful that he's here and supporting me. And shout out to my mom back home. She's watching. She couldn't make it to this one. I'm pretty sure my brother's watching as well. But yeah, shout out to all my family back home.
And what were you doing during the fog hold?
Oh my gosh, yeah, it was a little stressful. I didn't know what was going on when they blew the horn. I thought the heat was over. So definitely tested my resilience and kind of came in and just tried to keep the good vibes and paddle back out and have fun. The music was good, so I kind of kept that in the back of my mind, but yeah.
Kept on the vibe. Congratulations and good luck. Thank you very much.
There you go. On the beach concerts pay off. Give you the good vibe. Bring you the music right there. You can surf with the live soundtrack. Rina Rodriguez up and riding. She opened up with a 7-point ride. Smart move for the Peruvian surfer. I mean, this isn't much of a wave, but she's going to make sure that she gets her scoreline full and has a backup to that 7-point ride.
Yeah, she's forcing this back up. We're talking about the post-heat interview from Reid. Amazing maturity, amazing. She's so comfortable for being like a young buck inside of this roster here.
She's from a talented family. Her brother Jack on the WSL longboard tour as well. So we catch up with Jack on the longboard events. We catch up with Reid on the Challenger Series. So it's busy family when it comes to surfing.
They must be maybe some heritage from, you know, Holland, Dutchland.
Oh.
Because the van there. I'm just supposing.
Yeah, I'll take that guess. Okay, 3.07 for Rina Rodriguez to back up the 7-point ride. Now 10-point scoreline. Nearly the average of that's been getting through heats today. So good strategy, I think, from the Peruvian surfer. You don't want to get starved out of, you know, you have a good score. You don't want to lose when you have the highest single wave score of the heat. You want to make sure that you get that back up.
Yeah, we saw this in the big leagues of CT with Jack Robinson in the Pipe Pro.
Ooh.
Losing to Al Cleo Jr.
Ooh,
wow.
that one stung. That's the stat that nobody wants to be on. We have a full stat sheet on that of, you know, when I work the CTs of heat losses with a 10-point ride. And you would be surprised how many heat losses there have been in the history of
There's a lot of
surfing.
data on those numbers?
Leave them alone.
Yeah. That was a bummer.
Oh, man.
We love you in Brazil, Jack.
Yeah.
You know, wife Brazilian, shaper from Brazil,
Yes.
coach from Brazil.
Yes. And Jack's been pretty good with his Portuguese as well.
Oh, always evolving.
And you should see his son Zen already knows how to do full rotations on flat ground right now.
I don't doubt that.
Kid's got really good balance, I'm telling you.
He's gonna be reading riffs sooner or later.
Yeah.
Than later.
All right. Well, 18 minutes remaining, and the situation out on the water has the Peruvian out in the lead. It's going to be a battle for second and advancing position. With priority is Talia Swindell. Talia, the 19-year-old out of Malibu, California. is a super talented surfer. Had a quarterfinal finish over in Bolito for Talia. So she already has one keeper, 9th in the US Open. So kind of almost 2 keepers for Talia. Number 20 coming into this event on the Challenger Series rankings. So the Malibu surfer with an important heat out in front of her. She doesn't want, you know, to get another throwaway, because she basically has her 2 throwaways for the year, but she has 2 keepers too. So she wants to keep her out of this. Again, for the Challenger Series, it is your best 5 results out of 7 events that count towards your ranking at the end of the year.
Yeah, and I love to see those guys and girls rising from Malibu inside of the tour. Taro Watanabe is surfing so well this season. Such a well-rounded surfer.
Speaking of Talia, here she comes. Kind of missed that first section, so is going to have to make it up on the inside here. Wave is doing her a favor by standing up, and she gets a nice snap in there. Talia coming down, has some ribs in the face, has to force that snap, and those ribs just grab the hold of her rails, and was really sticky right there. You kind of saw that coming with that jumbled water down by the shore break.
Yeah, it's kind of, when you miss the first turn, it's kind of hard to find the momentum again and to crack a few turns after, with this, like, a lot of water in the sandbar there. Check it out. She missed that place to maybe off the top from climbing there. She was trying to engage again with the momentum. And the wave got a little stiffy there. But
yeah, and you saw those ribs. That's what got it real catchy. But I agree with you, Marcos. If she could do it over again, I think she would have just, like, hit that first section. But I can see being 2 sets of mind. You don't want to go down either. It was kind of a little bit tough section, but it did look like it backed off a bit. Paddling for that, and we'll see if the other 2 surfers are out and if that's going to affect Oceana Rogers' priority. It will not, since the other 2 surfers have not made it back out to the peak, so priority stays the same. Nanaho Suzuki with first priority, Oceana with second priority. Here goes Nanaho.
Nice left over there.
Aggressive snap. Little bobble. Wave getting some washy on the inside. Has to hippity hop through this section and unable to get the finish.
It's hard to understand which one, you know, doing the reading of the sandbar to understand and to make the right choices for the one they're going to be.
It's a tough wave to read right now.
Yeah, yeah.
All right, well, we're going to take a break, and we'll continue on. We'll come back with the conclusion. Heat 6 of the opening round of women when we return to Itaúna Beach here at the Banco do Brasil Saquarema Pro.
Banco do Brasil Saquarema Pro presented by Cero is brought to you by Banco do Brasil, official sponsor of the WSL in Brazil. By Riachuelo, official apparel of WSL Brazil. By Natura Kayak, feel the power of freshness. By Vivo, official sponsor of WSL Brazil. and by the state government of Rio de Janeiro, official partner of the Banco do Brasil Saquarema Pro presented by Cero.
We're back at E-Town, our last heat of the day, opening round for the women. This is heat number 6 out of 8. So we're going to make up, and we start again tomorrow, likely finishing up this round. We had to go on a fog hold, so that eat up a little bit of time. So we're going to finish off with this heat number 6. But don't worry, because the action's not done. After this heat, we will have the Cero post show. We'll look at some of the highlights of the day and talk about some of the important moments that happened. This happened during the replay, Marcos.
Let's check it out. Oceana Rogers, nice snap on the top of the wave. Another snap, trying to make different angles, differentiation from each and every turn. This is key. A little Mick Campbell there. Little influence from the amazing boxer surfer. We miss you, Ginger Boy.
The Ginger Ninja, Mick Campbell. World runner-up, I believe.
Yeah, 1998. He was runner-up for Petson Rosa down in Brazil for the event in Barra da Tijuca in 1998. So I guess it was that year he went all the way as a runner-up. Michael Campbell.
Score in Oceana Rogers, 3.03. That's enough to put Rogers in second place. Talia Swindell in the green jersey holding court, hanging on to the peak. Swindell needs a 4.7 to move into second and advancing position. Nanaho Suzuki, fourth priority in fourth place. So Nanaho needs to kind of separate herself from the pack. She needs a 5.2 to go into second place. Arina Rodriguez in the red jersey, you can see her paddling around there. She's got second priority. She's in a really good position because she's in the lead, as well as having second priority, and she has the highest single wave score of the heat, that 7-point ride.
As we have a Japanese surfer here, I want to give a shout out to my longtime friend that I don't see for many, many decades, Miyuki Onozato. Shout out to you, Miyuki. I heard she was kind of training one season Conolirio a little.
Well, Arina Rodriguez, she's had some success here. As a wild card, when we had the CT come into town, she was a dark horse, Arina Rodriguez, coming through and surfing all the way to a quarterfinal finish in that event. Let's take a look back at Arina and a flaring backhand surfing.
Yeah, she's from the land of never-ending laughs, and she's so quiet, and she let the surf speak for herself. I like those type of athletes, you know? Like Shama, pretty quiet, but he know how to ride to the occasion.
Right there, Pereira, hanging on, making Peru proud. Her first and only championship tour event. Of course, her goal would be to finish in the top 7 this year on the Challenger Series for the women and earn a full-time spot on the 2026 championship tour. She's on a good start right now at this competition with that 7-point ride opener. Puts her in pole position, puts her in the #1 spot with 9 minutes remaining. Just needs to improve upon that 3-point ride to further distance herself from the rest of the surfers in this heat. And here she goes. Whitewater roll in for the Peruvian surfer.
That can be a grower.
It looks like it's going to be so, Marcos. Ooh, little caught up, but catches back up, hangs on. One more time, up in the lip. And that was how you recover. Got a little rail catch, but it didn't matter. She just powers through, and this wave just keeps on giving down the line. You called it as the grower, Marcos, and that was a well-surfed wave and great wave selection. The whitewater rolled in. She knew what the future was going to be on that ride, and that future was nothing but upside potential. She will increase her heat total.
There's the commentator curse, and there's the commentator blast. And bless.
Nanaho Suzuki going down, purling on that second maneuver for the Japanese surfers, so she's still going to be searching for that 5.2, but Arina Rodriguez, what a performance. Here's Nanaho.
Nice. Let's see. Nice snap on the top, finding the right space to crack this he entry. Couldn't pull.
Talia got a wave too.
Nice style. Nice posture. He's such a town and length surfer. Let's see. Whoa, nice crack on the end. Close out. Pretty special there. A little drift in the fins.
So we're still waiting for that score for Talia Swindell, and watch this one.
That was a grower. A little setup snap. She got to kind of catch the rail on the bottom turn. Lose a little chance there. But she managed to pull another off the top turn. Squeezing a little bit more of that lemon. And making a nice lemonade stance. Let's see. Never ending.
Solid stuff. I love that. You saw that little catch, but made up with it. Still got projection out of this one. On the heels right there, clipped on the heels, but then whack. Upside down on that third turn. Oceana, she wants in the conversation. Here comes the goofy foot out of Australia. Jams up in the lip, explosion, survives the explosion. That's all she's going to get.
Risk turn. Super quicks. Nice reaction for her.
So last score for Arena Rodriguez, that growing left down the line earned her a 6-point ride. She now has a 13-point score line. Still waiting for the score for Oceana Rogers, who's currently in second and advancing position. Anything over a 3.03 is going to improve Oceana's heat total. Also, Talia Swindell, we're waiting for her score. One more look here for Rogers.
I love those quick reaction turns with a lot of risk. Close out session. And if we can complain a little bit because we thought we're going to have a little more push on the swell today, we cannot complain about the rhythm of the waves, man. There are a lot of options, a lot of opportunities for the boys and girls. And a lot of action for us to call here to analyze.
Yeah, in good shape on this bar right now. So even at this kind of highish tide, you see there's still some really good waves. I mean, that wave for Arena, that was an example of one when it hits the bar right on that angle, it just kind of keeps on rolling down the line. Talia is hoping for this one to grow in the future. Lip glide there, gets through this section, more to offer on this left. This one's going to give her multiple opportunities. A little catchy there, gets caught on the rail, has to recover from that. Wave's going to peel into two pieces and taper off just a bit, but Talia continues on with it. So now the judges owe us 2 scores for Talia Swindell, and we're just going to see where that puts her in the standings.
Oh, but she's charging. She's trying to make the right decisions because sometimes it's hard when you miss a turn, when the wave went flat like that one. It's kind of hard to find the momentum again, but nice floater there. Let's see. That's a nice snap, second turn. That's the moment that she lost track a little bit, bogged the rail. Tried to squeeze the last snap there. A little zigzag. And that's it.
Oceana, foam climb, open face, carves it back, nice roundhouse back into the white water for Rogers. Beautiful carve there, wave just tapers out, doesn't give her any other opportunity. She's going to remain in second place. Talia Swindell, her last 2 waves, a 4.57, a 3.23, just dropped in, but that is not enough to get the Malibu surfer into second place. Second place getting held by this woman right here on the replay.
I love the lines that she's drawing right now. I love the cutty. Unfortunately, the wave didn't have an energy enough for her to rebound properly.
Yeah, not going to be one of her top 2. She's going to remain in second place with a 2-wave total of 8.2. Swindell needing a 3.63, and Nanaho Suzuki with priority, the Japanese surfer, needing a 5.93.
Still a few more minutes to go for the girls, for Talia and Hananu to bounce back.
There you see her need, just under a 4-point ride, well within her wheelhouse. Looking to the beach, and Nanaho Suzuki with priority. She's got first priority, so she's got first pick of the litter. Needs a 5.93 to get into second place and advance out of this heat. Suzuki looks interested in this one.
A A lot of options going on right now. Let's see.
Talia's going to get this corner. Whitewater roll in with the backwash, and that's going to throw her off.
She was with the fourth priority. That's why she chose that one. Maybe it would be a rower. Maybe she can pull something overwhelming in the closeout session there.
Heat leader, Arina Rodriguez, taking a look there. Doesn't need anything. Actually, Arina doesn't, you know, really just stay out of the way of the other surfers. She's going to advance on because she has such a big lead. It's really that battle for second place that we're looking at this 2-minute mark as we come to our Banco do Brasil 2-minute warning.
Yeah, 2 digits there, 13 points. She's pretty comfortable right now. Just a matter of not doing, you know, any bad decisions. And she's going to be in the next round. Maybe you're going to see Oceana going right. No, she's going to go left.
Nice carve. Looking for generating some speed. Hits the oncoming section. Checks the Apple Watch. 1:20 on the clock. Oceana looking to improve upon a 4-point ride to secure her spot. Nanaho's support squad staring out at the break here at Itauna. Nanaho with priority. She likes to look at this one. Drops in. Speedy snap off the top. Has to clear this section. Clears the section, comes around. Beautiful hack on the backhand. One more time. Feeling it right now. She knows she's got the score, I feel. She kicks out. She looks at the judges pleading her case. Our heat leader, nothing but a joyride right here for Arina Rodriguez, making her way in. But Nanaho Suzuki, 5.93 is what the Japanese surfer needs. She put it together pretty well there, Marcos.
What amazing composition that she pulled there. Amazing rhythm, nice, you know, risk on the turns. A lot of speed also. She took off it. She managed pretty well the backlash.
Yeah, that was just an up and out for Nanaho. What we're really going to be waiting for is her previous wave. Some high-risk maneuvers for the Japanese surfer, leaving Talia Swindal all out alone on the peak, but the clock's going to tick down, and that's going to be the end of the heat for Talia. So unfortunately, she will be eliminated from competition. The big question is, did Nanaho Suzuki do enough on her previous wave to earn her spot into the next round?
A lot of question marks. Actually, the biggest question mark was Nanaho.
Here's Arina, Marcos.
Surfing with authority, with personality, you know, making the right choices, going for the right waves. So, you know, being from Peru is steady, like backhand, super solid stance.
You know what the big question is? The big question is if this is a 5.93.
I don't want to be a judge right now. I'm so comfortable to be a
It
commentator.
to her. I say give it to her. I say give it to her is what I'm thinking, because those are some committed.
Wow, and the backwash there.
Yeah.
Tough to manage.
That was, and I feel she knew it. Like, surfers have a feeling, you know, and she looked at the judges' tower and she knew those were some high-risk maneuvers. And there's the judge's number, a 6.43 Suzuki running up the beach. And she's going to run straight into round 2. And well-deserving hugs from her supporting other surfers. Nanaho Suzuki, talk about class under pressure.
Rising to the occasion, Kaipo.
Beautiful.
Nice timing for her to bounce back.
Well done. Look, and there's
he's everywhere.
Pedro Brazil's everywhere. You know,
he must have like a twin brother.
No,
bro.
no, that's just.
You sure he's not Marcos Brazil?
No, he moves very fast. So he's already catching some clips for WSL Social. Nanaho Suzuki, congratulations. We're going to see you in the next round. Arina Rodriguez, you absolutely ripped. We're going to see you in the next round as well. Well, that's it. That's the last heat of the day. But like I said, Marcos, tell people don't go away.
Oh, don't go away. Don't go anywhere.
Don't go anywhere. Why?
Yeah, because we got plenty of action in the post-show.
We got plenty of action in the Corona Cero post-show coming up right after this. Like I said, hang out. Enjoy the Corona Cero post-show with us. We're going to have a couple Corona Ceros and talk about all today's action. Welcome to the Corona Cero post-show, day number 1 of the Banco do Brasil Saquarema Pro, presented by Zero APV, all natural ingredients, Corona Cero, and the vibe keeps on rolling here. Day number 1 of the event window. We got the stage lit up. DJ Ferk's going to be coming on there on the 1s and 2s to spin some sounds. We're going to have some magicians up there. I might even go up there and do a freestyle a little bit later. You never know what we're going to do. Day number 1 of the event. Wow, this is a Corona Cero.
Cheers, boys.
That's Mitchell Salazar. That's Marcos Bucuyuva.
Saúde, as we say in Brazil.
And it's Corona Cero 30. So as we enjoy our Corona Ceros, we're going to hear from the last heat winner, Arena Rodriguez. 13-point heat total and just ripped her way into round number 2. She's on the glass with Rachel Apollonio.
That's right, Arina. Congratulations. You were looking super comfortable and you found great waves. Tell us about this wave selection today.
I'm very happy to have made my first round heat. The waves I caught were really, really good. I'm really happy to have been able to catch them and surf them good. I know this wave a lot. I've come here for multiple competitions. This year I came twice for the QS Junior and once for the CT, which was a wild card. And now I'm here for the Challenger and really excited to be through.
That's amazing. And how was it for you to be waiting for one of the last heat actually, and the fog hold? What were you doing there?
I was trying to keep my cool, stay calm. I knew that there was a chance that I will serve like the last heat of the day because of the fog and the time left. So I was actually trying to stay calm with my headphones on, music, and just, I know this wave a lot and I'm really confident in that knowledge. So I tried not to get ahead of myself so much and just be in the moment. And if they put me on, I will be on. And if they would have put me to the next day, I would have been okay with that as well.
Curiosity, what is the music that you listen to be calm?
Well, it's actually like my music that is to be like ready. I listen to a lot of rock and bands in English that it's kind of like slow rock, not heavy metal, but like it's nothing too cool because I want to be ready for the action actually.
And now we can hear music for the concert that is going to happen. It's a happy music too. But congratulations, thank you very much and good luck. Back to you guys.
Wow. Jamming on the beach. I told you the party was going to come on. Turned right up during that interview. Congratulations to Arina Rodriguez. And congratulations to Tia Zabroski, Mitchell, because Tia started off this round in a glorious fashion. She is our first qualifier out of the Challenger Series for 2026, because we're going to see the 14-year-old on the championship tour and setting a record, Mitchell Salazar, the youngest qualifier ever for the championship tour. Tia Zabroski got it done.
Yeah, and with 7 events on the schedule this year, she was able to do it within the first 5. It's not only record-breaking, as you said, but more than anything, she was able to do it on her first year on the championship, on the Challenger Series, excuse me. And, you know, now expectations are high, obviously, for her on the CTE, but you did your job early. And shout out to Kiara Gold as well. She had a 7 in this heat, served very well. It was the battle of the 2 Tahitians out there, but, you know, props to both of the youngsters. Massive props to Tia Zabroski, handling that pressure. She has made the quarterfinals in every event leading up to this one so far, Kaipo, and she's already made 2 finals. Imagine if she wins another event right here, especially in Brazil, where pressure seems to be higher than anywhere else in the world.
Well, some great surfing by Zabroski. She was trailing in this heat and had to come back right there with that 6-point ride, got the job done. And look at the 2 friends right there, Marcos, at the conclusion of this heat. Great
What
moment.
a sisterhood going on over there. Amazing groundbreaking moment for Tia Zabroski and for John Duru, the whole, you know, French force there. You know, that guy in the Red Bull hat gonna be super inspired with this moment.
Yeah, Kaoli Voss, we'll get to him a little bit later in the Corona Cero post show. There's all the numbers. Tia Zabroski winning. Kiara Gold, like you said, that 7-point ride was just outstanding for the Tahitian surfer. Both of them good friends. Moving on into round number 2 for the women. Likely we'll be seeing some of those round number 2 action tomorrow because things are looking pretty up here at Itaúna Beach. Well, after the heat, Rachel Apollonio caught up with Tia Zabroski. Let's hear what Tia had to say when she got the news of qualification.
The rankings, she was leading her heat, and now Tia Zabroski, congratulations, you are officially qualified for the 2026 Championship Tour. How does it feel to be the youngest ever to qualify? Congratulations.
Thank you. I don't know what to say. I'm really, really happy. Jenny told me that it was a surprise, and I didn't even think about it. And this morning, I win my heat, and my best friend who make the heat with me, Kiara, just told me I go off. I was like, really? I didn't know. And yeah, I'm really, really happy to be the youngest to qualify on tour. And yeah, super happy.
Yeah, we were wondering if you knew that you only need to make this heat to qualify or if it was a surprise. And as it's your first time surfing in Saquarema, how was that heat for you?
Well, it was just a normal heat, like every heat I did this year and all the other year. Just having fun and trying my best. It was a bit hard to surf. It's been a long time kind of that I didn't surf in backside, so I wasn't really confident. But yeah, I make my heat and I just qualify on tour, and yeah, really happy.
We are so happy to hear from you. You are super powerful, efficient, and your season's been amazing. Congratulations and good luck. Thank you.
All right, well, this is the hard-hitting questions, Mitchell. How do you think Tia's going to do on the championship tour now that she's there?
I feel like a lot of waves suit her style. You look at Bells, you look at Margs. She's already, seen what people are capable of at Snapper 2 with the re-edition of that event over there. I think the biggest ones where you haven't been. Lowers, Portugal. So there's a lot of questions there, but I feel like a lot of those right-hand point breaks after the success she's had at Adeseda 2 years in a row, I feel like she's going to be Rookie of the Year in 26.
You heard it first here from Mitchell Salazar.
You're going to hurt second here.
Yeah, and what do you think?
Man, the same thing. Totally agree with Mitch. Having flashbacks for the first time I saw Kelly in the Euro Tour in 1991, clashing with the old guys from the tour like Tony Ray. He went all the way to the final like an Pro 1991. And I'm having a flashbacks from Kelly from that era. I'm having flashbacks from Nikki Wood winning bells with 15 years old. She's here to stay, guys.
There you go. Well, is it kind of the resurgence of France being a powerhouse in the world of professional surfing? On the women's side, we have Tia Zabroski. On the men's side, guys, Kaoli Voss came out after a win in Ericeira and leading the points, came out here and did some destruction in round number 1, Mitchell.
It's an excellent point you make, though. I mean, they've really supported surfing. They've gotten, and backed their surfers, and Kali's really benefited from that, and you can just see the freedom with which he's surfing right now. Poised, always excellent wave selection, but most importantly, not pushing too hard when he doesn't need to, Kaipa. And we saw a couple of great scores from him, but I really like the quick start. Complete difference to last year when he was on the Challenger Series, and of course, after winning at home in Tahiti for the Olympic gold in 2024, seems to me when he's on the right wave, we're talking about somebody who deserves to be on the championship tour.
Yeah, he's boosted up, his cross training's built a lot of extra muscle on his body, and you can see that also the versatility now that we see from Kaoli Voss. Not just a barrel surfer, good on the backhand, good on the forehand, good on the open face, good in the air.
Man, he's stacking clips with doing airs in Hossegor. I think, watch out, big dogs. The boy's coming, have authority, poise. He got it all tools. Rail game, barrel, above the curve. Wow.
And an emerging super coach in the way of Joan Duru, also supporting all the French surfers.
100%, and it was just a few years ago that he was still competing here at this event, but you see the results. Joe Azucci also moving through, and local boy Templar and Francisco, well, we're probably going to see them next year at this event, guys.
Yeah, but what a start for Kaoli Voss here on day number 1 and the opening round. And, well, that was pretty good. Yeah, I like that.
No, 100%, but you do make an excellent point. I mean, he went and represented France. It's worked out for him. They've supported the surfers. And, of course, more than anything, you got to get behind the people that actually have the potential to qualify. He's been on the verge a couple of years, but in the last 4 seasons, he had only won 12 heats combined. He's had at least 12 already so far in 2025, a major difference so far this year.
Yeah, well, it was the 13th heat win today, so she's continuing to stack up heat wins. Mitchell, there can only be one natural kayak wave of the day. Are you ready to feel the power of freshness?
Always.
You are?
Yeah.
Okay, natural kayak wave of the day. Let's check it out. I'm going to let you call this one, Marcos. The wave of the day goes to Anat Le Lior.
Amazing exhibition.
How's his turn?
Amazing. Let's check it out together, guys. Manage the speed, provided the speed. Whoa. Nice over the top, almost like a lip slide into a floater. Bouncing back with a nice rail snap. Oh, this is brisk surfing, pristine, clean, power, everything there. Everything combined.
I love it. 7.17 for that outstanding maneuver for the surfer representing Israel. What are we going to do now? We got first day, I feel like it's a successful day. We had this short little, fog hold that we had to get through, but we got through that no problem. Got through the whole men's opening round, nearly the whole women's opening round, but let's go to Surfline, Mitchell, and take a look at the forecast for the upcoming days.
Yeah, it seems like, there's been a lot of activity in the Atlantic, obviously, which has been super good for us. Plenty of waves leading up to the event, but today, I mean, honestly, for a contest, it couldn't get much better than this. So, had plenty of waves, plenty of scoring opportunities. I feel like for tomorrow, that's going to be kind of the similar case. You see right there, 3 to 4 feet offshore in the morning. Should be those easterly winds. Slightly onshore in the afternoon. But I mean, even still, the next 3 days after that, 3 to 4 feet all day on Tuesday. That's for sure a guaranteed day. But I feel like tomorrow, if we have at least 16 heats once again, should be a real fun one on a Sunday.
I agree. Things are looking up. Thank you to Surfline for all the info. Hey, pick up the phone, call the doctor. It's time for the Dr. Peanut top 5 moments of today. What do we got here? Well, we got number 5. And the number 5 goes to Annette Gonzalez Exabari for some great surfing, as well as Janire, the sisters both winning their heats in the opening round.
Yeah.
Sisterhood going all the way, Mitch.
Back-to-back wins, too. It's never easy, competing in the same event as your sibling, but they've done it so many times already. They've surfed against each other, but going back-to-back, especially having competed here already, big fan of Yanita's style, but man, they adapted very well to the conditions out there this afternoon, Kipes.
I say so, and both of these surfers really on a roll, I feel, on the Challenger Series. They had a great showing over in Huntington Beach as well, and just coming in to pretty much the limelight and doing it for the Basque Country in a spectacular way.
Yeah, and there's no rush either. You have this event, 2 more as well, so don't rely just on your results at the beginning of the year. You have 7 events now in comparison to 5 and 6 before, so good start to the event for them.
Yorana, number 4, it is Kauli Vas and his approach and victory in his opening round heat.
Authority with pause, with posture, with amazing rail game. Don't get me wrong, man. He's ready to the big league, guys. It's just a matter of a few hits more.
And want to add, too, I think Jason Stevenson and the incredible team over there at JS deserve a lot of credit, too. His boards look magnificent. As you said, he's added muscle mass. His boards have gone up in volume, too. But with that, the shaper also has to adjust. And I feel like they've done a good job with his equipment so far, Kaipo.
Catch free surfing on those JS Industry boards. Congratulations on the beach. He moves on. Number 3, it was a buzzer beater for young Eden Walla.
Yeah, the surfer out of San Clemente. Dani Rosas right here was surfing a good heat. She's had a lot of experience competing at Saquarema in Brazil. She actually just won a QS a few weeks ago. But the youngster right here, Marco, she was able to take it out in the end.
Feeding herself from the knowledge and the heritage from, Wardo, all the boys from San Clemente, the new generation. And this is the newcomer from Brazil.
Number 2, big Wesley Dantes. Dominated out there.
Yeah, and for a guy that big to get that amount of pop in there, it's never easy, but, we still haven't seen the best of him. I feel like his rail surfing is really the thing that shines the most, and obviously a lot of experience with his brother competing here in the past, too, so going to be fun to see him compete in the later rounds, Kipes.
I love what I'm seeing from the king, Wesley Dantes. And number 1, one more time, big congratulations for the youngest qualifier for the championship tour, Tia Zabroski. We'll see you at Bells in 2026.
Well, I do think that we're seeing the Rookie of the Year for 2026. Sharp Eyes look good. You had Yufu Penrose right here on the beach, the team manager for Sharp Eye. But once again, I just think the maturity and the poise in her surfing, especially with the bottom turns, Kaipo, timing couldn't really get better out there at a tricky wave. First time competing at this venue, too.
Just a lot of confidence and just a solid surfing. Put it all together with her good friend, Kiara, both moving on. Great
She's
moment.
bringing a new flair to the game, guys, that's for sure.
Kali's dances are a bit odd, though, but you might have been even happier than she was.
Hey, get ready to dance, Mitchell, because the band's lighting up. DJ Ferk is on the stage. We're just beginning all of the happenings here in Saquarema. Remember, we got more coming your way. 6:45 a.m. is when we're going to make the call for local time for a possible 7 o'clock start. Give me a cheers over here. Good job, you guys.
Saúde, boys.
Saúde. And we'll see you. Enjoy all the end of the day highlights and tune in to WorldSurfLeague.com for all of the action. Probably going to get going tomorrow again.
This copyrighted event broadcast is produced by the World Surf League for broadcast around the world and may not be retransmitted, reproduced, rebroadcast, or otherwise distributed or used in any form without the written consent of the World Surf League.